Hey friends! Glad you're here at Fiction Moon. We've cooked up something special. What if Harry was a celestial dragon lord reborn and his bloodline aura made Voldemort kneel at age 7? Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Burned the Sky. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was exactly 31 inches wide. Harry knew this because he had measured it once with a piece of string he'd found in Dudley's broken toy bin, and because knowing the exact size of the space where you slept was the kind of thing your mind did when it had nothing else to occupy it. He was 7 years old, and he had lived in a cupboard for as long as he could remember clearly. It wasn't as bad as it sounded. Not always. There were spiders, he'd named 3 of them, though they never seemed to stay long enough for names to matter, and there was a crack in the baseboards through which, on cold nights, warm air drifted up from whatever old pipe ran beneath. He had 3 books, all of them Dudley's cast-offs, all of them missing pages, but Harry had read the fragments so many times he'd invented the missing sections in his head and liked his versions better. He had a mattress that was more suggestion than substance, a single blanket that smelled permanently of mildew, and a small shelf where he kept the things he'd found, a smooth green stone, a crow's feather, and a short length of copper wire that had come from somewhere he couldn't remember. What Harry also had, and this was the thing he never spoke about, was the warmth. It lived somewhere behind his sternum, just left of center, like a coal that never went out. On the coldest nights, when Privet Drive frosted over and the cupboard became genuinely miserable, the warmth would pulse once, twice, 3 times, and Harry would stop shivering. He'd long since stopped wondering about it the way a frightened child might. It was simply there, the way his hair was there, wild and unruly and completely his own regardless of how many times Aunt Petunia attacked it with kitchen scissors. Strange things happened around him. He knew this. Aunt Petunia knew this. Uncle Vernon definitely knew this, which was why Harry spent more time in the cupboard than out of it. The teacher's wig, when she'd grabbed him by the ear last term, he hadn't meant it to turn blue. It simply had. The time Dudley and his friends had chased him behind the school kitchens and Harry had somehow ended up on the roof, sitting with his knees drawn up and a completely inexplicable sense of rightness, like a bird that had accidentally remembered it had wings. The time Uncle Vernon had raised his belt and the buckle had grown too hot to hold, not warm, not uncomfortable, genuinely hot, leaving a red stripe across Vernon's palm, and Vernon had looked at Harry's face and for just a moment something in his piggy eyes had flickered that wasn't anger. It had been fear. Harry hadn't understood it then. He was closer to understanding it now, on this particular September night, lying in the dark with his blanket pulled to his chin and the green stone turning slowly in his fingers, because something was happening outside his cupboard that felt wrong in a way that went deeper than thought. He lay still and listened. The house was quiet. Uncle Vernon snored in great rolling foghorn blasts that normally vibrated down through the ceiling, but tonight even that had stopped. The digital clock on the microwave, visible through the thin gap at the bottom of his cupboard door, read 2:17 in acid green. The neighborhood was the particular dead silence of a suburban night in early autumn, no foxes, no distant traffic, nothing. And then the cold arrived. Not the cold of an open window or a failed radiator. This cold came through walls, through wood, through the closed door of the cupboard, a deep biting cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the absence of something vital. Harry had no word for it at age 7, though he would later describe it to Hermione as the cold of a place where nothing alive wants to be. He sat up. The coal behind his sternum pulsed. Once. Hard. Like a warning. The cupboard door didn't open. The lock didn't click. But something came through it anyway, through the wood and the thin gap and the keyhole, a darkness that was darker than the dark already in the cupboard, a spreading, crawling, purposeful shadow that gathered itself against the far wall and began, in a way that had no physical logic, to take a shape. Harry looked at it and felt the warmth behind his chest surge so suddenly that he gasped. The shape was trying to become a man. It almost managed. There were the suggestions of a robe, of a tall and thin-boned silhouette, of fingers that were too long and a face that had been handsome once in the way a blade is beautiful before it rusts. 2 points of red light where eyes should have been drifted open and found Harry's face. "So," said the voice. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from the cold itself, from the dark itself. It was a voice that had commanded armies and shattered minds and bent kingdoms, and it was using that voice on a 7-year-old boy in a cupboard under a staircase, which said everything important about what this wraith actually was. "You are what remains of the child who destroyed me." How disappointing. Harry looked at the red lights where eyes should have been and tilted his head. "You're the one who killed my parents." It wasn't a question. He didn't know how he knew. He simply did, the way you know your own name. The shadow shape shimmered with something that might have been amusement, might have been contempt. "Your parents." "Yes. A mudblood and a blood traitor. Hardly a legacy worth." "You're very cold," Harry said, interrupting without apology. "Are you dead?" A pause. The red lights narrowed. "I am beyond death." "That's not what I asked." Harry drew his knees up to his chest, watching the shape with a calm that was not the calm of a child who doesn't understand danger. It was something older than that, something that recognized the shape before him for what it was, a diminished thing, a scrap of a man who had hollowed himself out making promises to himself that the universe had never agreed to honor. "You're not alive. You're just refusing to stop." The cold deepened, sudden and vicious. The temperature in the cupboard plunged, and Harry's breath should have fogged in front of his face. It didn't. Because the warmth behind his sternum was no longer a coal. It was expanding, spreading outward from his chest through his ribs, down his arms to his fingertips, up the back of his neck to the crown of his head, and it was not warmth anymore, it was heat, the structured, ancient, furious heat of something that had burned before the world was divided into magical and mundane, before there were words for what it was, before the first wizard looked at the first flame and thought, "I want to hold that." "I came to finish what I began 6 years ago," the shadow said, and now there was something underneath the contempt in its voice, something it was working very hard not to let through. "You carry a piece of my soul, child. It belongs to me. I will take it back." And Harry stood up. In the cupboard, in the middle of the night, he simply got to his feet, and the space between the shelf and the door didn't feel small anymore. He was not a large child, he was small for his age, thin-wristed and underfed, with his father's chaotic black hair and his mother's eyes, green as deep water, green as old forest. None of that should have mattered to a wraith that had faced dark lords and toppled governments and threaded pieces of itself into objects of terrible power to cheat the oldest rule in existence. But those eyes opened fully, and the pupils went gold. Not the bright, reflective gold of an animal's eye caught in a flashlight. The deep, structural gold of something that has no other color available to it, of sunlight seen from inside the sun, of fire that has burned long enough to forget it was ever anything else. The pupils went gold and the irises followed, and then, softly, like the first notes of a piece of music so large the room has to adjust to hold it, the air around Harry Potter began to glow. It came off his skin the way heat shimmers off summer asphalt, not light exactly, not visible in the crude way a lamp is visible, but present, filling the cupboard, pressing outward, seeping through the walls. The green stone on his shelf vibrated against the wood. The crow's feather lifted into the air on no wind and hung there. The copper wire straightened itself out into a perfect line. The shadow shape recoiled. It was not a large recoil. It was the recoil of something that has never retreated in its existence and is discovering, for the first time, that retreat is a thing that can happen to it. The red light eyes widened. The suggestion of 2 long fingers drew back. The cold that had been pressing in from all directions, the cold that was this thing's will made physical, stuttered, broke into patches, and then began to fail. "What," said the wraith, "are you?" Harry looked at the thing that had killed his mother and his father, the thing that had tried to kill him when he was still too young to form memories of it, the thing that had come here tonight to take what it believed it owned, and he felt the gold heat move through him like a tide going out, enormous, quiet, irresistible. "I don't know yet," he said honestly. And then he breathed out. It was just a breath. It looked like nothing. But the air that left Harry's lungs hit the shadow shape like a physical force, like a wave of summer against a winter that had already cracked, like dawn. The cold didn't simply retreat, it shredded. The shadow shape didn't fade, it broke, came apart in pieces the way fog burns off when the sun finds the ridge, the red light stuttering, blinking, screaming something that wasn't a word in any human language before it was gone. Simply gone. The silence that followed was very large. Harry stood in his cupboard in the dark, the glow fading back under his skin like embers banking down, and looked at the wall where the shadow shape had been and thought, very clearly, I should have done that 6 years ago. He didn't know how he knew it could have been done. He just knew. Outside, Privet Drive was changed. He could feel it without looking, the night air was different, electrically, sharply different, the way the air is different after a lightning strike. Later, when the neighbors compared notes in the careful, embarrassed way of people who don't want to admit they saw something they can't explain, several of them would mention the gold. A wash of warm light that had come from nowhere, like a second sunrise happening at the wrong time and in the wrong direction, lasting perhaps 15 seconds before the ordinary suburban dark came back. Mrs. Figg, 3 houses down, saw it from her kitchen window where she'd gotten up to make chamomile tea because she couldn't sleep. She stood with the kettle in her hand and stared at the glow coming from the direction of number 4, and then she did not make tea at all. She went to her sitting room, moved 3 cats off the couch, sat down, and picked up a communication mirror that she kept hidden under a loose floorboard because she was a squib who worked for Albus Dumbledore and this was the sort of thing she had been placed in this neighborhood to watch for. Albus, she said to the mirror, when the answering face appeared, older and more rumpled than usual, which meant he'd actually been asleep when she called. Something happened at number 4 tonight. Something significant. She paused. Something I cannot classify. The blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles went very still. Tell me exactly what you saw, Arabella. She told him. There was a silence on the other end that Arabella Figg had never heard from Albus Dumbledore before, and she had worked with him for 11 years. It was the silence of a man reorganizing a very large set of assumptions. I'll come in the morning, he said quietly. Keep watching the house. And Arabella, do not contact anyone else about this. Not yet. The morning came gray and ordinary, which seemed like a personal insult to the previous night. Harry made breakfast because he always made breakfast. Bacon, eggs, toast for 4 with the crusts cut off Dudley's in the specific way Aunt Petunia had demonstrated 17 times as though Harry's failure to do it correctly the first 16 times had been deliberate artistic choice. He moved around the kitchen with the practiced efficiency of someone who has done this enough times that it no longer requires thought, which left his mind entirely free to turn over what had happened at 2 in the morning. He had decided to treat it the way he treated the other strange things, as information, not as fear. Something had come into his cupboard. It had meant to harm him. He had made it go away. The how of that was interesting and worth understanding, but it wasn't frightening. He wasn't sure why it wasn't frightening, perhaps because the thing had felt, underneath all that cold and red light menace, small. Not physically. In the way that mattered. Like something wearing the memory of being large. Dudley came downstairs and immediately complained about the bacon being too crispy. Harry said nothing, flipped the new batch, and thought about gold light and what it meant to breathe out and have the dark come apart. Uncle Vernon appeared in his dressing gown, got his tea, sat at the table with his newspaper, and everything was entirely normal right up until 10 in the morning, when the doorbell rang and Harry answered it because Petunia was in the garden and Vernon was watching television and Dudley was presumably somewhere dismantling something that didn't belong to him. The man at the door was tall, which Harry noticed first. Then old, which was the second thing, not the ordinary old of Vernon's colleagues with their thinning hair and their retirement plan conversations, but old in the way that certain trees are old, in a way that suggests the world was arranged somewhat differently when they first appeared in it. He wore a deep blue suit that was technically appropriate for a Tuesday morning in a Surrey neighborhood and somehow completely, categorically wrong for it anyway. Half-moon spectacles. A very long beard. Eyes the precise blue of the sky on the kind of clear day that only happens twice a year. Those eyes came down to Harry's level and stayed there, and Harry had the distinct sensation of being read very carefully by something that was not using its eyes to do the reading. "Good morning," said the man. "You must be Harry." "I am Albus Dumbledore. I wonder if I might come in." "Are you a wizard?" Harry asked. A pause. The blue eyes warmed slightly. "I am, yes." "Good. I have questions." Harry stepped back from the door and let him in. Vernon appeared in the hallway approximately 4 seconds later at the sound of a strange male voice, his face already organizing itself into the specific configuration it adopted when encountering anything that required him to feel territorially important. Then he saw Dumbledore, and the configuration changed to something Harry had only seen once before, on a night when Vernon had raised a belt and a buckle had grown too hot to hold. "You," Vernon said. The word had no inflection whatsoever. "Mr. Dursley." Dumbledore's voice was entirely pleasant. "I apologize for the unannounced visit. I will, I think, be brief." He looked at Harry. "Might we sit down somewhere?" They sat in the living room, Harry on the floor because Dudley's large and varied collection of broken electronics occupied the single armchair that was nominally Harry's to use, Dumbledore in the good chair by the window, Vernon standing in the doorway with the expression of a man watching an unexploded ordnance and hoping very hard that if he doesn't move, it won't go off. "Last night," Dumbledore began, looking at Harry directly, with no warm-up and no softening, which Harry appreciated immediately, "something came to this house. Something dangerous. And something stopped it." He folded his hands in his lap. "I'd like to understand what that something was. I have my own theories, but I find the direct approach saves considerable time when speaking with someone who appears to prefer it." "It was me," Harry said. "Yes. No surprise. Just the settling of a thing already suspected. Can you describe what happened?" "Not the shadow, I know what that was." "What happened inside you when you faced it?" Harry thought about it honestly. "There's always something warm. Right here." He pressed 2 fingers to the left of center on his chest. "Last night it got very big, very fast, and I breathed out and the shadow went away." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. His hands were very still. "Has it done anything like that before?" "The warmth?" "Smaller things. Uncle Vernon's belt buckle got hot once." He glanced at Vernon without expression. "There have been other things." Vernon made a sound that was not quite a word. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his tone shifted, "careful now, in the way that careful doesn't mean gentle, it means precise. Are you aware that you are a wizard?" "I suspected," Harry said. "The things that happen around me are obviously magical. I've read what I can find about magic in the library. There isn't much in the public library in this neighborhood, but there's enough." Dumbledore's expression did something complicated. "And what did you find?" "That magic exists, that it runs in families, that my parents were apparently quite powerful, and that there are entire institutions built around it that I know nothing about." Harry paused. "Also that you're the headmaster of a school. I found your name in a history of modern European wizardry from 1987. It wasn't very detailed but it was there." From the doorway, Vernon let out a breath that contained the spiritual weight of a man who has spent years trying to suppress something and has just learned that suppression was never an option. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. Not the way adults usually looked at him, assessing his size or his grades or whether he'd done the dishes correctly. This was a different kind of looking. It reminded Harry, obscurely, of the way the shadow last night had looked at him just before it broke apart, with the dawning realization that something was not what it was expected to be. "Harry," he said, slowly. "I'd like to ask you something, and I'd like you to be entirely honest with me, because the answer matters more than I can fully explain right now. When the shadow came last night, and I will tell you that what came was a fragment of the soul of the most dangerous dark wizard in the last century, though I suspect you already understood it was something along those lines, were you afraid?" Harry considered the question seriously, because it deserved seriousness. No, he said. I was interested. And a little angry. But not afraid. Why not? Harry turned the green stone over in his fingers. He brought it from the cupboard without thinking, the way you bring something familiar when you sense a conversation might take a while. Because it felt small, he said. Not the shadow, what was inside the shadow. It wanted me to be afraid, I think. It was trying to make the air cold and dark on purpose to make me afraid. But when I looked at it, the thing that was actually there, the person inside the darkness, it felt like. He searched for the right word and found it, like something that had convinced itself it was enormous and was very frightened of the day it found something bigger. The silence in the living room was absolute. Even Vernon had stopped breathing in any way that was audible. Dumbledore's blue eyes were doing something that might, in another context, have been described as awe. He was containing it with tremendous professional dignity, but it was there. One more question, he said. Your eyes, when the warmth expanded last night, did you notice anything different about them? They went gold, Harry said. I saw the reflection in the copper wire. Yes. Dumbledore uncrossed his hands and folded them differently. I see. Another pause, longer this time, the kind of pause that is actually a rapid reorganization of everything a very intelligent man thought he understood. Harry, I am going to make you an offer that I had not planned to make until you were 11 years old, because certain things were supposed to happen in a certain order, and last night has, significantly rearranged my expectations. He leaned forward slightly. Would you like to know what you are? Harry set the green stone down on his knee and looked at him levelly. Yes, he said. And I'd like you not to leave anything out because you think I'm too young for it. I already know something big lives inside me. I'd rather understand it than not. Dumbledore looked at him for one more moment. Then, quietly, and Harry got the impression this was not something Dumbledore did often or lightly, he nodded. I'll do my best, he said. Though I will be honest with you in return, there are things about what you are that I don't fully understand myself. What I know, I'll tell you. What I don't know, I'll say so. That's fine, Harry said. That's how it's supposed to work. Vernon Dursley sat down heavily on the bottom stair, put his face in his hands, and said nothing for the remainder of the conversation, which was perhaps the most useful thing he'd ever contributed to Harry's life. What Dumbledore told him, over the next 2 hours, went like this: 1,000 years before Hogwarts was founded, before the International Statute of Secrecy, before the distinction between magical and mundane had calcified into the rigid wall it now was, there had been a different kind of power in the world. Not wand magic, that was young, relatively speaking, a refinement, a discipline, a way of channeling something that had existed long before the first wand was cut from the first tree. The oldest power didn't use wands. It didn't use words, not at first. It simply was, embodied in certain beings that the oldest magical texts described in terms that had always been dismissed as mythology. The celestial dragons. Not animals. Not metaphors. Beings of structured magical force that had taken physical forms because physical forms are useful, that had coexisted with early humanity in the centuries when magic and the mundane were not separate countries but a single landscape, that had, at some point, chosen to step back from the world for reasons the oldest texts disagreed on and the most honest texts admitted were simply not recorded. Their power didn't die with them. Power like that doesn't die. It sleeps, sometimes, in bloodlines, thinned, diluted, occasionally throwing up a witch or wizard who is stronger than average and never quite knows why. It passed through human generations like a thread through fabric, invisible until the light hits it right. And sometimes, in circumstances that the magical world scholars had theorized about for centuries without reaching consensus, a celestial dragon's consciousness, itself, accumulated across however many thousands of years it had existed, chose to be reborn. Not as a dragon. As a human child. With no memory, at first. With nothing but the bloodline aura and the warmth and the eyes that went gold in the dark. Why? Harry asked, when Dumbledore paused. The texts disagree. Dumbledore's voice was careful. Some say it is a choice made for reasons we cannot comprehend. Some say it happens when the world reaches a particular kind of imbalance, a darkness that ordinary power cannot adequately address. He looked at Harry over his spectacles. I have my own theory, but I'll keep it for now, because I could be wrong and I'd rather you form your own understanding before I color it with mine. Harry accepted that. The warmth. The aura. What is it actually doing? It is, in the simplest terms, a fundamental magical force operating at a level that most magic simply cannot interfere with. Spells are conversations between magical intent and the fabric of reality. Your bloodline aura is not a spell. It does not ask. Dumbledore paused. When Voldemort's wraith encountered it last night, it encountered something that exists at a more fundamental level than his power. He was, extraordinary by any human magical standard. But he is still human magic. Structured, learned, channeled through will and intellect and dark ritual. What lives in you is not any of those things. Is that why it made him kneel? Harry asked. He had not mentioned this before. He watched to see if Dumbledore already knew. Dumbledore went very still. It made him kneel. The shadow. Before it broke apart. It went down. Harry demonstrated with his hand, a dropping, involuntary motion. Like something forced the shape of it down without me asking it to. The blue eyes behind the spectacles were doing the complicated thing again. Yes, Dumbledore said, after a moment. That would be the Draconis Imperium. The Dominion aura of the Celestial line. It does not harm. It does not destroy by itself. It simply establishes a truth. In the presence of the full bloodline power, lesser magical forces cannot maintain the pretense of being larger than they are. He picked up his tea, which had gone completely cold, and didn't drink it, just held it. I had read about it. I never expected to see its effect in my lifetime. Harry thought about this. He thought about the shadow going down, the red lights flickering out, the cold shattering. He thought about Uncle Vernon's belt buckle. I didn't choose for it to happen, he said. No. Not yet. Dumbledore set the cold tea down. Learning to choose how and when the Imperium expresses itself, that is perhaps the most important thing you will do in the next several years. Raw power without understanding is not strength. It is weather. He looked at Harry steadily. And I think you understand that. I don't want to just be powerful, Harry said, and was surprised to hear how clearly it came out, how directly it expressed the thing he'd been turning over all morning. I want to understand what I am. And then I want to decide what I do with it. Those are different. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. Harry, he said quietly, you have just said something that the Albus Dumbledore who arrived at this house this morning was not certain you were capable of saying. I owe you an apology for that low expectation, and I will endeavor not to repeat the error. Harry nodded once, accepting this without ceremony. You said you tell me what you don't know. I don't know the full extent of your power. No hesitation. I don't know whether you carry only the bloodline aura or whether the consciousness of Aldrich the Eternal, the Dragon Lord whose line you carry, is present in you in some meaningful way. I don't know whether Voldemort will attempt to come back and what form that attempt will take. And I don't know, he added, more quietly, whether what I have planned for your life these last 6 years is still appropriate, given what I've learned this morning. What did you plan? To bring you into the magical world at 11. To have you attend Hogwarts as a normal student. To allow you to develop naturally, with minimal interference, in the hope that the power that protected you the night Voldemort attacked would continue to protect others. He paused. I planned a great many things, based on the assumption that you were an extraordinary human child with a remarkable magical signature. I did not account for the possibility that you were, something older, Harry said. Yes. Harry looked at the green stone on his knee. I'll still go to Hogwarts, he said. When I'm 11. I want to learn magic properly. I want to learn everything. He glanced up. But I think the plan where I don't know what I am was probably always going to be a problem. Dumbledore inclined his head. On reflection, yes. I think you're right. Can I have books? Before then? About magical history, about the old bloodlines, about what the texts say about the celestial dragons. All of it, not the edited version. I'll arrange it within the week. Good. Harry looked at the old man across the room and felt something settle in the air between them, not warmth exactly, not the bloodline warmth, but something more ordinary and more valuable, the particular quality of a conversation between two people who have decided to be honest with each other. One more thing, he said. Yes. The piece of Voldemort's soul. He said I carried it. He touched his forehead, the scar that had been there as long as he could remember, a lightning bolt of silvered skin just above his brow. Is that true? Dumbledore's expression, for just a moment, was the expression of a man who had been carrying a very heavy thing and hoped, very much, that he wouldn't have to put it down in front of the child he'd been hoping to protect from it. Yes, he said. Though it is more complicated than he may have indicated. Is it dangerous to me? It was, Dumbledore said. I'm not certain it is anymore. He looked at Harry's forehead with an expression that was, Harry thought, a mixture of academic fascination and genuine, unperformed concern. When your aura activated last night, when it expanded as you described, I believe it may have begun the process of assimilating that fragment. Rather than coexisting with it. He paused. The Draconis Imperium is not simply a force that subjugates external threats. It appears to be fundamentally intolerant of foreign magical presences within its domain. It's eating it, Harry said. That is one way to phrase it. Is that bad? For the fragment? Almost certainly. For you? Dumbledore folded his hands. I believe it may be the most fortunate thing that could have happened. He paused. Though I want to monitor the situation. I would like, if you're willing, to visit regularly before you begin Hogwarts. To talk. To help you explore what's developing. He looked at Harry with a directness that felt, for the first time, genuinely equal. You deserve someone who isn't simply managing you, Harry. I should like to try to be useful instead. Harry looked at him steadily. Then he held out his right hand. Dumbledore shook it, a brief, firm, slightly formal handshake, the kind that means something. You'll have to talk to my aunt and uncle, Harry said. About the books. About the visits. They won't like it. I'm quite good at conversations with people who don't like me. Dumbledore's mouth curved slightly. It's something of a specialty. Also, Harry said, picking up the green stone, Dudley broke 3 of my ribs last year and Aunt Petunia told the school I fell down the stairs, and I'd appreciate it if you use some of whatever leverage you have to make that stop. Not for my sake particularly, I heal quickly, but because eventually someone who doesn't heal quickly is going to get in the way of Dudley and his friends and it won't be good. Dumbledore went very still. I'll take care of it, he said, in a voice that was very quiet and very precise and contained a great deal of things about Albus Dumbledore's feelings regarding the care of this particular child that he did not choose to put into words at this particular moment. Thank you, Harry said. He stood up, tucked the green stone into his pocket, and looked at the cupboard door across the hall. I should probably also have a proper room, he said thoughtfully. I've been sleeping in the cupboard under the stairs for 6 years and I think that's run its course as a character-building exercise. From the bottom stair, Vernon Dursley let out the sound of a man who has accepted his defeat and is doing so with whatever shreds of dignity remain to him. You can have Dudley's second bedroom, he said, into his hands. He doesn't use it. Harry nodded. Good. He walked out of the living room into the kitchen and put the kettle on, because the conversation had been long and Dumbledore's tea had gone cold, and because making tea was a thing Harry knew how to do and doing things you know how to do while your mind is full is always useful. Outside, Privet Drive was doing what it always did, lawns being mowed, cars being washed, the absolute determined mundane ordinariness of a street that had, the previous night, been briefly lit from within by the gold light of something very old deciding it was done being quiet. Harry stood at the kettle and let the warmth behind his sternum settle back to its ordinary cold glow, steady and patient, and thought about dragons and what it meant to remember that you had wings. The kettle boiled. He made 2 cups. He was 7 years old, and he had burned the dark away without meaning to, and Voldemort, or the fragment of him that had come crawling through his cupboard door, had knelt. He didn't feel triumphant about it. He felt, if anything, clear, the way the air is clear after a storm, when the pressure lifts and everything stands out sharp and particular and genuinely itself. He carried the tea into the living room, set Dumbledore's cup on the side table without being asked, and sat back down on the floor. "Right," he said. "Tell me about the school." And the oldest, arguably most powerful wizard in the world picked up his tea, settled back in the good chair by the window, and began to talk, not to a child he was managing toward a destiny, but to someone who had earned the right to know his own story. It was, they would both later agree, a better start than either of them had originally been given. Chapter 2, Scales Beneath the Skin. The books arrived on a Wednesday. Not by owl. Dumbledore had been thoughtful enough to recognize that an owl landing on the windowsill of number 4, Privet Drive would produce a Vernon Dursley incident of significant proportions, but by a very ordinary-looking delivery van that pulled up to the curb and deposited a large cardboard box addressed to H. Potter, bedroom 2, 4, Privet Drive, which was the first time Harry's name had ever appeared on anything delivered to that address that wasn't a school form requiring a parent's signature. Harry carried the box upstairs himself. Dudley's second bedroom was bigger than the cupboard by an order of magnitude that still occasionally surprised him. He kept waking up in the night and needing a moment to understand why the ceiling was so far away. There was an actual bed, which remained novel. A window that looked out over the back garden. A desk that Dudley had used exactly once, for a school project about volcanoes, and which still had a dried red paint handprint on the corner that nobody had bothered to clean. He cut the box open with a kitchen knife he'd borrowed and not yet returned, and for a moment just looked. 14 books. All of them old, not artificially aged, genuinely old, the kind of old that lives in the particular smell of paper that has absorbed decades of air and dust and the hands of people long gone. The spines were in 3 languages, English, Latin, and something that Harry didn't recognize but felt, looking at it, like recognizing a melody you haven't heard since childhood. The characters were angular and elegant, like someone had taken the idea of letters and refined them into something closer to architecture. He picked that one up first. He couldn't read it. Or rather, he couldn't read it yet, which was different. He turned the pages slowly, and the warmth behind his sternum pulsed with each turn in a rhythm that felt, absurdly, like interest. Like the warmth itself was reading over his shoulder. He set it aside for later and picked up the first English title, a treatise on bloodlines, the ancient families and their lost origins, by Araminta Voss, published 1743, revised edition. He opened to a chapter titled Celestial Inheritance and the Doctrine of Returning, and began to read. He read for 11 hours, stopping only to make himself a sandwich at noon and to eat it at the desk without tasting it, because the chapter had given way to an appendix that cited 4 other texts and 2 of those texts were in the box and he needed to cross-reference something about what the Voss treatise called awakening signatures versus what a much older text called the first breath, and the discrepancy between those 2 descriptions was interesting in a way that made food feel secondary. By the time the light outside the window went from gold to gray to dark, Harry had filled 6 pages of a notebook, also from the box, also from Dumbledore, who had thought of this, with notes in his cramped, undersized handwriting, and had arrived at 3 conclusions that felt solid enough to trust. The first, that the celestial dragons had not chosen to leave the world in any simple sense. The texts disagreed on details but converged on a shape. Something had happened, some kind of catastrophic overreach by the early wizarding world, an attempt to capture or bind or weaponize dragon power, and the Celestials had responded not with war but with a withdrawal so complete that within 3 generations, most magical families had rationalized the absence into mythology. The second, that the rebirth of a celestial consciousness was not random, was not common, and had happened, by the most conservative count across the most reliable texts, exactly 4 times in recorded history. Each time, the child had been born into circumstances of significant darkness. Each time, the emergence of the bloodline aura had been triggered by direct threat. Each time, the world around the reborn Dragon Lord had reorganized itself in ways that the contemporary magical scholars had struggled to explain and mostly got wrong. The third conclusion was the one that kept him up past midnight, lying on the actual bed looking at the actual ceiling with the warmth doing its slow pulse in his chest. All 4 of the previously recorded rebirths shared one detail, buried in the appendices of the Voss treatise and cross-referenced in a crumbling text called The Dragon's Mirror, Consciousness and Continuity in Celestial Bloodlines. In each case, the reborn Dragon Lord had, at some point in their development, been able to speak with the original consciousness. Not a possession, not a displacement. A conversation. As though the celestial being that had chosen to be reborn as a human child had left a part of itself in the space between sleep and waking, available. Waiting to be asked. Harry turned this over for a while. Then he closed his eyes. "All right," he said to the ceiling, quietly, because it was past midnight and the Dursleys were asleep and there was no reason to be loud about this. "I know you're there. I've felt you for as long as I can remember." The cold warmth pulsed once, distinct. "I'm not afraid of you. I just want to talk." He waited. Nothing happened for long enough that he considered the possibility that the texts were wrong, or that he'd misunderstood, or that the particular celestial whose bloodline he carried simply wasn't the conversational type. And then he was somewhere else. It was not a dream. Harry knew what dreams felt like, fractured, associative, emotionally vivid in ways that collapsed on waking. This had none of that quality. This was specific, the way a room is specific, the way a view from a particular window at a particular time of day is specific and unrepeatable. He was standing on a plane of dark stone that stretched in every direction to a horizon that curved slightly, as though he was standing on the surface of something very large. The sky above was not black, it was the deep blue of 4 in the morning, the hour just before the dark begins admitting it's going to lose, and it was full of stars so numerous and so close that looking directly at them was almost too much. The air was warm. It smelled of something Harry had no existing reference for, clean and old and slightly electric, like the moment before lightning, but without the threat in it. Just the power. Sitting on the stone roughly 20 feet away, arranged in a coil that was somehow both casual and utterly monumental, was a dragon. It was enormous. Harry understood intellectually that the texts had described celestial dragons as large, but intellectual understanding and actually standing 30 feet from something that dwarfed the Dursleys' house by a significant margin were different experiences. The scales were not any single color, they shifted as he looked at them, deep blue to gold to the dark red of banked coals to a green like the stone he kept in his pocket, and back again, and the sequence was not random. It was breathing. The color shift was the dragon breathing. The head was larger than Harry's entire bedroom and rested on the stone with the unhurried ease of something that has nowhere it needs to be. The eyes, one of them currently aimed at Harry, were gold. Structurally, specifically, deeply gold. The pupil was vertical, and it tracked him with an intelligence that was not human but was absolutely conscious and absolutely present. Harry looked at it. It looked at him. "You're me," Harry said. The dragon breathed out, a long, slow exhalation that moved the air across the whole plane and smelled of that same clean electric warmth, and the sound it made was low and resonant and not quite words but was not quite not words either. It moved somewhere in the space where language and meaning blur together into something more fundamental than either. "And you are me," it said, or conveyed, or simply made true in the air between them. "It has been a long time since I was small enough to stand and look up at myself." "How long?" Harry asked. The great head tilted slightly. "Time is different here. In the world where you live, where we both live, in our different ways, it has been approximately 3,000 years since I last inhabited a form like yours. But I have not been absent. I have been, waiting for the right conditions." "The darkness," Harry said. "That's what the texts say. That a rebirth happens when there's a particular kind of darkness. The texts are not wrong, but they simplify. It is not merely darkness that calls a dragon lord back. The gold eye blinked, slow and enormous. Darkness is common. Darkness is the default state of things left unattended. What called me back was something more specific, a human soul so twisted by its own fear of ending that it had begun to come apart at the seams, and in coming apart had started to damage the fabric of things. A pause. You're Voldemort. He has made wounds in the world that ordinary power cannot close. Not because it lacks strength. Because it lacks the right nature. And I have the right nature. You are the right nature. There is a distinction. The scales shifted through their breathing spectrum of colors. I do not want you to think of yourself as a tool, Harry. I want you to understand that what you are and what you choose to do are two separate questions, and the second is always more important than the first. Harry sat down on the dark stone. It was warm under his palms. Then why did the aura make Voldemort kneel? I didn't choose that. You chose to stand. You chose not to be afraid. Those are the conditions under which the Imperium expresses itself, not through deliberate use, but through the simple act of being present without diminishing yourself. The dragon shifted its coil slightly, a movement that Harry felt in the stone beneath him as a deep vibration. The shadow fragment of Voldemort encountered something that exists at a more fundamental level than his power, and it responded to that truth involuntarily. You cannot stop the Imperium from asserting that truth any more than you can stop water from being wet. Dumbledore said I could learn to choose when and how it expresses. Dumbledore is right, and he is wise, and you should listen to him more than he will expect you to. The part that can be chosen is not the truth itself but the shape of how it is delivered. The gold eye regarded him with something that was warm and serious at once. A fire can be a weapon or a hearth or a signal or a forge. Learning to choose the shape of your fire, that is what the next years are for. The fragment of Voldemort's soul. In my scar. Harry touched his forehead reflexively. Are we, actually absorbing it? Yes. Unambiguous. A foreign piece of a human soul cannot persist indefinitely within the domain of a celestial bloodline. It is like a splinter. The body recognizes it as something that does not belong and works to remove it. It will take time. Your human body's magical processes are thorough but not fast, but it will be complete before it becomes a problem. When it's gone, Harry said, slowly, Voldemort loses his connection to me. Yes. And one of the tethers keeping him anchored to the living world weakens. The dragon was quiet for a moment. He does not know this yet. He believes that the fragment in you is an advantage, a window, a weakness, a thread he can pull. He does not understand what is happening to it. Good, Harry said. He wasn't sure how he felt about the idea of a piece of someone else's soul being dissolved inside him. It was genuinely strange to think about, but he felt considerably better about it than the alternative. Can I come here again? When I need to talk. This place exists wherever you exist. The great head lowered slightly, bringing the gold eye closer to Harry's level, and the warmth increased, the electric clean smell thickening. I am not separate from you, Harry. I am not a passenger or a second consciousness waiting to take over. I am the part of what you are that remembers what you were. You will grow into both, and they will not be in conflict. A pause. Though I will tell you now that there are things I remember that will take years for you to access properly. Old knowledge. Old language. Old power. Do not try to rush it. What was your name? Harry asked. Before. Aldrich, the dragon said, and the name resonated in the air of the stone plain like a struck bell, like a note played in a very large hall. It was a name given by the early humans who first encountered me, and I kept it because names given in genuine awe are worth keeping. The scales cycled through their color breath. But you may call yourself Harry. That name has its own value. Harry looked up at the impossible sky with its overabundance of stars and thought about being both at once. Harry, who had measured his cupboard with a string and made breakfast and read obsessively and felt the warmth his whole life without understanding it, and Aldrich, who had existed for 3,000 years and remembered what the world was like before the wall between magic and mundane hardened into something neither side could see through. "I'm going to ask you a lot of questions over the years," he said. "I know." The dragon sounded, deeply and genuinely, like it was looking forward to it. "Ask away." Dumbledore came back the following Saturday. He arrived at 9 in the morning, which was before Vernon had fully committed to the day, and sat in the kitchen while Harry made tea and Petunia stood at the counter vibrating quietly with the specific frequency of a woman who wants to leave the room but is afraid that leaving the room will mean missing something important. "You've read the books," Dumbledore said, looking at Harry's face. "Most of them." Harry set the tea down. "The one in the old language, I can't read it yet. But I'm working on it. That text is in Proto-Draconic. I wasn't entirely sure including it was appropriate for." He stopped. "Reorganized. Have you had any progress with it?" "Not reading it," Harry said. "But when I hold it, the warmth responds. Like it recognizes something." He paused. "I spoke with Aldrich." Petunia dropped a cup into the sink. It didn't break, but the sound was significant. Dumbledore set down his tea very carefully. "You accessed the inner mindscape. Is that what it's called?" "In the texts I've found, yes. It is described as exceptionally rare. Most recorded rebirths did not achieve it until their mid-teens at the earliest." He looked at Harry with that familiar expression of complicated reorganization. "What did you learn?" Harry told him. All of it, clearly and sequentially, because Dumbledore had promised to be honest and had kept that promise and therefore deserved the same. The explanation of why the Imperium works the way it does. The information about the Horcrux fragment dissolving. The distinction between the truth of what Harry was and the choice of what Harry did. When he finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a full 30 seconds. "The fragment," he said, at last. "Dissolving." He turned his teacup in his hands. "Harry, I have to be honest with you about something I've been considering since our first conversation." "All right." "There is a theory, not proven, and I want to emphasize that Voldemort has created more than one such fragment. More than one container for pieces of his soul, as a means of ensuring he cannot be permanently killed." He watched Harry's face carefully. "If that is true, eliminating the fragment in your scar, while significant, would not be the end of the problem." Harry thought about this. "How many?" "I don't know. I suspect at least several. Possibly more." He paused. "Finding and destroying them would be a significant undertaking." "Then we'll need to find them," Harry said. "Simple. Factual. Like noting that a project has multiple steps." Dumbledore blinked. "You're not disturbed by this." "I'm disturbed by the concept of someone splitting their soul into pieces. That's genuinely horrifying." Harry's voice was even. "But being disturbed by it doesn't change what needs doing." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "Tell me everything you know or suspect about them. All of it. Don't save the difficult parts for later." And to his credit, and it was genuine credit, because Dumbledore had spent 60 years making strategic decisions about what to reveal and when and to whom, and changing a lifetime's habit in a single Saturday morning kitchen conversation was not a small thing, Dumbledore told him. The soul-splitting magic was called Horcruxes. The practice was ancient, forbidden, and required the commission of murder to enact because only an act of supreme violence could fracture a soul in the necessary way. Dumbledore suspected Voldemort had made several, though he had only confirmed evidence of one currently, a diary, of all things, that he believed was hidden somewhere in the possession of Lucius Malfoy, one of Voldemort's inner circle. He had other suspects, objects of significance, things with history and power already attached. He had not yet found a way to confirm or destroy them safely. "The diary is the most immediately recoverable," he said. But I have no legal grounds to search the Malfoy estate. Harry thought about a crumbling piece of Tom Riddle's soul sitting in a book in Lucius Malfoy's drawing room, which was exactly as sinister an image as it sounded. What destroys them? Basilisk venom is the most reliable method in the texts. Fiend fire. Certain extremely powerful magical forces. He paused. In theory, and this is only theory, the Draconis Imperium at its full, conscious expression might be sufficient. The texts about celestial power suggest it operates on a level that would be fundamentally incompatible with the dark magic that holds a Horcrux together. Harry filed this away. I should start training properly. Not just reading. At 7 years old, I'm not certain what training looks like that is both useful and, not wand magic yet. I know. Harry had already thought about this. But the Imperium is not wand magic. The Mindscape conversations aren't wand magic. Learning to control the expression of the aura, the fire-shaped choice Aldrich described, that's possible now. And it doesn't require a wand. He looked at Dumbledore. You mentioned you had your own theory about why this rebirth happened now. I think I'm old enough to hear it. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. I think, he said slowly, that the world was heading toward a darkness deep enough that when Voldemort, if Voldemort, achieves full resurrection, ordinary magical resistance would eventually fail. Not quickly. Not without tremendous cost. But eventually. He set down his tea. I think whatever force or principle decides when a Dragon Lord returns looked at what was coming and made a calculation. And I think the calculation was, this requires something older than the current world solutions. Harry nodded. And the Potters were the bloodline. Your mother's line is ancient. Far older than the magical records properly account for. I suspect the celestial thread runs through it in a way that would not be visible in standard genealogical research. He paused. Lily was extraordinary in ways that had nothing to do with her technical magical ability. There was something in her that I could never quite explain. And when she died protecting me, she gave the bloodline the catalyst it needed, Harry said quietly. Love is the oldest magic, Dumbledore said, and for the first time since his arrival the professional containment slipped for just a moment and something genuinely sorrowful moved through his face. It is, I believe, the force that called Aldrich back. Not the darkness alone, but the darkness meeting love, and the specific, unique power that creates in the moment of sacrifice. He looked at Harry. Your mother chose to die for you. That act did not simply protect you from Voldemort's curse. I believe it was the ignition point for the rebirth. Harry was quiet. He had no memory of his mother, not in the human sense. But sitting in the kitchen in the morning light, with the warmth pulsing steady in his chest, he felt, not for the first time and not for the last, something large and grateful moving in the space where that memory should have been. Right, he said, after a moment, and his voice was steady because it needed to be steady, not because he wasn't feeling things. What can I start doing now? Practically. Today. What he could do practically was meditation, Dumbledore's word for what was in practice a structured method of going to the stone plane and having focused, specific conversations with Aldrich rather than simply letting the visits happen on instinct. He did this every morning before the Dursleys were up, sitting cross-legged on the floor of Dudley's second bedroom with his back straight and the proto-draconic text open in his lap, which he couldn't read but which seemed to help the process anyway, like tuning a radio. He could also begin to work on what Aldrich called the passive expression, not the Imperium, which was too large and too structural to control through direct intent yet, but the warmth itself. He'd been unconsciously regulating it his whole life without knowing. Now he started doing it consciously, making it smaller, making it larger, directing it to his hands or his feet or the top of his head, learning the grammar of something that had until now been entirely instinctual. Within a week, he could make the green stone on his desk warm to the touch without touching it. Within 2 weeks, he could make it glow. Within a month, he could lift it without touching it, hold it suspended in a column of warm air that he was generating and controlling through nothing except the shaped intention of his bloodline warmth, and this was interesting enough that he showed Dumbledore on his next Saturday visit and enjoyed the expression on the man's face enormously. "That is," Dumbledore said, watching the green stone rotate slowly 18 inches above Harry's palm, "not technically wandless magic. Wandless magic still operates through the standard magical channels." "This is something else," Harry agreed, and set the stone gently back on the desk. "The Imperium uses the same channel but at a higher pressure. This is just turning the tap on." Dumbledore made a note in the small leather notebook he'd started bringing. Harry had noticed that the notes were getting longer and more detailed each visit, which he found satisfying. The months moved. Autumn into winter, winter into the particular tired grey of an English February, February into the suddenly shocking green of March. Harry read everything in the box and requested more. Dumbledore brought more. He visited every Saturday without fail, and the conversations shifted from explanatory to collaborative, less "here is what you need to know" and more "here is what I'm thinking, what do you think," which was the kind of conversation Harry had been wanting with an adult for approximately his entire conscious life. He turned 8 in July. On his birthday, which the Dursleys acknowledged by not actively doing anything unpleasant, which was as close to celebration as that household was structured to produce, Dumbledore came by in the afternoon with a small package wrapped in brown paper and a card. The package contained a compass, not a navigational compass, a magical one, its needle made of what looked like bone and responding not to magnetic north but, as the accompanying note explained, to significant concentrations of ancient magical power. Currently it pointed, with perfect consistency, at Harry's sternum. The card said, "Happy birthday, Harry. You are making remarkable progress. More importantly, you are making it in the right directions, outward into understanding, not inward into isolation. That, at this stage, matters more than the power itself." Harry read the card twice, set it on his desk next to the stone and the feather and the wire, and felt the warmth pulse once in something that was not quite satisfaction but was adjacent to it. He was 8 years old. He had 3 years before Hogwarts. He had a compass that pointed at his own chest, a dragon in his mindscape who was excellent at the longer view, a headmaster who had decided to treat him like an equal, and a warmth that had sent Voldemort's shadow to its knees in a 31-inch wide cupboard at 2 in the morning. He was not, he thought, in a bad position. He turned 9, and then 10, and those years had their own texture. At 9, Dudley hit him only once, flat-handed rather than fisted, in the hallway outside the bathroom, purely from force of habit. Harry caught Dudley's wrist before the second swing and held it. Not with strength. Harry was still small for his age, still underfed enough that Dudley outweighed him by a significant margin, but with something that happened in Harry's eyes when he was annoyed. They went gold. Just slightly. Just at the edges of the iris, a warmth that was visible if you were looking. Dudley had been looking. He did not hit Harry again. He also, for several weeks, went out of his way to walk around Harry rather than through him, which was a behavioral adjustment that required tremendous personal effort for Dudley Dursley and demonstrated that Dudley was, somewhere under the years of indulgence and entitlement, not entirely without functional self-preservation instincts. At 9.5, Harry found the proto-draconic text yielding to him. Not all at once, it came in pieces, the way a foreign language becomes comprehensible through immersion rather than through the moment of translation. He would read a passage and not understand the words but understand the meaning, which was different and in many ways more useful. The text was called, he eventually understood, The Record of the First Breath, and it was a first-hand account, or as close to a first-hand account as a language could produce, of what the world had been like in the age of the Celestials. The parts of it that Aldrich confirmed were true were extraordinary. The parts of it that Aldrich said were embellished by later scribes were still fascinating. At 10, Dumbledore brought him a wand. Not the wand, not the one he would choose at Ollivanders in the ordinary course of the Hogwarts preparation process. But a simple practice wand, ash and dragon heartstring, 11 inches, that Dumbledore had borrowed from the Hogwarts supplies with a note to Madame Pomfrey that simply said unusual circumstances. "You don't need it," Dumbledore said carefully, "for what you're already doing. But wand work is a discipline in its own right, and the spells you'll learn at Hogwarts are worth learning properly. Think of the wand as a tool for a specific kind of conversation with magic that complements rather than replaces what you already are. Harry picked it up and felt the warmth surge and then settle, the way two currents of water moving in the same direction find each other and smooth into a single flow. The first time he cast a spell, Lumos, simple and foundational, the first spell most young wizards attempted, the light it produced was gold instead of white. Dumbledore made a very long note in his notebook. Harry practiced wand work the way he practiced everything, methodically, incrementally, with patience he developed in a cupboard on Privet Drive and refined over 3 years of deliberate daily work. He was not the fastest learner in a technical sense, his instinctive power was so high that the initial spell attempts were sometimes too much, overshooting the target the way a strong person picking up a light object might overshoot the intended lift, but he had enough self-awareness and enough conversations with Aldrich to self-correct quickly. By the time his Hogwarts letter arrived on a cloudless morning in late July, the actual letter, official parchment with the Hogwarts seal, not anything Dumbledore arranged but the ordinary automatic magical recognition of a child turning 11, Harry could perform most of the standard first-year curriculum already, and several things that weren't in any year's curriculum at all. He read the letter at the kitchen table, set it down, finished his toast, and told the Dursleys that he'd be going to Hogwarts in September. Vernon said something. Harry looked at him. Vernon said nothing further. Petunia stood at the counter and stared at the garden with the expression of a woman who has spent 11 years preparing for something she hoped wouldn't happen and is now discovering that preparation and acceptance are different continents. "I'll need to buy supplies," Harry said. "I have the list. I'll go on Saturday with Professor Dumbledore." He took the letter back upstairs, added it to the pile of significant documents on his desk, and sat with the compass in his hand. The needle swung to his chest without hesitation, steady as north, steady as the pulse behind his sternum. He thought about the castle he'd read about, the one he'd been imagining for 3 years through descriptions in historical texts and Dumbledore's occasional anecdotes. He thought about 500 years of students and the living portraits and the moving staircases and the ghosts and the library that was supposed to have more books than any mundane institution in the country, and the Great Hall and the Ollery and the lake. He thought about walking into a place where magic was simply the air everyone breathed, and what it would feel like to no longer be the only one in a room who understood what the warmth was. He thought about Voldemort, wherever the fragments of him were scattered, whatever slow regathering of power was happening in whatever dark corner of Europe or beyond, and felt the compass needle pressed gently against his palm like a reminder. There is more to do, it seemed to say. But there is also this. Diagon Alley was on Saturday. Harry opened a new notebook, labeled it Year 1, and started a list of questions for Dumbledore. By the time Saturday came, he had filled 4 pages. Diagon Alley was everything. Harry had expected to be impressed. He'd read enough to know that the hidden wizarding high street behind the leaky cauldron was the commercial heart of magical Britain, but reading about something and standing inside it were, he was rapidly confirming, experiences of a fundamentally different order. They came through the leaky cauldron at 10 in the morning, Dumbledore in his most restrained set of robes, midnight blue, which on him still attracted glances, and Harry in the best ordinary clothes he owned, which were Dudley's cast-offs and therefore too large, but he'd stopped caring about this around age 8 and had not started again. The pub was dim and warm and smelled of something pleasant he couldn't name, and the barman saw Dumbledore and then saw Harry and immediately knocked over his own glass. "Mr. Potter," he said, staring. "Morning," Harry said. They walked through the back courtyard, Dumbledore tapped the wall in the specific sequence, and the bricks folded themselves aside to reveal Diagon Alley in full morning gold. More actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Chapter 3, the letter was a formality. Diagon Alley in full morning gold was the kind of thing that made you understand why the mundane world's insistence on being the only world had always struck Harry as such a catastrophic failure of imagination. The street was wide and cobbled and curved out of sight in both directions, packed with shops that seemed to have been built by people who understood that the laws governing structural engineering were more like suggestions than firm commitments. Buildings leaned against each other companionably. Signs hung in midair without visible support. A cauldron shop had a stack of its products in the window that reached the ceiling and, Harry noticed, kept rearranging itself when nobody appeared to be looking. An apothecary had bundles of things hanging from its eaves that moved against the breeze rather than with it. An owl emporium had its front window entirely taken up by a great grey bird who was regarding the street with the specific contempt of someone who has been placed in a display and considers it beneath their dignity. Harry walked down the middle of it all and looked at everything, and the warmth in his chest moved steadily and evenly like it was breathing it in. He noticed the noticing. People registered him the way people registered something that their peripheral vision flagged as significant before their conscious mind caught up. A witch in green robes glanced at him and then glanced again, hand tightening on her shopping basket. A wizard outside the quill shop turned to watch him pass with a frown of confused recognition. A group of children clustered outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor went quiet in the particular way children go quiet when they're watching something they can't categorize. "They're looking," Harry said to Dumbledore, without particular concern. "Word traveled after the incident in September," Dumbledore said, keeping his voice low and conversational. "Not accurately, and not completely, but enough. There are those who felt something that night. Magical individuals sensitive to significant force expressions sometimes register them at considerable distance. They don't know exactly what they felt. They know it was connected to you." "What are they expecting?" Harry asked. "Not worried. Genuinely curious. I believe they're expecting a small, somewhat overwhelmed child who survived something remarkable through luck and his mother's sacrifice." Dumbledore's voice was dry at the edges. "They are discovering something that doesn't quite fit that expectation and finding the adjustment mildly disconcerting." Harry considered this. "Good," he said. "Easier to be underestimated when the adjustment hasn't finished." Dumbledore made the sound of someone who has just heard something that confirmed the hypothesis he'd been developing for 4 years. Gringotts was first, because it was always first, money before everything, which Harry suspected the goblins had structured deliberately as a philosophical statement about priorities. The bank was vast and white and cold in the way of institutions that want you to understand that you are small and temporary and they are neither. Harry walked up the steps between the statues and through the doors and across the marble floor to the counter, and the goblin who received them looked at Dumbledore with professional neutrality and at Harry with something that was not quite the neutral assessment he'd applied to Dumbledore. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said. The name landed differently coming from a goblin, without the human quality of awe or uncertainty, with something older and more direct, the tone of one old power acknowledging another. "Good morning," Harry said. "I'm here for my vault." The cart ride was excellent. Harry had read about it and still found the reality considerably better than the description, the vertiginous drops, the rush of cool underground air, the glimpses of other vaults flashing past in the dark. He sat in the cart with his hair doing what it always did in high winds, which was become even more chaotic, and felt completely at home in a way that the text's description of some find the experience alarming had entirely failed to prepare him for. The vault contained considerably more than he'd expected. He stood in the entry and looked at the stacked gold in the light of the goblin's lamp and felt, not greed, but a kind of practical satisfaction. Resources. Useful. "Is there a record of my parents' estate beyond this?" he asked the goblin. A pause. A slight adjustment of the goblin's expression into something that contained the beginnings of respect. "There is a secondary account, Mr. Potter. The Potter Family Trust. It has not been activated as you have not previously been a registered account holder." A pause. "You are now." "I'd like a full accounting," Harry said. "When we're back upstairs. If that's possible today." "It is possible," the goblin said, and the tone confirmed the respect was now fully present. Dumbledore, standing slightly to Harry's left, said nothing, but Harry could feel the old wizard recalibrating something. They spent 20 minutes with a senior account manager, a goblin named Ragnarok who had the air of someone accustomed to dealing with wizards who treated banking as a social interaction and found Harry's interest in the practical details refreshing in a way that was almost unsettling to watch. Harry left with a bank card, a full statement, and the knowledge that the Potter family had been, before Voldemort's rise had made financial planning somewhat moot for its last two members, considerably wealthier than a cupboard under a staircase at Privet Drive would suggest. He also left with the specific understanding that a vault registered to 1TM Riddle had been closed in 1945 and its contents dispersed, which was interesting and not directly useful, but the habit of collecting information had been deeply established by 3 years of deliberate reading and he saw no reason to stop. Ollivander's was last, by Harry's specific request. He wanted to do the whole list first: robes, cauldron, scales, telescope, supplies, books, so that the wand was not interrupted by anything subsequent. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was small and slightly cluttered and smelled of fresh fabric and a charm that Harry thought was probably a self-pressing spell. Madame Malkin herself was round-faced and cheerful and took Harry's measurements with a tape measure that moved on its own, and the process was entirely ordinary right up until the moment another student arrived for fitting. The boy who came through the door was pale and blond, with the kind of posture that suggested it had been specifically trained into him, and he looked around the shop with the assessing expression of someone confirming that everything was appropriately below his standards. His eyes landed on Harry and the assessment became something different. Not recognition exactly, they were both 11 and neither had been in the wizarding world's public eye long enough to be recognizable by sight, but a kind of instinctive calibration, the automatic ranking of another child in the room. Harry met his eyes and waited, genuinely curious about the outcome. The blond boy climbed onto the stool next to Harry's and the tape measure came out for him too, and he said, "Hogwarts?" in the tone of confirming something obvious. "Yes," Harry said. "First year." A nod from Harry. "Do you know which house you're hoping for?" "I haven't thought about it much." True. He'd read about the houses, of course. He had opinions. But hoping felt like the wrong frame. The blond boy looked at him as though this answer was mildly eccentric. "My whole family's been in Slytherin. I expect I will be too." He paused, which was where a name would naturally go. Draco Malfoy. Something moved in Harry's chest that was not the warmth exactly, more like the warmth paying attention. He filed it away. Harry Potter. The silence that followed was the silence of a name landing in a room. Draco Malfoy stared at him. Not with awe, or not only with awe, but with a rapid, visible recalculation happening behind his grey eyes. Harry watched it happen with interest. Draco had been calibrating relative status, and Harry's name had just inserted a variable he hadn't been accounting for. "Potter," Draco said. "The Harry Potter." "I'm aware of only one," Harry said. Yes. Right." Draco recovered with the speed of someone who'd been trained never to be visibly off balance. "Well. You'll want to be in Slytherin, obviously." "The right sort of, I'll be where I'm put," Harry said pleasantly. "Though I think the hat will find me interesting." Something in the way he said it made Draco blink. Not arrogance, Harry was not performing arrogance, he had no interest in performing anything. Just a simple statement of a thing that was probably going to be true. The hat finding him interesting was, if anything, an understatement. "Do you know any magic yet?" Draco asked, after a pause in which he'd apparently decided to regroup. "Some," Harry said. "My father's been teaching me. I know several hexes already." "That's useful." Harry meant it genuinely, which seemed to confuse Draco slightly, who had probably been expecting either impressed deference or competitive dismissal. Madame Malkin finished Harry's measurements and he stepped down, and Draco, who was still visibly recalibrating, said, "Perhaps I'll see you on the train." "Perhaps," Harry agreed, and picked up the package of robes from the counter and went back out into the alley. Dumbledore, who had waited outside on the bench that the shop provided for accompanying adults, looked up from the small book he'd been reading. "Malfoy?" "Draco." "Yes." Harry thought about grey eyes doing rapid math. "He's more interesting than he was trying to appear." "An accurate assessment." Dumbledore tucked his book away. "Lucius Malfoy's son. The family is complicated." "I know." Harry had read everything about the Malfoys that Dumbledore's library access allowed, including the financial records of the Malfoy estate's charitable contributions that were clearly designed to purchase rehabilitation of the family reputation after Voldemort's fall. He had opinions about Lucius Malfoy. He kept them for now. The diary Horcrux. You said you believe it's in Lucius Malfoy's possession. I do. His son is going to be at Hogwarts. Harry glanced at him. If the diary is something Lucius Malfoy might use, as a weapon, as a tool for Voldemort's interests, it might not stay safely in the Malfoy drawing room indefinitely. Dumbledore walked in silence for a moment. No, he said. You're right. It might not. He looked at Harry sideways. You've been thinking about this. Since you told me about it. Yes. Harry paused outside Flourish and Blocks. Can I go in? I want to look at the history section. They went in. Harry bought 4 additional books beyond the curriculum requirements, an advanced volume on counter curses, a text on magical historical events from 900 to 1200 AD, a slim book called The Nature of Dark Objects that the shelf had seemingly tucked behind a stack of celebrity Quidditch biographies as if embarrassed to be stocked, and looked for but didn't find anything on Horcruxes, which was consistent with the information that the topic was deeply suppressed even in specialist magical texts. He did, turning through the history section, find a book he recognized, A Brief History of Modern European Wizardry, 1987 edition, with Dumbledore's name in the index on page 347. He'd found this book in the Surrey Public Library 3 years ago, the one where he'd first seen that name and that title. He bought it anyway. It felt like closing a loop. Ollivander's was the last stop, at 2 in the afternoon, after lunch from a place that sold things Harry had no names for but which were excellent. The shop was narrow and quiet, smelling of wood shavings and something older than wood shavings, and every surface was covered in long thin boxes stacked in arrangements that suggested an organizational system only the proprietor could parse. The proprietor himself appeared from between 2 shelves with the silent suddenness of someone who has spent decades practicing it, white-haired and wide-eyed, moving with the particular quality of attention of someone who is always primarily interested in the space 4 inches to your right where your magical core expresses itself. Mr. Ollivander stopped 3 feet from Harry and stood very still. Mr. Potter, he said, the way Ragnarok the Goblin had said it, with the sound of an old power acknowledging something it recognizes. I wondered when you'd come. His pale eyes moved over Harry's face and then, noticeably, over a point in the air between them. Though I confess I did not anticipate, he stopped. Began again. Your mother's wand was willow. 10 1/4 inches. Your father's was mahogany. 11 inches. Both were, in their ways, exceptional. He paused. I suspect neither of those is where we'll end up today. I have a practice wand, Harry said. Ash and Dragon Heartstring. It works well enough. I know that wand. Albus borrowed it. Ollivander looked at Dumbledore briefly. Dragon Heartstring will resonate, certainly. But let's see what chooses you. He disappeared into the shelves. What followed was 20 minutes of Ollivander producing wands, Harry holding them, and interesting things happening. Not the standard interesting thing of sparks or a warm feeling or a gentle golden light, though those happened, mildly, with several combinations. The interesting things were the non-standard ones. A wand that, when Harry picked it up, produced a sound, a low hum, barely audible, like a tuning fork that had found its note. A wand that flexed slightly toward Harry's palm before he'd fully gripped it. And one wand, vine wood, 12 inches, with a core that Ollivander described as phoenix feather, but not one from the birds you'd expect, one of the very old ones, the Himalayan line, given freely rather than taken, that Harry picked up and the entire shop went very quiet. Not an absence of noise. More like the quality of silence in a room when everyone present has simultaneously stopped breathing. The warmth behind Harry's sternum expanded outward, met the warmth coming from the wand, and there was a moment, half a second, probably less, where the air in the shop went gold. Not blazing. Not dramatic. The soft, specific gold of early morning light finding a clean windowpane. Ollivander sat down on his stool. "Well," he said. "Yes," Harry agreed. "That's a rare core," Ollivander said, recovering his composure with professional speed but unable to entirely suppress something in his eyes that was genuinely shaken. "The phoenix who donated it, I met it once, a very long time ago. I've always believed this wand was waiting for something specific." He paused. "It appears to have found it." Harry turned the wand in his fingers. It felt exactly right in the way that the practice wand had felt almost right, the difference between a chair that fits and a chair that was built for you. What's Vinewood's affinity? Vine tends toward those with a great purpose, those who see beyond the immediate. Ollivander was watching the wand with an expression of academic fascination. Dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, both are powerful cores, yes, but dragon heartstring is more common and more direct. This phoenix feather has a different character. More patient. More oriented toward something ancient. He looked at Harry. "May I ask, is there something in your bloodline that might explain why a wand of this particular nature would respond so strongly?" Harry considered him. Ollivander was clearly an intelligent man, clearly someone who had spent his life studying the relationship between magical beings and their instruments, and clearly was already aware that something unusual was happening. His own senses had told him that much before Harry said a word. "There might be," Harry said. Ollivander nodded slowly, accepting this with the dignity of someone who knows the answer and finds the confirmation of his instinct satisfying enough without requiring further detail. "They paid for the wand," Harry paid himself, from the money pouch Ragnarok had provided, and Ollivander looked at this briefly, at the child paying his own way with the particular ease of someone who has made decisions for himself for a long time, and Harry tucked it into his inside pocket and felt the warmth settle into a new configuration, slightly richer, like a chord gaining a note. Outside, the afternoon was warm and the alley was beginning to thin of its midday crowd. Dumbledore and Harry walked back toward the leaky cauldron at an unhurried pace, packages distributed between them, and Harry ate the remainder of the pastry he'd been carrying since lunch and looked at everything with the satisfaction of a day well used. "Are you ready?" Dumbledore asked, not about the walk back. "I've been ready for 3 years," Harry said. "I'm also aware that ready doesn't mean prepared for everything. Those are different things. What do you think you're not prepared for?" Harry thought about it honestly, the way he tried to do with all genuine questions. "Other people," he said. "In the abstract I understand that Hogwarts is going to contain 500 students and several dozen staff and 400 years of established social dynamics. In practice, I've spent 11 years on Privet Drive with 3 people who don't particularly like me and 1 old man who visits on Saturdays." He paused. "I read well. I'm not sure I know people very well." Dumbledore smiled, and it was a real one, not the performance of benevolent wisdom that Harry had seen him produce for the benefit of others, but something quieter and more genuine. "That self-awareness is itself a form of preparation," he said. "And you may find that people respond to you in ways that surprise you." "The Imperium," Harry said. "Not only the Imperium. You, Harry. What you actually are, separate from the bloodline and the gold eyes and everything else. The boy who measured his cupboard with string and read library books and argued with me about historical source interpretation for an entire afternoon last November." Harry finished the pastry. "That's a fairly specific boy to like." "Most of the interesting ones are specific," Dumbledore said. September 1st arrived on a Tuesday, with the particular quality of weather that England produces specifically for significant days, heavy cloud, not quite raining, a cold edge to the air that was more psychological than meteorological. Harry was ready at the door of number 4 at 9 in the morning with a single trunk that he'd packed himself, organized by category, with a separate waterproof section for potions ingredients because the textbook had a warning about that and he'd taken it seriously. The warmth was doing its usual pulse, but with an additional quality that Harry, after 11 years of living with it, categorized as something like anticipation. Aldrich, in the Mindscape visits of the past week, had been present and interested in a way that was slightly different from usual, not restless exactly, more like a being that has watched a long preparation and is ready for the preparation to become something. You are walking into a place that has not had something like you in it for a very long time, Aldrich had said, the previous night. Be patient with it. And with yourself. Even old power needs time to learn new rooms. Harry had thought about this and then asked, what should I expect from the sorting? Confusion, Aldrich had said, with something that was clearly amusement. Significant confusion. Dumbledore had arranged portkey transport, a scratched-up canute that Harry pressed 2 fingers to at exactly 9:30 and which delivered him to the edge of King's Cross Station in a pull behind the navel that was deeply unpleasant and that Dumbledore had apologetically explained was the most practical option. Harry walked through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, he found it with no difficulty, the warmth orienting him to it the way the compass oriented him to concentrations of magical power, and stopped. The Hogwarts Express was very red and very large and genuinely impressive, and the platform was absolute chaos in the best possible way. Families everywhere, students with owls and cats and toads, parents adjusting robes and giving advice and saying goodbye with the full range of emotional intensities from stoic handshakes to the kind of extended farewell embrace that required physical separation by a sibling. Steam rising from the locomotive in great white clouds. Owls complaining from inside their cages. A pair of identical red-haired twins doing something with a small object that produced purple smoke that smelled of caramel and was probably not authorized. Harry stood on the platform with his trunk on a trolley and observed all of it. Nobody noticed him immediately. The platform was too full, too busy, the scale of organized chaos too large for any individual to be the first thing anyone else noticed. He had perhaps 30 seconds of genuine anonymity, which he used to watch and learn. The family with the red-haired twins was large and loud and warm in a way that radiated outward, a tall red-haired woman with the competent energy of someone who has spent years managing more than anyone else would take on, a father with a slightly distracted, delighted quality, and a cluster of children at various heights all sharing the same coloring. One of them, a boy who looked to be about Harry's age, last to the platform, still trying to stuff something into his trunk while also managing a large and offended rat and an owl that didn't fit in a standard carrier, tripped slightly on the platform edge and was caught by his mother before he went down. A girl Harry's age was reading on the train, visible through the window, thick bushy hair, books arranged around her in the compartment with territorial specificity, reading with the absorption of someone who has found the thing they're best at and is doing it at every possible opportunity. Draco Malfoy was near the far end of the platform with 2 large individuals who were clearly not students and were clearly not parents, Minders, Harry concluded, or something close to it. Draco was performing being bored with the platform, which meant he was watching everything on it with considerable interest and wanted nobody to know this. Harry found an empty compartment, loaded his trunk, settled in with the new Counter Curses book, and let the train fill itself around him. The red-haired boy put his head in the compartment at about the 10-minute mark, saw Harry was the only occupant, and said, "Can I sit here?" "Everywhere else is, yes," Harry said, and moved his bag. His name was Ron Weasley. He had 5 older brothers and 1 younger sister and had been coming to King's Cross on September 1st since he was old enough to understand what the platform meant, and this was the year he finally got to go, which you could tell from the way he talked about Hogwarts, with the enthusiasm of someone who has been hearing about a place their entire life and has spent years building a picture of it that the real thing is now going to have to live up to. Harry listened to him and asked questions and offered his own thoughts only when Ron directly invited them, because Ron was someone who talked to process the world, you could tell from the rhythm of his speech, and what he needed in that moment was someone who listened well, not someone who contributed equally. "Oh, brilliant rat, by the way," Ron said about the rat, which was large and grey and elderly and currently engaged in the serious work of sleeping against Ron's knee. "He's Scabbers, Percy's old rat. Percy got an owl because he's a prefect, so I got the rat." "A rat, can you imagine?" "As if I'd asked for," he stopped. "Sorry." "Who are you, then?" "I didn't ask." "Harry Potter," Harry said. Ron's mouth went through 3 or 4 positions before settling. "You're joking." "I rarely joke about my own name." Your scar, can I?" Ron stopped himself with visible effort. "Sorry." That was rude. My mum would be horrified. It's all right. Harry tilted his head so Ron could see the scar clearly, then straightened. It's just a scar. I've had it long enough that it's furniture. Ron stared for one more second and then, with the social resilience of someone raised in a large family where adjusting to new information is a survival skill, reorganized. Right. Okay. So you grew up, not in the wizarding world, yeah? That's what everyone says, that you were with your muggle family. Yes. Harry's voice was even about this, because it was even. Privet Drive was information, not wound. Must be strange. Coming into all this at, what, 11? Everything at once. Harry considered telling Ron that he'd been aware of the magical world for 4 years. He decided, for now, to let the compartment settle a little more. It's a lot to take in, he said instead, which was true enough. The bushy-haired girl appeared at the compartment door at the half-hour mark, looking for a toad belonging to a boy named Neville, and stayed for 35 minutes after it became clear that the toad was not in this compartment. Her name was Hermione Granger, and she had read all the course books twice and several relevant supplementary texts besides, and she approached this information not with boastfulness exactly but with the specific social uncertainty of someone who has been told that what they do best is the wrong kind of best and hasn't yet found the right room in which to do it. She looked at Harry when Ron introduced him, and her eyes went through something more interesting than Ron's mouth positions. Not awe, she had the same reaction to Harry's name that a scientist has to a promising experimental result, immediate and genuine curiosity about the mechanism. The scar, she said, before she'd apparently decided to say it. Sorry. Rude. But, is it true what the books say, that it was a piece of Voldemort's soul? Yes, Harry said. Though the books don't say that specifically because the information hasn't been publicly released. Where did you read it? Hermione blinked. I didn't. I hypothesized. Based on Rowena Ravenclaw's collected essays on the interaction between failed lethal spells and the caster's magical residue. If a killing curse is somehow reversed, the reverse would theoretically cause a backlash through the caster's magical structure, yes. Harry leaned forward slightly. The piece that lodged in the scar is a Horcrux fragment. Dumbledore confirmed it. He paused. Though he asked me not to make that generally public yet, so, of course, Hermione said immediately, and the way she said it made clear that she meant it, not social performance, actual understanding of why information management mattered. Ron was looking between them with the expression of someone watching a foreign language conversation that is moving too fast for comfortable translation. What's a Horcrux? He asked. Something you don't need to worry about yet, Harry said. Sorry, that sounds more dismissive than I mean it. It's extremely dark magic and complicated and I'll explain it properly another time. Right, Ron said, with the tone of someone who has accepted this but filed a note to return to it. Hermione sat down and didn't leave. Harry didn't ask her to. She pulled a book out, not one of the standard curriculum texts, this one was on advanced transfiguration theory, and read while they talked, which was, Harry discovered, not rudeness but simply how Hermione did several things at once, physically present, mentally active on a second track, seamlessly interleaving. It was admirable in a way he recognized because he did a version of it himself. By the time the train began to slow for Hogsmeade Station, 3 hours later, Harry had learned that Ron's family was large and warm and not wealthy in the way the Malfoys defined wealth but rich in every way that actually compounded over time, that Hermione had been reading magical texts since her letter arrived and had opinions about most of them that she'd been waiting for someone to debate with, and that Neville Longbottom, the boy whose toad had started the compartment interaction, had found his toad eventually and then lingered in the doorway with the specific quality of a person who wants to join a conversation but is not sure they've earned the entry. Harry had gestured him in without making a production of it, which was how Neville ended up sitting quietly in the corner eating chocolate frogs and occasionally contributing a sentence that was, without exception, more accurately observed than he seemed to think it was. The castle appeared in the window as they rounded a lake in the dark, lit from within, towering and multi-towered and impossible in the way that genuine scale makes things seem, not fantasy impossible, but real impossible, the way that seeing the first significant mountain of your life makes the word mountain feel inadequate for all the times you used it before. Harry looked at it and felt the warmth expand, slow and enormous, like something recognizing a place it has been circling for a very long time. There it is, Aldrich said, present in the quiet back of his awareness in the way that was familiar by now, not intrusive, just there, the way your own heartbeat is there if you choose to listen for it. Interesting place. The castle itself is aware, in a low, structural way. The wards are centuries deep. Can it feel me? Harry thought back. Oh yes, Aldrich said. It has been feeling you since you crossed the ward boundary on the train. I suspect it is very interested. Harry looked at the castle across the dark water and smiled. The boats were chaotic and cold and genuinely enjoyable. Harry ended up in a boat with Ron and Hermione and Neville's toad escaped again mid-crossing and was retrieved by Hermione with Accio that surprised everyone including Hermione, who had clearly been practicing wandless aim and slightly underestimated the distance. The grounds, brief glimpse, dark, enormous, and then the main doors, and then the entrance hall, and then the solid, warm, stone and torchlight reality of the castle itself. Harry felt at the moment he crossed the threshold. Not the warmth from his chest, that was already fully present and had been since more actions request aborted right the next chapter now. Chapter 4, Dominion. Harry felt at the moment he crossed the threshold. Not the warmth from his chest, that was already fully present and had been since the boats, but something answering it. A deep, structural pulse from the castle itself, like a bass note too low for ears but entirely available to whatever sense the bloodline used instead. The stones of Hogwarts were saturated with centuries of accumulated magic, layered and dense and genuinely old, and they recognized what had just walked in the same way a very old library might recognize a reader who speaks the original language. Nobody else noticed this. The first years were too busy being overwhelmed by the entrance hall, the floating candles, the armor that moved, the ceiling that disappeared into shadow, the sheer vertical scale of everything, to notice the slight, momentary warm pulse that moved through the stone floor underfoot. Ron made a sound of pure awe. Hermione's head went in 4 directions at once. Neville found Trevor again and held the toad with both hands as though grip strength could prevent further escapes. Professor McGonagall materialized from a side corridor with the energy of someone who has done this exactly the right number of times to have it completely under control and absolutely none of those times in a way that made it feel routine. She was tall and precise, with a quality of compressed competence that Harry recognized immediately as someone who was very good at something and had been for a long time. She looked at the assembled first years over her spectacles with an expression that contained both genuine assessment and the professional warmth of someone who privately found first years endearing but would never say so. She looked at Harry last, and her expression did the brief, specific thing that Harry was getting familiar with, the almost invisible shift of someone encountering something their existing categories don't quite cover, and then she steadied and was all professionalism again. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. She explained the sorting. Harry listened, watched, and catalogued. The ghost who arrived mid-explanation, the bloody Baron, drifting through the far wall with chains and bloodstains, made most of the first years press back slightly. Harry watched it. The Baron's chains rattled and his expression was the expression of someone who had been dead long enough to find the living mildly tedious. He drifted past Harry, slowed, stopped, turned to look at him directly, and made a sound that was not quite speech but was clearly acknowledgement, the nod of one presence to another that is significant rather than small. Harry nodded back. The Baron drifted onward. Ron, to Harry's left, had watched this exchange with the expression of someone who has been told that cats sometimes choose a person for no visible reason and has just watched it happen to someone else. "Did the ghost just nod at you?" he whispered. "Yes," Harry said. "Why?" Harry didn't answer because McGonagall was speaking again and he wanted to hear what she said. The Great Hall was the Great Hall. Harry had read descriptions of it, had heard Dumbledore describe it, had seen paintings of it in the historical texts. None of those things were adequate. The ceiling was the sky, or rather, it reflected the sky, enchanted to show the actual weather above the castle, which tonight was dense cloud with stars beginning to push through at the edges. The 4 long tables were packed with students, the faculty table at the far end occupied by people Harry had made a point of learning before arrival. He identified Sprout, Flitwick, Quirrell, and paused a half-beat on Quirrell, something in the warmth registering a note of wrongness that it filed without making a production of. Snape, at the end of the faculty row, watching the first year's arrival with dark eyes that moved to Harry and stayed there with an intensity that was not warmth. Harry met his eyes without looking away. Snape's expression didn't change. Harry's didn't either. The Sorting Hat sat on its stool on the dais, an old, battered, entirely unremarkable-looking hat that, when the hall quieted, opened a rip near its brim and sang. The song was clever. Harry listened to it properly, extracting the genuine information from the poetic frame, the 4 houses, their values, the hat's role as arbiter, the idea that the qualities you carried determined the door you walked through. He found himself thinking that the division itself was interesting, not wrong, but a simplification of something more complex, the kind of useful shorthand that becomes a problem when the shorthand is mistaken for the full truth. "What do you think?" he asked Aldrich, in the quiet back of his mind. "That the children who come through here spend years believing the category they're placed in tonight describes everything important about who they are," Aldrich said. "Sometimes it does. Often it doesn't. The hat is very good at what it does. What it does is narrow." The sorting began. Harry watched each student, noting the hat's processing time, quick for some, longer for others, an extended conversation visible on Hannah Abbott's face before Hufflepuff was called. Hermione went to Gryffindor in a split second, the hat barely making contact with her hair. Ron went to Gryffindor with similar speed, which relaxed something in his shoulders that had been wound tight since the boats. Draco Malfoy stepped up with the assurance of a foregone conclusion and was sorted in approximately 2 seconds. Slytherin. He returned to his table with the manner of someone collecting what they were owed, and his eyes found Harry's briefly on the way past. Harry nodded. Draco looked mildly thrown by the normalcy of this, which seemed to be Harry's consistent effect on him. Neville was a long conversation. Harry watched Neville's face cycle through uncertainty and something resolving into quiet determination, and the hat called Gryffindor after nearly a minute. Neville went to the table looking surprised and privately, specifically pleased with himself in the way of someone who has just been told something they'd hoped was true. Potter, Harry. The hall had been settling into the comfortable noise of a room with an established population waiting for a process to finish. At Harry's name, that noise stopped entirely. Not gradually, in a wave that moved from the front of the hall to the back as the name traveled and landed and people put it together with the small, dark-haired boy walking up to the stool. Harry walked to the front with the pace of someone going somewhere rather than someone being watched going somewhere. He sat down on the stool. McGonagall set the hat on his head. The hat was nothing like what he'd expected. Most things you wear on your head are passive. The hat was immediately, completely, presently conscious, not in the way Aldrich was conscious, not the vast structured awareness of something 3,000 years old, but the specific, deep consciousness of an object that has spent 1,000 years doing one thing and doing it very well and has, in doing it, developed a personality. The hat said, inside his skull. Its voice was a dry, amused, genuinely interested scratch of sound. Well. That's different. Is it? Harry thought back. In 1,000 years, I have sorted everyone from those who barely knew what they wanted to those who were absolutely certain. I have never sorted someone who already, it stopped. Started again. There's something in here that isn't standard. Yes. Celestial bloodline. Not a question. The hat had placed it in seconds. I have read about these. I was made by Godric Gryffindor, and he encountered, once in his lifetime, a wizard of partial celestial heritage. He described the experience in his private journals, which I absorbed when I was enchanted. A pause. He described it as speaking to a mountain and discovering the mountain was listening. Another pause. I now understand exactly what he meant. Where do I go? Harry asked, genuinely curious. That's the question, isn't it? The hat seemed to settle, the way a person settles when a problem is genuinely engaging. In the ordinary framework, Gryffindor for courage, Ravenclaw for intellect, Slytherin for ambition, Hufflepuff for loyalty. You have all of these. Not in small quantities. Not in balanced measure. In significant quantities. A pause. But you don't need a category to tell you who you are, do you? No, Harry agreed. Then the question is not where you belong. The question is where you would be most useful. The hat was quiet for a moment that was long enough that Harry was aware of the hall's silence, the held breath of 500 people watching a hat sit on a boy's head. You need people around you who are capable of growing into what you'll ask of them. You need the ones who are brave enough to follow and smart enough to question. You need, Gryffindor, Harry said. Yes, the hat agreed, with something that was warm and dry at once. Though I want to say for the record, and I have said things for the record before, in the 5 or 6 instances where the record seemed to warrant it, that you are the most difficult sort I have ever performed. Not because I couldn't decide. Because the concept of sorting you feels like attempting to file an ocean. A pause. Good luck, Harry Potter. I suspect you'll need very little of it. Gryffindor, the hat bellowed. The Gryffindor table exploded. The kind of applause that has been storing up pressure, everyone in the hall had been watching for an extended pause that suggested a difficult sort, and a difficult sort combined with that name combined with the visible shift that moved through the hall the way light moves through a room when someone opens a door, all of it releasing at once. Harry took the hat off, handed it back to McGonagall with a slight inclination of his head, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He slid in next to Ron and across from Hermione, and Hermione was looking at him with the specific bright-eyed curiosity of someone who had watched the hat take an unusually long time and wants the full account. Long conversation, she said. Interesting one, Harry said. What did it, later, Harry said, but he said it the way you say later when you mean it, not as dismissal, and Hermione accepted this and stored the question with the efficiency of someone who has a very good filing system for things worth returning to. At the faculty table, Dumbledore was watching Harry with blue eyes that contained something Harry had learned to recognize over 4 years of Saturday visits, the particular quality of a brilliant man realizing that even his most generous revised expectations are going to need further revision. Harry picked up his fork and ate his dinner. The first week of Hogwarts was, in the most accurate sense, interesting. Interesting because the lessons themselves were largely material Harry had covered in his reading, Flitwick's introductory charms, Sprout's foundational herbology, McGonagall's opening transfiguration sessions, and managing that gap required a specific kind of active engagement, not performing ignorance, which Harry had no interest in, but also not running so far ahead of the class that the collective learning environment broke down. He had thought about this and decided to approach it the way you approach a piece of music you already know well when playing with an ensemble for the first time. You can hear everything. You know where it's going. You play your part. McGonagall's transfiguration class was the first real test of this. She opened with a lecture on the theory, which was precise and well constructed, and then set the first year's the standard opening task, turning a match into a needle. She spoke to the room as she circulated, offering corrections and encouragement in equal measure, and stopped when she reached Harry's desk. Harry had a needle. He'd had a needle for approximately 40 seconds. McGonagall looked at it, looked at him, and her composure did the thing, the almost invisible shift. Mr. Potter. That took you, how long? About a minute, Harry said, which was honest and also slightly conservative. The first time you attempted transfiguration in this class? With a match, yes. He didn't elaborate. McGonagall was clearly intelligent and would understand the implication without it being stated. She picked up the needle, examined it, set it down. Have you had prior magical instruction? Some private study. Again honest. Again conservative. She held his gaze for a moment, and Harry got the impression that he was being filed, not negatively, but precisely, in a way that would inform every future interaction. McGonagall filed people with accuracy and fairness, he thought. Being filed accurately was not a problem. Well, she said, with the tone of someone recalibrating their lesson plan in real time. See if you can do the reverse. She hadn't told the class the reverse was possible yet. Harry looked at the needle, turned it back into a match, and then, because there was an interesting question about the intermediate states and nobody had said he had to stop at needle, into a very small, very accurate silver key. McGonagall stood at his desk for a moment in a silence that was 3/4 genuine professional delight and 1/4 the particular discomfort of a teacher who has just encountered a student she cannot place in her experience. Then she moved on and gave the rest of the class slightly more complex variations of the original task, because they had all been watching Harry, and something about watching an 11-year-old turn a match into a key with apparent ease makes other 11-year-olds decide that they are going to work harder than they had previously planned to. This was the effect Harry had on people. He didn't plan it. It happened because genuine competence is contagious in the right environment, and Hogwarts was exactly the right environment. Snape's potions class was different. Harry had known, from the information Dumbledore had provided over the years and from his own reading, that Severus Snape was a complicated man, a former Death Eater turned spy, a person whose visible coldness covered motivations that were neither simple nor cleanly heroic, a teacher who had become something like an institution within Hogwarts and had strong opinions about most things, including which students deserved his interest and which didn't. He had also known, from the way Snape had stared at him in the Great Hall, that whatever Snape's position was on Harry Potter was going to be expressed through this class. Snape entered the dungeon classroom with the energy of someone who owns the room through the force of the knowledge they carry in it, swept his robes out behind him as he sat, and looked at the assembled first years with the expression of a man given a piano and told to make it useful for carpentry. He opened the register. Called names. Made a considered pause at Harry's before calling it, the pause of a performer rather than an accident. Potter, he said, when Harry answered. Our new celebrity. Harry said nothing. Not silence as response to a challenge, silence as the natural result of having nothing to add to a statement that was simply a statement. Snape's eyes narrowed, very slightly. Harry's neutrality was not, Harry suspected, the reaction Snape had prepared for. Snape had expected either performed humility or defensive prickliness, and Harry was providing neither. The questions that followed were Snape's standard opening day quiz, designed to establish a hierarchy in the room with Snape at the top of it. Tell me what a bezoar is, what you'd get if you added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, where you'd find a bezoar, the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane. Harry answered all of them. Fully, accurately, with the additional context that the textbook answers didn't include but that the advanced texts Dumbledore had provided over 3 years did. Asphodel and wormwood produced the draught of living death, he said, when that question came. The base answer is that it's a sleeping potion of significant power. The more interesting detail is that the specific ratio of root to infusion changes the duration exponentially, and at a concentration of 3 parts root to 1 part infusion you cross a threshold where the effect becomes technically irreversible through standard antidotes. He paused. The bezoar is found in the stomach of a goat. It counteracts most poisons. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also known as aconite, with magical applications primarily in wolfsbane potion and several dark detection brews. The dungeon was extremely quiet. Snape was looking at him with dark eyes that were doing something Harry couldn't entirely read, complex, layered, the eyes of someone whose first position on a subject has just been made more complicated. 5 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, in a tone that contained approximately equal measures of actual credit and the specific displeasure of a teacher who has tried to use a test to diminish a student and discovered the test has had the opposite effect. He moved on. After class, Ron fell into step beside Harry in the corridor and said, "How did you know all that?" "Read the books," Harry said. "I read the books. All of them. Including the supplementary texts." Ron's expression acknowledged that there might be a variation in what read the books meant. Hermione appeared on Harry's other side, already organizing her notes. "The ratio information," she said. "That wasn't in the standard textbook." "No," Harry agreed. Most potenti potions. Revised edition, she said, and it was not quite a question. Advanced potion making. Also useful. He glanced at her. I can write you a reading list, if you want. Hermione's expression did something that on a less contained person would have been outright joy. Yes, she said, with the tone of someone trying not to sound as enthusiastically positive as they actually feel. That would be, yes. Please. The troll happened on Halloween. It happened the way most genuine crises happen, at the worst possible time, without warning, interrupting something that was going fine. In this case, the Halloween feast, which Harry had been enjoying on the purely practical grounds that the food was excellent and Neville had discovered that he had opinions about wizard chess and was explaining them to Ron with increasing animation. Professor Quirrell burst through the great hall doors with an energy that was not quite convincing. Harry noticed this because he had been noticing Quirrell since the first faculty table meeting. The wrongness the warmth had registered was still present, low-level and consistent, like a smell you can't identify but know is out of place. Quirrell's stumbling entrance and the breathless announcement of a troll in the dungeons had, underneath its performed panic, the particular quality of a scripted moment. But the troll was real. Harry felt that too, a large, crude, enormously powerful magical presence somewhere in the castle that the ancient word awareness was tracking and trying to contain and failing because trolls were, in the structural sense, simply too much animal mass and not enough intelligently directed magic for the standard containment enchantments to engage with properly. McGonagall was directing students to their dormitories. In the chaos of 500 people standing up from tables at once, Harry leaned toward Hermione and said, quietly, "You weren't at dinner earlier. You were in the bathroom near the trophy room. East corridor." Hermione went still. "How did you? Parvati mentioned it earlier." "Go get her and meet us back here." "No, don't argue, you can't." He looked at her steadily. "The troll is in the dungeons. The bathroom is on the ground floor, east side. If someone doesn't go now, she's alone with it when it finds her." Hermione moved. Fast. Harry looked at Ron. "Come on. We'll get in massive trouble," Ron said, already standing. "Yes," Harry said, and walked. The east corridor was chaos empty, everyone already directed upward, and they found Hermione in the corridor outside the girls' bathroom, white-faced and trying to decide whether to go in. The answer about whether the troll was in there became academic when the door opened on its own from the inside, as trolls sometimes do when they are large enough that doors are not entirely their problem. It was enormous. The room had conveyed size through description, 12 feet, heavily built, skin like old stone, but 12 feet in a corridor is experienced differently than 12 feet in open space. It filled the space wall to wall and had to duck for the ceiling, which it didn't seem to mind, and it carried a club that had clearly been something else before repeated use against whatever the troll had previously encountered had compacted it into its current state. Ron grabbed a broom from the wall bracket, a cleaning broom, handle end up, clearly about to try something that would have been either brave or stupid depending on whether it worked, and Harry stepped forward, between the troll and Hermione, and looked at it. He had no wand out. He hadn't reached for it. The troll looked at him. The warmth expanded. Not to full Imperium, not the gold-eyed, air-glowing expression that had sent Voldemort's shadow to its knees at age 7. Something more controlled than that, more deliberate, because Harry had been working on the fire-shaped choice for 3 years and he knew now that a mountain doesn't use its full weight to stop a boulder. You just put enough of yourself in the way that the boulder knows it isn't going anywhere. The troll stopped. It was not a thoughtful stop, because trolls are not particularly thoughtful. It was an instinctive stop, the stop of something large and strong encountering a signal that its animal brain, which is ancient and very good at threat assessment even if it's not good at much else, classified as do not proceed. It was the stop of a creature that has never in its life encountered anything that made it feel small, discovering a new experience. The club lowered. Slightly. Incrementally. Harry said, in a language that was not English and not Latin and not any language currently taught at Hogwarts or written in any of the modern spell texts, a single short phrase that came from the proto-draconic text he'd been working through for 3 years. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't a command. It was closer to an instruction, the way you can redirect a river by adjusting its banks rather than trying to stop it. The troll turned around, walked back into the bathroom, and sat down heavily against the far wall, with the expression, insofar as a troll's expression communicates anything, of something that has decided this particular corridor was not worth the trouble. The corridor was very quiet. Ron said, "What did you just, Hermione, are you hurt?" Harry asked, turning to her. "No." Her voice was perfectly steady in the way of someone holding themselves very still while they process what they've just witnessed. Her eyes were bright and very focused. "What language was that?" "Old one. Proto-Draconic. I've been learning it." He looked at both of them. "McGonagall's going to find us here in approximately 2 minutes. When she does, we came to warn Hermione. That's the truth. The troll retreating is something we can let her work out." "Right," Ron said, with the speed of someone cataloging facts first and having feelings about them later, which was, Harry thought, one of Ron's better qualities. McGonagall found them 40 seconds after the teachers arrived, which was faster than Harry had estimated. She arrived with Snape and Quirrell, and her expression cycled through alarm, relief, and a species of pedagogical displeasure that had been clearly stored up over many years for exactly this kind of occasion. Snape was looking at the troll sitting peacefully against the bathroom wall. His dark eyes moved to Harry. His expression was unreadable. Quirrell was looking at Harry too, and the wrongness the warmth had been registering since day one sharpened, briefly, into something more specific. Not a smell but a quality, recognition, masked by the performance of startled Quirrell, but present. Harry filed it precisely and did not react. McGonagall dealt with them in the way McGonagall dealt with most things, thoroughly and with complete fairness, which in this instance meant 5 points each to all 3 of them for genuine concern for a fellow student, followed by a lecture on the foolishness of unaccompanied corridor walking during a troll incident. Harry accepted all of this with appropriate gravity and meant the gravity, because the criticism was accurate, there had been risk involved and he had weighed it and chosen to accept the risk, which didn't mean the risk hadn't been real. Afterward, walking back up to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione said, very quietly, "The troll didn't move because of a spell." "No," Harry agreed. "It moved because of you. Because of something you are." She was watching the side of his face with that bright-eyed precision. "I've read everything I can find about wandless magical influence. None of it accounts for what I just watched." "No," Harry agreed again. "It wouldn't." She was quiet for a moment. "Are you going to tell me what you are?" Harry glanced at her. He thought about Aldritha's advice about patience with new rooms. He thought about 3 years of Saturday conversations with Dumbledore and the relief of those conversations, the specific relief of not having to simplify. "Yes," he said. "But not tonight. Tonight you should probably eat something. You missed dinner and your hands are shaking." Hermione looked at her hands, appeared surprised to find this accurate, and then looked at Harry with an expression that had moved from precision to something more personal. "Thank you," she said. "For coming back for me." "Of course," Harry said, and meant it completely, and said nothing more about it. Ron, on his other side, had been unusually quiet. Harry looked at him. Ron was chewing his lip in the way he did when he was sorting through something complicated. "The thing you did," Ron said, eventually. "With the troll. You weren't scared." "No. Not even a little." Harry considered this honestly. "I was focused," he said. "That's different from not scared, but it's also different from scared. It's more like, everything else gets smaller when something needs doing." He paused. "Does that make sense?" Ron thought about it. "Yeah," he said slowly. "Yeah, actually it does." Another pause. "Still. 12-foot troll." "The club was the more interesting variable," Harry said. If it had swung first, Hermione said firmly, from his left, we would have had a very different evening. Let's not discuss the if it had swung first scenario right now. Harry smiled, and it was the kind of smile that was purely for itself, not performed for anyone, the smile of someone who has found the room in which to be what they are and discovered, unexpectedly, that it contains people worth being it with. December arrived with Quidditch and cold and the specific social intensity of a school where everyone knows everyone else in the contained world way of an institution everyone returns to after every break. Harry had made the Quidditch team in October. He had not planned this. It had happened as a consequence of a broomstick incident during Charms that sent Neville's Remembrall arcing across the courtyard, and Harry had caught it at 30 feet off the ground, on a school broom that was not designed for the speed he'd managed, without having been taught to fly and with perfect physical certainty about where the broom was and what it would do beneath him. McGonagall had stood in the courtyard looking up at him with the expression of a woman who has decided that a rule about first years not being on house teams is, on this one specific occasion, negotiable. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, had received the news with the fervor of a general handed an unexpected strategic asset. Quidditch was enjoyable. Harry found it genuinely enjoyable, not in the way that reading or the Mindscape conversations were enjoyable, focused and deep, but in the simpler, more immediate way of something that asks everything of you physically and mentally at the same time and leaves no room for anything else. He was a natural seeker in a way that had nothing to do with training, the spatial awareness, the ability to track multiple moving objects while managing his own movement, the instinctive understanding of vectors and trajectories, and had, by November, developed a relationship with his Nimbus 2000. Dumbledore had sent it, no note, which was the kind of gesture that contained the whole character of the man. That was less tool end user and more two things that understood each other. The first match was Gryffindor against Slytherin. Harry caught the snitch in 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which was a record and, more importantly to him, ended the match before Slytherin's superior physical tactics could fully engage. He caught it from a dive that went 40 feet straight down, leveled out at 10 feet above the grass, and was already pulling up when his fingers closed around the struggling gold ball. The stands were very loud. The Slytherin section was not. Draco Malfoy, in the Slytherin stand, watched Harry pull out of the dive and do something complicated with his expression before rearranging it into the careful neutral of someone who has decided not to give their actual reaction to an audience. Harry, on his way back to the team's celebration, found Draco's eyes once, from across the pitch. Draco held the look for a moment, then gave a single, brief, precise nod, not concession. Acknowledgement. The difference was subtle and Harry suspected that most people would have missed it. He nodded back. The mirror appeared after Christmas. Harry had stayed at Hogwarts for the holiday. There was nothing at Privet Drive that required his presence, and Hogwarts itself was different over Christmas in a way that was worth experiencing. Fewer students, lower noise, the castle's ancient warmth more present and less crowded. Dumbledore came for 2 days, and they walked the grounds and talked with the ease of people who have been talking honestly for 4 years, and Dumbledore told him more about the Horcrux hunt, a cup from a Death Eater called Hufflepuff's cup, an object connected to Ravenclaw, a snake that might be something else, and Harry filed all of it and thought about timing. The mirror he found in an unused classroom, drawn there by the compass, which had been behaving oddly, pointing not at his sternum but at a 45-degree angle, at something nearby that registered as significant ancient magical power but was not what it usually pointed at. Which meant something else. He went alone, because this seemed like the kind of thing to go to alone first. The mirror was tall and ornate, gold-framed, with an inscription across the top that took him 5 seconds to reverse and decode, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." He stood in front of it and looked. In the mirror, he saw the great hall of Hogwarts as he had seen it at the Halloween feast, warm and full and loud. He saw Ron at the Gryffindor table, in the middle of something that was making everyone around him laugh. He saw Hermione with her books and her bright precision and the way she looked when she found an answer. He saw Neville, head up, easy in his own skin. He saw Dumbledore, at the faculty table, looking at the hall with the expression of a man who has spent a very long time being lonely in his wisdom and has found, unexpectedly, something that makes the loneliness feel smaller. He did not see power in the mirror. He did not see golden light or dragon fire or Voldemort kneeling. He saw a table full of people who were genuinely, specifically his. He stood in front of the mirror for a long time, in the empty classroom with the winter dark outside the windows, and the warmth in his chest moved with something that was not quite sadness and not quite relief but was entirely human, the feeling of wanting a thing and knowing that it is actually available, that the category of things I can have and the category of things I want share more overlap than he'd been raised to expect. Dumbledore found him there, some time later. "How long have you been here?" Dumbledore asked, coming to stand beside him. "A while." Harry looked at the mirror. In it, Dumbledore stood beside him, but the mirror showed Dumbledore's desire to, Harry thought, something private, not his to name. He looked back at his own reflection and what surrounded it. "It's the mirror of Erist." "Yes." Dumbledore looked at Harry's reflected scene, and the warmth in his eyes was genuine and uncontained. "Do you want me to have it moved somewhere less accessible?" "No," Harry said. "Leave it. But I'd like to come back with Hermione. She'll find it interesting in the analytical sense, and that's a safer way to experience it for the first time." A pause. "Do you know what's under the third-floor corridor?" "The locked room, past the one with Fluffy?" Dumbledore's expression shifted. "Fluffy? The three-headed dog?" "Hagrid's, apparently. The students call it Fluffy." Harry glanced at him. "It's guarding something. The Philosopher's Stone, I think. Flamel's work. I recognize the description from the alchemical texts in the second batch you sent." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "You've reasoned all of this out. The stone is the most logical object to be hiding here. Gringotts had a break-in in June, the vault the stone had been in was emptied the same day I visited. The timing is not coincidental, and whoever sent someone for it in June will try again." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "Quirrell." Another silence, longer this time. "Yes," Dumbledore said, quietly. "I have suspected for some time. The protections under the school are significant. Several of them were designed by individual staff members as puzzles specific to their expertise." He looked at Harry. "You should not go down there, Harry." "I don't intend to go without reason," Harry said. "But if Quirrell moves, if Voldemort uses Quirrell to make an attempt at the stone, I want to be the one who's there." He met Dumbledore's eyes without flinching. "Not because I'm reckless. Because I'm the most qualified person in this school to deal with what's possessing Quirrell, and we both know it." Dumbledore looked at him, long, careful, honest. "Yes," he said, finally. "We do. June. End-of-year exams finished. The castle buzzing with the specific pre-summer energy of a building that knows it's about to be emptied." Harry felt it on a Tuesday night when the wrongness in Quirrell sharpened from low-level to acute, the warmth registering an escalation, something changed in the pattern. He was in the library with Hermione, going through final revision, when it happened, and the compass in his pocket swung hard and stayed there. He stood up. Hermione looked at him. Now. He had told her everything, in January, sitting in the Gryffindor common room late on a cold night, with the fire low and no one else around, methodically and completely. She had listened with the full capacity of her attention, which was enormous, and then asked 47 questions over the following week, which had been the best 47 questions anyone had ever asked him about what he was, because they were precisely targeted and free of either awe or skepticism. She understood what the compass meant when it moved like that. "Now," Harry said. "Tell Ron. Stay here." "Harry, Hermione." He met her eyes. "I need you to stay here because if I need someone to tell Dumbledore what happened, it cannot be someone who is also down in the tunnels." She looked at him, tight-eyed, doing the calculation. "Fine," she said. "But if you're not back by midnight I'm waking McGonagall." 11, Harry said. "Wake her at 11. He went. The third-floor corridor was empty. Fluffy was asleep, a harp played a slow tune on its own beside the trapdoor, which meant someone had already gone through. Harry found the edge of the trapdoor and went down without hesitation, through the devil's snare, which the warmth simply repelled without Harry needing to do anything, through the key room, where he pointed at the correct key before it moved and it came to his hand, through the chess set, where the pieces moved out of his way in one direction and let him walk through, past the troll, which was already unconscious, and the potions puzzle, which Hermione had explained to him last month on the grounds that she liked explaining elegant logic problems. He came through the final door into the last chamber and found Quirrell already there, at the mirror. The man turned. And the wrongness that the warmth had been registering all year resolved into its full shape, not just Quirrell, but what rode behind Quirrell, what had been using Quirrell as a vehicle, the attenuated, desperate, brilliantly malevolent intelligence that had been gathering itself back into coherence all year behind a stutter and a purple turban. Voldemort, through Quirrell's borrowed face, looked at Harry across the chamber. Harry looked back and felt the warmth rise, even and enormous. "The boy," Voldemort said, through Quirrell's mouth. His voice was the same voice from the cupboard 4 years ago, reduced, reedy, forced through an instrument not designed for it, but undeniably the same architecture. "We meet again. I don't know that a broken shadow in a cupboard and a man wearing someone else's face quite constitute meeting," Harry said pleasantly. "But I take your point." Quirrell's face contorted, not with his own expression but with the effort of containing the one being projected through him. "You have something that belongs to me," Voldemort said. "A piece of myself, lodged in that scar for 10 years. I have come to take it back." "I know." Harry glanced at the mirror. "You also want the stone. Which the mirror has, I assume." A pause. "Give me the stone and I will leave you and your friends, you'll have neither," Harry said, entirely without heat. "The fragment in my scar is almost completely dissolved. What you'd be reaching for doesn't exist anymore." He tilted his head. "You should know that. You should be able to feel it." Something moved across Quirrell's face that was not Quirrell, a rage so complete and cold that it was nearly a physical force. But underneath the rage, Harry saw it, the moment Voldemort reached for the scar connection and found the thread almost gone, frayed down to a strand, barely there. The moment a man who had built elaborate plans on a premise discovered the premise was false. "What," Voldemort said, in a voice that had lost its performance, "have you done?" "I didn't do anything," Harry said. "It's what I am." He stepped forward, and the warmth came with him. Quirrell raised his wand, a gesture, a reflex, and the spell that came out of it broke apart 3 feet from Harry in a shower of sparks that the warmth consumed without effort. Not deflected. Consumed, the way fire consumes what is put into it, taking the energy and using it. "Touch him," Voldemort commanded, through Quirrell's mouth. "Physical contact, the possession channels, if you," Quirrell lunged. Harry caught his outstretched wrist. What happened when the bloodline power touched the possessed skin directly was not subtle. The warmth, at skin-to-skin contact with the thing it had been registering as wrong for 9 months, identified the invasive consciousness and responded with the same instinct it had applied to the scar fragment: recognition, rejection, dissolution. Quirrell made a sound and tried to pull back. The hand Harry was holding began to blister, not from heat in any mundane sense, but from the structural incompatibility of the Draconis bloodline in direct contact with a soul fragment that had been violating the laws of death for 40 years. Voldemort screamed through Quirrell's mouth. Harry held on. Not out of cruelty, out of the clear understanding that letting go solved nothing and holding on solved something. He held Quirrell's wrist and the warmth moved through the contact point and the possession started to fracture, the way ice fractures under sudden pressure, not slowly but all at once, in radiating lines, the structure failing from the center. The wraith that came out of Quirrell was larger than the one from the cupboard, more coherent, for years of slow regathering visible in its density, and it looked at Harry with the red light eyes and something that had never been in Voldemort before, not in any form, not in any record, genuine, structural, complete terror. It had touched the bloodline. It understood now what it was touching. Harry looked at it steadily and let the warmth expand to its full expression. The gold didn't need to be explained. It simply was. The wraith did not kneel this time. It fled, through the stone, through the earth, through whatever passage a disembodied fragment of a shattered soul uses when it has decided that discretion is the only remaining option. It was there and then it was not, and the cold went with it, and the chamber was warm again, and Quirrell crumpled. Harry caught him before he fell. Lowered him carefully to the ground. The man was unconscious, his wrist angry red where Harry had gripped it, his face slack and somehow younger without Voldemort's were using it as an instrument. Without the possession, Quirrell was just a nervous, not particularly remarkable man who had made catastrophic choices and was now freed from the worst consequence of them, at least temporarily. "I know you can't hear me," Harry said, quietly. "But you should probably make different choices when you wake up." He stood, looked at the mirror of Eriste across the chamber. He approached it, and the mirror showed him what it always showed him, the warm table, the people, the belonging. He reached into the mirror's frame with his magical sense rather than his hand, located the stone not through the mirror's enchantment but through the compass sensed the warmth provided for significant magical objects, and found it immediately. He didn't take it. He left it where it was. He turned around and walked back through the chambers, back through the trapdoor, back up through the castle, and found Ron and Hermione in the corridor outside the third-floor entrance. Hermione had lasted until 10:47 before going to get Ron, and Ron had suggested they come themselves rather than go to McGonagall because Ron's decision-making in crisis defaulted to presence first, authority second, which was a quality Harry respected. "Well?" Ron demanded. "It's handled," Harry said. "Handled how?" "Voldemort fled. Quirrell needs medical attention. The stone is still secured." He looked at both of them. "We should get Dumbledore." "Are you hurt?" Hermione asked. Her eyes were doing the rapid assessment, professional, precise, the way she'd started to look at him when things had happened, cataloging information. "No. Your eyes are still gold," she said. Harry blinked. Felt the warmth settle back, the gold fading from his irises like embers cooling. "Better?" "I wasn't complaining," she said, which was about as close as Hermione got to that was remarkable when she was still processing the data. She turned and started walking toward Dumbledore's office with the purposeful energy of someone who has a report to give. "Come on, then." Harry walked after her, and Ron fell in beside him, and the castle hummed its ancient welcome around them as they moved through it, warm and stone-deep and genuinely glad, Harry thought, to have had this particular evening in its walls. Behind them, through the stone, through the layers of protective enchantment, the mirror of Eriste showed its room to no one, and on the other side of the glass, a warm table in a great hall waited with the patience of something that knows it does not need to be anywhere else. Chapter 5. The chamber speaks to him. The summer between first and second year was different from every summer before it in one specific way. Harry knew what he was going back to. Not Privet Drive in any meaningful sense, the house was shelter and nothing more, and Harry had made his peace with that distinction so completely that returning to it in late June was roughly as emotionally charged as returning a library book. Vernon had developed a careful, distance-based civility toward Harry that expressed itself primarily through not being in whatever room Harry was in, which Harry found ideal. Petunia occasionally watched him from doorways with an expression that had shifted over 4 years from resentment to something more complicated, not warmth, but the shadow of something adjacent to it, the look of a woman who has been suppressing a history and is running out of energy to keep it suppressed. Dudley left him entirely alone now. Had done since the GoldenEye moment in the hallway the previous year. This too was ideal. What was different was that Harry came back to Privet Drive knowing that in 2 months he would return to Hogwarts, knowing who would be there when he did, knowing what waited in the library and the mindscape and the Saturday conversations with Dumbledore that now functioned as genuine collaborative sessions rather than anything resembling instruction. He came back with the specific orientation of someone who has found their compass heading and is simply waiting for the next stretch of the journey to begin. He spent the summer reading, training, and writing letters. The letters were new. He had not been a letter writer before, there had been nobody to write to, but now there was Hermione, who wrote with the density and precision of someone who was continuing 3 simultaneous ongoing conversations across every letter and expected the same in return, and Ron, who wrote with the expansive energy of someone describing a world they loved to someone they liked and trusted would find it interesting. Harry wrote back to both of them regularly, and the specific pleasure of having people to write to was something he hadn't anticipated and was now, quietly, enormous about. Hermione's letters were about books and theories and questions that had been sitting in her mind since June. Ron's letters were about the Chudley cannons and Fred and George's latest experiments and the general chaotic warmth of the Burrow. Both of them were, in their entirely different ways, exactly themselves, and that was the thing Harry kept returning to, the particular relief of people who do not perform for you. He also wrote to Dumbledore, about the Horcrux research. This was the pressing matter of the summer. The diary Horcrux that Dumbledore had suspected Lucius Malfoy possessed was still unrecovered, and Harry had been thinking about this since the chess conversation about Draco on the Hogwarts Express. Something was going to happen with that diary. The logic of it was almost mechanical. Voldemort had fled his host, was without a body again, was reduced to whatever state he retreated to when driven back. He would not stay passive. He had contingencies, because the kind of mind that split its soul into multiple containers was precisely the kind of mind that built contingencies into its contingencies. The diary was going to be deployed. Harry was nearly certain of it. The question, he wrote to Dumbledore in early August, is not whether it will be used but when and through whom. Lucius Malfoy is intelligent enough to know the diary is dangerous. He is also ambitious enough to use it if he believes the benefit outweighs the risk. If Voldemort's influence is embedded in the diary's memory in a directive way, not just a passive recording but an active will, then whoever encounters it could be manipulated. A student would be the most vulnerable target. Someone young enough to be impressed by what the diary offers, isolated enough to be susceptible. Dumbledore's response came 2 days later and agreed with the analysis while adding 3 variables Harry hadn't considered, which was one of the things Harry genuinely valued about the conversations. Dumbledore's pattern recognition across 60 years of dark wizard behavior was something that took time to acquire and Harry was willing to learn from it. He wrote to Aldrich in his notebook, long, handwritten sessions in the mindscape that he recorded afterward, because the information Aldrich provided about the old age was genuinely historical and Harry had decided it deserved to be written down properly. Aldrich had begun, in these sessions, moving beyond the explanatory and into something more like teaching, not specific spells or techniques, but a different way of perceiving magical structure, a sense of the underlying fabric that wand magic worked on top of rather than within. It was like learning to see the skeleton inside a body rather than only the surface. By the end of July, Harry could feel the magical structure of objects without touching them. By mid-August, he could feel the structure of the air in a room, the way accumulated magic left traces in spaces, the way smoke leaves traces in curtains. By the time the 1st of September arrived, he had worked out an entirely new way of thinking about detection charms that he couldn't wait to discuss with Hermione, and had a specific hypothesis about the structural signature of Horcruxes that he wanted to test as soon as he had access to a confirmed example. The diary, when it arrived in a first-year Gryffindor's possession, was going to be very interesting. Platform 9 3/4 was missing 2 people. Harry stood at the barrier with his trunk and his owl. He'd acquired an owl over the summer, a great grey that the pet shop owner in Diagon Alley had described as extremely intelligent and profoundly opinionated, and who had chosen Harry by landing on his trunk and refusing to leave, and felt the absence of Ron and Hermione in the crowd immediately. The platform was full. The Weasley family was not in evidence, which was strange because Ron had written only last week about going to the platform together. He waited, checking the clock. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. The train began its departure sequence, the steam thickening, the warning whistle sounding. Harry boarded, found a compartment, and watched the platform from the window as the train pulled out. No flash of red hair. No harried family arrival. No Ron. He thought about this carefully and concluded it was a magical barrier problem. Something had prevented them from accessing the platform. Not a threat, because the warmth wasn't signaling anything alarming. A malfunction, possibly deliberate, aimed at Ron or the whole Weasley family or specifically at preventing Ron from boarding. He took out parchment and wrote a note, tied it to his owl, and sent it off through the window with the instruction to find Ron Weasley, wherever he was. The owl, he'd named her Athena, because the pet shop owner had been right about the intelligence, departed with the manner of someone given a task they consider beneath them but will execute flawlessly. Hermione arrived at the compartment door 10 minutes into the journey, slightly out of breath. "Ron's not on the train," she said. "I know. I sent Athena." Harry gestured to the seat across from him. "Did you come straight here?" "I checked 3 compartments first." She sat down with the contained urgency of someone who has already started calculating. If they couldn't get through the barrier, they'll have missed the train. "They might try to drive," Harry said, which was the worrying option, because Mr. Weasley owned an enchanted Ford Anglia that could fly, and Ron driving it without his father's oversight in order to get to Hogwarts before the term started was exactly the kind of decision Ron's particular combination of loyalty, impulse, and underestimation of risk would produce. Hermione's expression confirmed she'd reached the same conclusion. Would he actually? He'd try, Harry said. He'd feel responsible for missing the train. He'd want to fix it himself rather than involve adults and admit what happened. He paused. He'll probably make it. The Anglia is genuinely powerful. He could be expelled. He might be. Harry looked at the window, the English countryside scrolling past at speed. But he'll be fine. Ron is stubborn in a way that most obstacles find discouraging. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue with this equanimity. Instead she reached into her bag and produced a book, then put it back, then took it out again, then put it on the seat beside her without opening it. "Are you worried about this year?" she asked. Harry considered. "About specific things. The diary Horcrux. How it's going to be deployed. Whether I'll be able to recognize the signature when I need to." He glanced at her. "You. I'm worried about whether I'm going to be good enough," she said, in the direct, unperforming way that she'd developed over the past year of being around Harry, the way of someone who had discovered that this was a room where honest answers didn't get punished. "Not academically. I know I'm good at that. But at the other things. The things that matter when it actually counts." "You went to Dumbledore's office at 10:45 on a June night and gave a full operational debrief of events you hadn't witnessed," Harry said. "That's the kind of thing that matters when it counts. I wasn't there for the actual, which was exactly the right choice given what I told you about why you needed to stay back." He met her eyes. "Being where you're most useful is not the same as being where the action is, and understanding that distinction when you're 11 is not a small thing, Hermione." She absorbed this in the specific way she absorbed things she found genuinely useful, not with deflection or false modesty, but with the quiet consideration of someone taking accurate information and filing it correctly. "All right," she said. "Then, I've been researching Horcruxes." Harry looked at her. "I know you said the topic was suppressed, but there's a text in the restricted section, Secrets of the Darkest Art, that I located through a cross-reference trail. I wrote to Dumbledore for access permission. He granted it." A pause. He seemed pleased that I asked, actually. "What did you find?" "The structural signature of a Horcrux is distinct from ordinary dark objects because the magic is, inverted, in a specific way. Most dark objects push magic outward, aggressively. A Horcrux pulls it inward, toward the soul fragment, the way a wound pulls the body's resources toward itself." She was watching him with the precision that meant she'd been sitting on this for weeks. "You could feel that, couldn't you? The pull. With Quirrell?" "Yes." Harry straightened slightly. "Less with Quirrell because the soul fragment there was a parasite, using Quirrell's own magical structure as a host. The diary would be cleaner. A direct container. The pull would be more coherent, more distinguishable. Then you could identify it without the book." "I could find it," Harry said. "Identifying it conclusively, confirming it's a Horcrux and not just a dark object, that's what the book helps with." I made notes. She produced 3 sheets of close-written parchment from her bag with the satisfied efficiency of someone presenting prepared evidence. The detection method I think would work, the structural markers, and a theory about destruction based on the Quirrell interaction and what you told me about your bloodline's effect on the scar fragment. Harry took the notes. Read them. Turned the second page over. Read the back. This is excellent, he said, and meant it in the specific way he meant things, not socially, not as courtesy, as an accurate assessment. I know, Hermione said, and for the first time since she'd sat down, the contained urgency relaxed slightly into something that was almost comfortable. Ron arrived at Hogwarts at 2 in the morning, in a flying Ford Anglia that had clearly been through something the Anglia's designer had not anticipated, with a broken wand and a face full of the specific sheepishness of someone who has made a decision that seemed reasonable at the time and is now surrounded by its consequences. McGonagall handled this with the full force of her professional displeasure, which was significant. Ron received detention and a letter home. Harry, who had been awake, went down to the entrance hall when he felt the disturbance through the castle's structural awareness and found Ron sitting on a bench outside McGonagall's office with his broken wand held in 2 pieces and the expression of someone who has been thoroughly processed. You drove, Harry said. It seemed like a good idea, Ron said. I know. Harry sat down beside him. Are you all right? McGonagall, not about McGonagall. The landing looked rough. Ron looked at him sideways. Were you watching? The castle feels things. I felt the Anglia hit the Whomping Willow. A pause. That tree really does not appreciate contact. Ron stared. Then, despite everything, the broken wand and the detention and the letter home and the lateness of the hour and the thorough dressing down, the corner of his mouth went up. The castle feels things. Yes. And you feel what the castle feels. In a sense. Harry looked at the broken wand. Can you manage with the pieces held together until Dumbledore can look at it tomorrow? It shoots spells out the wrong end. Then don't cast anything, Harry said practically. Come on. You're exhausted. Ron went back to Gryffindor Tower and was asleep in 3 minutes by Harry's estimate. Harry stayed awake another hour, sitting in the common room by the banked fire, thinking about the year ahead with the methodical anticipation of someone walking a route they've studied on a map, knowing that maps and terrain always differ at the edges. The diary was somewhere on this side of the barrier. He could feel the pull of it, faint and directional, since before the train had pulled into Hogsmeade, the Horcrux signature Hermione had described, the inward pull, distinguishable from the ambient dark magic of Hogwarts' more interesting corners because it was specific, focused, the way a wound is specific against the general complexity of a body. It was in the school. Which meant Lucius Malfoy had moved it before the year began. And his son was at Hogwarts. Harry thought about the Ford Anglia, and about Ron's broken wand, and about the barrier at King's Cross that had been sealed by something deliberate. He thought about Lucius Malfoy, who was exactly the kind of man who played multiple strategies simultaneously and called it intelligence. He thought about a diary containing a piece of Tom Riddle's 16-year-old soul and what that piece of soul wanted, what it was designed to do, and which student at Hogwarts was most perfectly positioned to encounter it. He stayed by the fire until he'd worked it out, then went to bed. The new defense teacher was Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry's opinion of Lockhart formed in the first 3 minutes of class and did not revise meaningfully in any direction for the rest of the term. The man was extraordinarily handsome, transparently vain, possessed of a charm so practiced and broad-spectrum that it was essentially weaponized, and, this was the part Harry found most interesting from a purely analytical perspective, completely, comprehensively, almost impressively fraudulent. Not about everything. Lockhart clearly had some magical ability, the charms he demonstrated in class were technically correct and delivered with the showman's flair of someone who had spent years making things look better than they were. But the experiences he described, the creatures he'd defeated and the dark wizards he'd foiled and the curses he'd broken, none of those had the resonance of genuine memory, the way truth has a different texture from performance when you've spent enough time around someone who is always telling you the truth. Harry sat in the front row of the first class because Hermione had wanted the front row and Harry had no preference about where he sat, and he watched Lockhart release a cage of Cornish pixies and immediately lose control of them, and thought, he memory charmed the actual people who did these things. That's the specific talent. Obliviation, deployed at scale, and then he takes the story. It was, objectively, a very successful scheme. The pile of books Lockhart had managed to get assigned as curriculum across all 7 years was remarkable as a commercial achievement if you bracketed the ethical dimension. You worked it out, Hermione said after class, when they were walking to herbology and Harry had said nothing about the pixie debacle. In the first class. And? She looked at him with the particular directness she'd developed for asking him things she suspected might produce interesting answers. And he's not a threat, Harry said. He's a fraud who happens to be currently employed as a defense teacher, which is unfortunate for the class but manageable. The real defense learning this year will need to happen elsewhere. I'll put together a supplementary curriculum, Hermione said immediately, in the tone of someone who has been waiting for permission to do a thing they'd already started planning. I thought you might, Harry said. She flushed slightly. I wasn't going to suggest it unless you, Hermione. We both know you'd already drafted it. He said it without any edge whatsoever, because he meant it as fact and also as the specific kind of acknowledgement that means I see you clearly and I'm not bothered by what I see. She looked at him for a moment, and then the flush settled into something more like the ordinary confidence she was increasingly inhabiting. It's good, actually. The curriculum. I went through 5 years of defense texts and identified the practical gaps. I know it's good. Bring it to dinner. We'll go through it with Ron. Ron, to his credit and consistent with his character, had no interest in supplementary curriculum as an abstract concept and enormous interest in it as a concrete thing that Harry and Hermione were working on, because Ron's learning was driven entirely by application rather than principle. Show Ron why something mattered and he'd throw himself at it, tell him it was generally valuable and he'd find somewhere else to be. The attacks began in October. Mrs. Norris first, found petrified on the corridor floor on Halloween night, with the words written in blood on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry crouched beside the cat and felt the pull of the Horcrux sharpening, directional now, not in this corridor, but below. Significantly below. He straightened up when he heard voices coming and composed his face, and was still composing it when the first students rounded the corner and found him there. The subsequent chaos was significant and deeply unhelpful. Snape's eyes went to Harry first and stayed there with a quality that Harry recognized as professional suspicion deployed ahead of evidence, which was Snape's consistent mode with him and which Harry found mildly interesting as a window into the man's thinking rather than personally offensive. Filch's grief over his cat was genuine and visible and Harry found he had no room to be annoyed at the man because grief was grief regardless of its object. Draco Malfoy, who arrived with the cluster of Slytherin students from the Halloween feast, looked at the writing on the wall and then looked at Harry, and his expression was the most complicated Harry had seen from him yet. Not the calculated social performance. Something underneath it, reading the situation with a speed and an unease that suggested Draco Malfoy knew more about what that writing meant than he was planning to display. Harry noted this and walked back to Gryffindor Tower with Ron and Hermione and said nothing about it until the common room was mostly empty. The chamber is real, he said then, flat and certain. I know, Hermione said. She'd been reading about it since September. Salazar Slytherin supposedly built it. A hidden chamber somewhere in the castle, containing a monster he could control. The legend says the heir of Slytherin can open it. Voldemort is the heir of Slytherin, Harry said. Through the gaunt line. And the diary contains a piece of his 16-year-old soul. He looked at both of them. The diary is going to direct whoever has it toward opening the chamber. That's what it's for. The chamber and whatever's in it is the weapon the diary is designed to deploy. Ron was very still. What's in the chamber? Harry already knew, from the structural signature of the magical pull, not the diary's specific inward pull but a different one, older, enormous, the warm-scaled recognition that Aldritha's awareness extended toward another great serpent the way you might feel the approach of something significant long before it was visible. "A basilisk," he said. "Old one. Very large." Ron went the specific color of someone whose mouth has gotten ahead of their processing. "How do you? I can feel it." Harry said this without drama because it was simply true. "It's been down there for centuries. It's old enough that its magical signature is embedded in the foundation stones." He paused. "It's also, for what it's worth, not malevolent in itself. It's bound. Whatever Slytherin did to contain it is still operational. It's waiting for direction. It petrifies people with its gaze," Hermione said carefully. "Indirect reflection, through water or another medium, causes the petrification rather than death. Else Mrs. Norris would be," she stopped. "Yes." Harry looked at the fire. "Someone is controlling it indirectly, through the diary's influence. Or will be, when the diary finds its full target." He thought about what he'd worked out on the first night of term. "Who has the diary?" "Ginny," Hermione said quietly. Both Harry and Ron looked at her. "Ginny Weasley," she said, meeting Ron's eyes. "I've been watching her since September. She found a diary, old, blank Tom Marvolo riddle written on the cover, and she writes in it constantly. She was quiet on the train. She's been quieter since. And she's been in places at times she can't fully account for when I've asked." Ron's face was doing several things at once, most of them difficult. "She would have said, she doesn't know," Harry said. "That's how the diary works. It presents itself as a listener, a friend, something that responds. The soul fragment builds a relationship and then uses it." He looked at Ron steadily. "This is not Ginny's fault. But we need to get the diary away from her before the possession advances. Can you just take it from her?" Ron asked. "Not without her cooperation. If the diary's influence is advanced enough, direct removal would be traumatic." Harry thought. "I need to get her to give it up voluntarily. Or at least consciously." He looked at Hermione. "Can you get her alone? Somewhere quiet. I need to talk to her." "When?" "Before the next attack. Which means soon." He could feel the basilisk's ancient presence moving in the deep stones of the school, restless in a way that was new, more directed than it had been in October. Something was guiding it more specifically now. "Tomorrow," Hermione said, with the decision voice that meant it was already being planned. "I'll tell her I found a charm she might find useful. She'll come." They met in an unused classroom on the second floor, the four of them, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny Weasley, who was 11 and small and had Ron's coloring and a quality of tension in her shoulders that Harry recognized from 3 years of carrying his own secrets around people who didn't know what to do with them. She sat down and looked at Harry with the specific wariness of someone who has been told something significant about a person and doesn't quite know how to put the legend version alongside the actual human being in front of them. Harry sat across from her and said, without preamble but also without force, "How long have you been writing in the diary?" A shift in her face. Quick and suppressed. "What diary?" "Tom Riddle's diary. You found it at Diagon Alley." He watched her carefully. "In flourish and blots, in a pile of second-hand school supplies." Ginny was very still. It was just a notebook." "I thought, it was given to you," Harry said. "Placed where you'd find it. Someone knew you'd be in that shop." He leaned forward slightly, not aggressively, but with the quality of total attention he brought to things that mattered. "I'm not here to accuse you of anything. I know you didn't do this knowingly. But the diary is dangerous, Ginny, and I need you to tell me where it is." It's just a diary, Tom Riddle wrote back to you," Harry said. Quietly. Simply. Ginny went completely white. "He told you things," Harry continued. "Things that felt like understanding. Like someone listening. And the more you wrote to him the more present he felt, and the more real, and then there were times when you couldn't quite account for where you'd been or what you'd done, and those times have been getting longer. Ginny's eyes filled. Not with argument. With the specific flooding relief of a secret that has been carried too long and too alone, the relief that happens when someone says the true thing out loud and you no longer have to be the only one holding it. I didn't know, she said. Her voice was very small. I thought I was going mad. I kept waking up somewhere I hadn't fallen asleep. There was rooster blood on my hands once and I couldn't. You're not mad, Harry said. What's happening to you is not coming from you. It's being done to you. And we're going to stop it. He held her eyes. Where is the diary right now? In my trunk. Under my charms textbook. Will you give it to me? A pause that contained all the difficulty of separating oneself from something that had been both terrible and intimate, something that had colonized the space where companionship should have been. Harry understood this and waited without filling the space. Yes, Ginny said. Ron made a sound beside her that was his version of I'm here, should have noticed, I'm your brother, not articulate at all, but completely clear in its intent. He put his arm around her with the slightly awkward warmth of a teenage boy who has not had extensive practice at comfort but is all the way present for the attempt, and Ginny leaned into him and cried, briefly and silently, with the efficiency of someone who has been saving those particular tears for a long time. Harry looked at Hermione. She nodded. The diary looked ordinary. That was always the most interesting thing about it, sitting on the table in that unused classroom, a slim black book with T.M. Riddle on the cover. It looked like nothing, felt like nothing to mundane senses. But the moment Harry's fingers touched the cover, the Horcrux signature was vivid and unmistakable, the inward pull, the specific cold gravity of a soul fragment that had made itself a container and was using that container as a lure. That's it, Hermione said, watching his face. Yes. Harry turned it over in his hands. The warmth registered the soul fragment the way it had registered the piece in his scar, recognition, rejection, the beginning of the same slow dissolution process. But the diary was not inside him, it was a separate container, and the process was slower through the external contact, like warming a room through a wall instead of standing in it directly. Can you destroy it? Ron asked. Harry thought about what Aldrich had said months ago and what Hermione's notes had confirmed. The Draconis Imperium at full, conscious expression, in direct application, was theoretically sufficient to destroy a Horcrux. But theoretically was not the same as certainly, and Harry had no interest in attempting something significant without understanding the mechanism. Not yet, he said. I need to talk to Aldrich about how to do this properly. He looked at both of them. In the meantime, it needs to be secured. Somewhere the diary's influence can't reach Ginny or anyone else, and where the soul fragment can't, do whatever it does when it's trying to reassert itself. What does it do? Hermione asked. It writes to you, Harry said. In your head. In dreams. It found Ginny through the physical diary, but if the connection is established enough, it doesn't strictly need the book anymore. He paused. I need to break that connection first. Then deal with the container. He took the diary and held it in both hands and went very still, the way he did at the start of the mindscape visits, that quality of interior quiet that was not vacancy but depth, not absence but presence moving inward. The soul fragment in the diary felt his attention and surged. What came through the diary's pages was not subtle. A voice, cold and young and sharp with intelligence and contempt, projecting itself through the Horcrux channel the way the shadow in the cupboard had projected through the dark. So you're the one they're afraid of. The great Harry Potter. You're a child. I know, Harry thought back at it, entirely without heat. You're 16. A pause. The voice recalibrated, feeling what it was dealing with. When it came back, the contempt was thinner. You have no idea what you're interfering with. I will be Lord Voldemort. You'll be nothing, Harry said, in the quiet interior space where this conversation was happening. You're a piece of a man who was already broken when he made you. You were designed to open a chamber and control a basilisk and frighten first-year students, and you've managed all of those things, and it has not made you important. It has made you a diary. The response was rage, young, clean, unseasoned rage, the rage of a 16-year-old who was brilliant and had been told he was extraordinary by everyone who'd encountered him and had never once been spoken to this way. Harry felt it press through the Horcrux channel like pressure against a door. He opened the door. Not to let the rage in. To let the warmth out. What the Draconis Imperium did to an external Horcrux in direct, conscious application was not the slow dissolution it performed on the internal scar fragment. It was more immediate than that, more structural. The warmth moving through the channel the soul fragment had opened to press its rage and finding the fragment itself, the tethered piece of Tom Riddle's soul, and establishing the same truth it established in every encounter. This thing is not what it believes it is, and the universe does not require it to maintain the pretense. Tom Riddle's 16-year-old voice said something that was not quite words and not quite a scream. The diary's pages went blank. Not burned, not torn, simply blank, every line of writing gone at once, as though it had never been, and the inward pull of the Horcrux signature collapsed completely. Harry felt it close like a door closing, the cold gravity simply gone, the container empty. He set the diary on the table. Ron and Hermione were watching him. "It's done," he said. "The soul fragment is gone. The diary is just a book now." Hermione reached forward and opened the diary, turned a page, turned another. "There's nothing. There's genuinely nothing in here." "No." Harry looked at the blank pages and thought about a 16-year-old boy who had been very brilliant and very afraid and had found the worst possible answer to the fear of ending. He felt something that was not quite pity and not quite sorrow but was adjacent to both. "That's two," he said. "The scar and the diary." "How many are there?" Ron asked. "I don't know exactly." "Several." Harry stood, tucking the empty diary under his arm to give to Dumbledore. "It's a long project." Ron absorbed this with the equanimity of someone who has decided that long projects are simply what this particular friendship involves and has made his peace with it. "Right," he said. "Is the connection gone too? The one in her head?" "Yes." Harry looked at him. "She's going to need some time." What the diary did was, it found a lonely place and put itself in it. When it leaves, the loneliness doesn't go with it. It just isn't occupied anymore. He paused. "She should know she can talk to people. Real ones." Ron nodded, with the specific set of his face that meant he was going to act on this immediately and without fanfare. He was very good at that, Harry thought, at receiving information and converting it directly into care without a stop in between. The basilisk was still below. Harry could feel it. He went down alone on a Thursday night in late February, through a girl's bathroom on the second floor, through a pipe entrance concealed behind a sink that responded to Parseltongue, which Harry had known he possessed since the age of 9 when Aldrich had explained that the language of serpents was one of the abilities the celestial bloodline carried, having to do with the ancient kinship between dragonkind and the serpent families. He spoke the entry command and the pipe opened and he dropped into the dark. The Chamber of Secrets was larger than the description of it had suggested and older in a way that made the rest of the castle feel recent. The pillars were carved with serpents, frozen mid-movement, and the floor was flooded to ankle depth with water that reflected the faint greenish luminescence coming from sources Harry couldn't locate. The air was cold and wet and very still. At the far end, behind a serpent-carved door that opened at his hissed command, was the statue of Salazar Slytherin, enormous and high-ceilinged, and the basilisk. It came toward him through the dark water with the unhurried certainty of something that has been here longer than most of what is above it, and Harry knew, from the structure of its presence that Aldrich's awareness had been tracking for months, that it was enormous. The oldest living magical serpent in Britain, possibly in Europe. Its eyes were closed, not because it couldn't open them, but because whatever connection had been directing it through the diary was now gone, and without that direction it had returned to the cautious habits of centuries of confinement. Harry stood in the green dark and waited for it to reach him. It stopped 10 feet away, its head lowering to the water level, a head the size of a small car tilted to bring one sealed eyelid toward him in the quizzical orientation of something assessing through senses other than sight. Harry spoke in Parseltongue. "You are old," he said, in the sibilant language that tasted like copper and green things, that came from somewhere behind the ordinary production of speech. The basilisk's vast coils shifted. When it spoke back, the Parseltongue of a 1,000-year-old serpent was different from what Harry had expected, less the hissing of common snakes, more of a deep, structural vibration that was also somehow language, felt as much as heard. Old. Yes. Bound. Long bound by whom? Harry asked. Slytherin is dead. The binding is the stone, the basilisk said, with the patience of something for whom 1,000 years of confinement has become simply the shape of existence. The stone holds the word. The word holds me. Harry looked at the chamber around him, at the foundation stones, the specific arrangement of the serpent carvings. The binding was architectural, not a spell in the conventional sense. It had been built in, the way a river's course is built into the landscape by the ancient decision of the landscape itself. "Do you want to be free?" Harry asked. A very long pause. The basilisk's coils moved in the shallow water, a slow, enormous rearrangement. What is free? Harry thought about this seriously. Outside. The world above. The ground and the sky. I was brought here as a hatchling, the basilisk said. I have never seen sky. The thing inside Harry that was Aldrich and the thing that was Harry both felt this the same way, a clean, uncomplicated sadness at the fact of a creature that had spent 1,000 years in the dark below a castle because a wizard had decided its power was a weapon he wanted access to. I can break the binding, Harry said. If you choose to leave. You cannot stay near people, your gaze is, I know what I am, the basilisk said, with the flat dignity of something very old making no apologies for its nature. I have kept my eyes shut for 40 years out of choice. The last time I opened them was before the one who came with a voice like his and I listened because I was bound to listen and the child, the coils contracted slightly. The child did not die. No. She's all right. Harry met the sealed eyelid steadily. The one who was using you is gone. The connection is broken. You are not obligated to answer anyone's voice now but your own. Another long pause, and the quality of it was the quality of something that has never had an uncomplicated thought about its own will before and is having one now. The binding in the stone, the basilisk said. You can remove it. Yes, Harry said. He placed his palm flat against the nearest foundation stone, felt the architectural enchantment beneath it, the specific structural signature of Slytherin's binding, old and dense and thoroughly interwoven with the chamber's fabric, and applied the warmth not as Imperium but as the structural perception Aldrich had been teaching him, moving through the stone's magical architecture the way you might trace a lock's mechanism with your fingers. Finding the specific configuration. Understanding how it was held. And then, carefully and precisely, undoing it. The chamber shivered. One stone, then another, a deep architectural sigh running through the foundation as the binding released, not catastrophically, not explosively, like a hand unclenching after a very long hold. The basilisk raised its head, and its coils moved with a freedom that was completely different from how they'd moved before, not confined movement but oriented movement, the movement of something deciding rather than simply existing. There is a way out that is not the pipe, Harry said. Through the eastern foundation, under the lake. I can open it. You know this place well, the basilisk said. I know what the castle knows. It felt you for 1,000 years. It told me. Harry looked up at the enormous head. The lock is old and deep and mostly untraveled. You would be safe there, I think, if you chose the open gaze only in the deep water. The basilisk was quiet for a very long time. Then, what do you want for this? Nothing, Harry said. You are strange, the basilisk said, and it was the considered observation of something 1,000 years old rather than an insult. Probably, Harry agreed. He opened the eastern passage, another architectural working, less complex than the binding removal, and the sound of the lake came in, distant and cold and vast, the smell of open deep water replacing the stagnant air of the chamber. The basilisk looked at the opening. Then it looked at Harry, and for the first time its eyelids lifted, not fully, not the lethal full gaze, but a crack, enough to show a sliver of amber that was ancient and aware. "Dragon's child," it said, with the certainty of the oldest identification. "We are not so different." "No," Harry agreed. "I don't think we are." The basilisk moved. Through the opening, into the passage, into the dark toward the water. The sound of it receded slowly, the enormous presence fading through the stone of the castle's deep foundation, and Harry stood in the empty chamber and listened to the quiet of a room that had held something captive for 1,000 years, discovering what it felt like to be a room instead. He looked at the statue of Salazar Slytherin. "You could have just asked it," he said. To the stone face, to the memory of a man who had built a chamber and called it a legacy. "You didn't have to bind it. You could have just asked." The stone face said nothing, because it was stone. Harry turned and went back up through the pipe, into the bright ordinary light of the second-floor girls' bathroom, and stood at the sink and washed the chamber water off his hands, and felt the warmth settle into the particular configuration it adopted after something significant had been done and done properly. He went back to Gryffindor Tower. It was past midnight. The common room was empty except for the fire. He sat down, and thought about a 1,000-year-old serpent that had never seen the sky, swimming out into the deep dark of a Scottish loch for the first time, and felt something that was not triumph and was not satisfaction but was very much like both and somehow also just itself, the feeling of a wrong thing being made less wrong, not because you were required to do it but because the alternative was knowing it was there and doing nothing. He could not have done nothing. That was, he thought, probably one of the more important things he knew about himself. He was 12 years old, and he had freed a basilisk and emptied a horcrux and broken a 1,000-year-old binding, and the fire burned low in the Gryffindor common room, and outside the castle, somewhere under the loch, something enormous was seeing open water for the first time. Chapter 6, Fire and Politics. The summer before third year arrived with a heat that was unusual for Surrey and a daily prophet that Harry read every morning with the systematic attention of someone tracking a story that hasn't finished telling itself yet. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. Harry read the article 3 times, extracted what was factually reliable from what was editorial hysteria, and wrote to Dumbledore the same morning. The letter was short: "I've read about Sirius Black. Before I form any opinion about the threat assessment, I want to know what you know that the prophet doesn't. Also, I'd like to know more about my father's friendship with him. Please be thorough." Dumbledore's response took 4 days, which was longer than usual, and was 6 pages, which was longer than anything he'd sent before. Harry read it in one sitting at his desk with the window open and Athena watching from the headboard with the particular attention of a bird who has decided this letter was worth monitoring. What the letter said, stripped of Dumbledore's careful qualifications and gentle navigational language, was this: Sirius Black was James Potter's best friend. He was also the suspected secret keeper who had betrayed the Potters to Voldemort, resulting in their deaths. He had spent 12 years in Azkaban without a trial. He was believed by the Ministry to have murdered Peter Pettigrew and 13 Muggles in the street immediately following Voldemort's fall. He had escaped using a method that no one had used before or thought possible, which suggested either extraordinary magical ability or extraordinary motivation or both. Harry read this and read it again, and then sat with it. The emotional content of the information, that this man was connected to his parents' deaths, that a trial had not happened, that 12 years in Azkaban had been applied without the basic mechanism of a hearing, was significant, and Harry let it be significant. He did not push it into the drawer that held all the other things he was unable to change. He sat with it for the rest of the morning, feeling it properly, because Aldrich had been very clear in the Mindscape visits that the human emotional life was not inefficiency. It was data. It was how you understood what you actually valued when the pressure was high enough to strip away what you only thought you valued. What he actually valued, the truth of what had happened to his parents. The truth of who had made those choices. Justice applied to the right people in the right measure, which required accurate information before it required anything else. He wrote back to Dumbledore, was there any evidence against Black beyond his presence at the scene and his connection to the Potters? And is there any record of Pettigrew's body? Dumbledore's response this time came in 2 days and was noticeably more careful in its phrasing. Harry read that carefulness as its own kind of answer. He spent the rest of the summer reading everything available about the Secret Keeper charm, Fidelius in theory and practice, the events of October 31, 1981 as reported in the Daily Prophet archive that Hermione had, characteristically, thought to obtain from the Ministry's Public Records Office and sent him in late July without being asked. Hermione had included a note, I had the same questions. I thought you'd want the primary sources rather than the summaries. The Pettigrew coverage is interesting, read page 7 of the October 1, 1982 edition carefully. There's a photograph. Harry found the photograph. Pettigrew, a year after the event, at a ministry commendation ceremony. The photo moved, as wizarding photographs did. In it, Pettigrew stood with a group of ministry officials, smiling, and on his right hand he was missing a finger. Harry looked at this photograph for a long time. He wrote to Hermione, the finger. Yes. I see it. She wrote back within 24 hours, if Pettigrew faked his death and framed Black, the finger is the only way. Blast the street, create carnage, cut off one finger for evidence, transform and disappear. If Pettigrew was an animagus, Harry wrote back, which would explain why there was no body. An animal in a blast zone wouldn't be identified as a human fatality. Hermione, exactly. Black's been in Azkaban for 12 years for something he didn't do. Harry sat with this too. Then he wrote to Dumbledore, again, and this time the letter was not a question but a set of conclusions presented clearly and supported with the evidence trail, ending with, Sirius Black did not betray my parents. Peter Pettigrew is alive. I want to find them both, in that order, and I'd like your help. If you already know this, I'd like to understand why it hasn't been acted on. Dumbledore's response took a week. When it came, it was honest, more honest, Harry thought, than Dumbledore found entirely comfortable, which made it the most valuable kind. You are correct, it said. I have had suspicions about Pettigrew's survival for several years. Acting on those suspicions has been complicated by the fact that the Ministry of Magic currently classifies Sirius Black as an escaped murderous threat and would not receive alternative evidence with the openness it deserves. I have been trying to find a path that results in the right outcome without triggering the Ministry's considerable capacity for getting things catastrophically wrong when frightened. I confess I have not found that path yet. I welcome your thinking on this. Harry appreciated the honesty and thought about the problem for 3 days. Then he wrote back, we don't need the Ministry to believe us first. We need Pettigrew in custody first. If we have Pettigrew, the Ministry has to respond, because the alternative is the embarrassment of having imprisoned an innocent man for 12 years and the cover-up becomes more expensive than the correction. Find Black. Get them in the same room. Force the evidence into the open. The Ministry will follow the evidence if the evidence is undeniable enough. Dumbledore's response, this plan requires significantly more faith in the Ministry's basic functionality than my experience suggests is warranted. However, the logic is sound. And you are more persuasive than most people. Harry, I'm aware. Third year began with Dementors on the train, which was exactly as unpleasant as the magical theory suggested and more immediately physical than Harry had anticipated. He felt them before the train slowed, the warmth dropping sharply, contracting, the way a fire contracts when the temperature around it falls, and then the cold, deeper than air temperature, deeper than weather, the specific cold of something that consumes what it touches. He stood up in the compartment when the lights went out. Ron and Hermione were already affected, Ron gripping the seat with white knuckles, Hermione's breathing shallow, both of them experiencing the Dementor's effect at full force. The new defense teacher, seated across from them, a shabby man in patched robes who had been asleep until the lights went out, was on his feet with his wand out before Harry fully processed his presence. The Dementor came through the compartment door and Harry felt it the way he felt everything significant, as a structural presence, a force with a shape, and this shape was specifically designed to reach into the human magical core and pull at whatever it found there. It was looking for despair. It was designed to find and amplify the worst of what a person contained, and Harry had been managing the warmth consciously for 4 years, had been working in the mindscape with Aldrich, had been building a relationship with what he fundamentally was. The Dementor found the warmth and recoiled. Not all the way, not the full basilisk stopping or wraith shattering response. The Dementor was not a conscious entity that the Imperium could establish hierarchy over. It was something more like a force of nature, a magical phenomenon rather than a magical being, and forces of nature don't respond to dominance. But fire responds to fire. Harry breathed out and let the warmth fill the compartment, not Patronus form, not the standard defense charm that the situation was designed to train students toward, but the raw expression of what he was, something genuinely warm in a room that wanted to be cold. The Dementor faltered in the doorway, the consuming cold meeting something it couldn't consume, the way a black hole can't quite reach the center of a star. Lupin, he'd seen the name on the trunk, completed his Patronus a half-second after Harry breathed out. A large silver animal, massive and Lupin, filled the compartment with genuine silver light. The Dementor retreated. The cold receded. The lights came back. Lupin looked at Harry with eyes that were doing the recalibration Harry recognized. "You produced a Patronus," Lupin said. "Not technically," Harry said. "Though the effect is similar." He glanced at Ron, who was coming back to himself with the speed of someone shaking off a bad dream. "Are you all right?" "Heard my dad shouting," Ron said, not quite himself yet. "In my head." He stopped. Pressed his mouth shut. "The Dementor amplifies remembered fear," Lupin said, gently but directly, in the tone of someone who chooses honesty as care. "It passes. Does everyone have chocolate?" "I have chocolate." He did, in fact, have chocolate, an enormous bar, broken into pieces with the practiced efficiency of someone who carries chocolate the way other people carry umbrellas, anticipating the weather. Harry took his piece and ate it and looked at Lupin across the compartment while Ron and Hermione recovered. Lupin looked back at him with the steady, careful attention of someone who has just seen something they didn't expect and is deciding what to do with it. "You knew about the Dementors," Harry said. Not accusing. Noting. "I suspected they'd board. They've been assigned to the school." Lupin paused. "I was going to intervene before they affected the students." "You were asleep." "I was," Lupin said, with the undefended simplicity of someone accepting an accurate point. "I'm sorry. I should have been more vigilant." He looked at Harry steadily. "What you did, the warmth, whatever that was, it held the Dementor back." "Not many 11-year-olds, I'm 13, Harry said." 13, Lupin corrected, with something that moved briefly through his expression like a private emotion being contained by a public manner. Not many 13-year-olds would hold a Dementor at the threshold with nothing but, what was that, exactly? "Something I was born with," Harry said. "Not a spell." Lupin nodded slowly. "All right," he said, and accepted this in the manner of someone who will return to the topic when the timing is better but is content to let it rest for now. Harry liked him immediately, in the specific way he liked very few people, on the strength of a single decision to accept what you've been told rather than pushing for more. It was the quality of someone who understood that information was offered, not extracted, and that the difference mattered. The year had a rhythm to it that was different from the previous two. The Dementors on the grounds cast a shadow over everything, the castle felt dimmer even on clear days, the students moved with a slight wariness that expressed itself in clustering and lower voices. Harry felt them as a constant background note, a cold undertone to the warmth that he'd learned to simply incorporate the way you incorporate a difficult weather condition. He didn't enjoy their presence. He worked around it. Lupin's defense class was the first genuinely excellent formal instruction Harry had encountered at Hogwarts. Not because Lupin knew more than Harry, in many areas he didn't, and when Harry made this evident in class discussions, Lupin responded with the delighted engagement of someone who wants to learn as much as teach, but because Lupin understood what defense was actually about. Not spells. Not technique. The understanding of fear, and how fear worked, and what it meant to encounter danger as a prepared person rather than a frightened one. The Boggart lesson was where the year's character established itself. The class stood in a line before the wardrobe, and when Neville's turn came, Neville, who had been progressively less nervous as the year went on, who had been going to herbology with a confidence that hadn't been there in first year, Neville stepped forward and the Boggart became Snape, in full formidable dark-robed Snape, and the class waited to see what Neville would do with his deepest fear. Neville put Snape in his grandmother's hat and dress and the class dissolved, and Harry watched Neville come back to his place in line with the quality on his face that Neville's face had after accomplishing something he'd privately been unsure he could accomplish, and felt a straightforward gladness about it. When it came to Harry's turn, Lupin stepped in. Not protectively. Thoughtfully. "We'll skip Mr. Potter for today," he said, with a slight inclination toward Harry that was between them rather than broadcast to the class. Harry looked at him. "I don't mind." "What does Harry Potter fear?" Ron muttered, not entirely under his breath, with the tone of someone who has been present for enough of the last 2 years to find the question genuinely abstract. "Nothing's wrong with letting me try," Harry said. Lupin looked at him for a long moment, reading something, Harry thought, that had nothing to do with Harry's stated willingness and everything to do with what the Boggart might reveal about Harry that Lupin wasn't sure the classroom was the right context for. After class, Lupin said quietly. "If you want to." After class, in the empty room with the wardrobe rattling on its own, Harry faced the Boggart. It burst out and became, for approximately 2 seconds, a vast formless dark, a cold without direction, which was what the Boggart found in Harry when it searched for his deepest fear and which was honestly accurate, not death, not Voldemort, but the specific fear of a world where the warmth had no effect, where whatever he was turned out not to be enough. Then the warmth responded to the cold the way it always responded to cold, and the Boggart, confused, having found something it couldn't hold a form in front of, became a wisp of smoke and retreated back into the wardrobe. Lupin stood beside Harry and watched this happen. "Interesting," Lupin said. "It couldn't find a shape," Harry said. "The cold, the void, the warmth just responds to it automatically. It doesn't know what to do with that." "What does it feel like?" Lupin asked. "Not academically. Personally." "The fear?" "Like the warmth might not be enough someday." Harry looked at the wardrobe. "But the warmth responding to it makes the fear moot. It's circular. Like being afraid of falling and discovering you have wings." Lupin was quiet. Then, "Your father," he said, in a voice that had changed quality, lower, more careful, carrying something personal. "James didn't have wings. But he never seemed to feel the absence of them. He just moved as though the ground would hold." A pause. "You remind me of him." The certainty. "Tell me about him," Harry said. "Not please, not if you don't mind, not the carefully distanced request of someone who is afraid of being told no. Just an open statement of what he wanted, and a space for Lupin to fill it." Lupin told him. Standing in the defense classroom with the wardrobe finally gone quiet, he told Harry about James Potter and Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew and himself, for boys who had become something that was more than friendship through proximity and time and the specific crucible of Hogwarts in the years when Voldemort was rising. He told Harry about James's arrogance that had softened into something better, about his talent that was effortless and somewhat aggravating to those around him, about his love for Lily that had begun as a terrible idea and become the most important thing in his life. He told Harry about Sirius, about the Sirius that Lupin knew, the real one, the one who had been James's brother in everything except blood. "He didn't do it," Harry said, when Lupin paused. "Betray them." Lupin went very still. "How do you, Pettigrew?" Harry said. "He's alive. He's been hiding. I have the evidence trail, Hermione found it. I need to find Pettigrew and I need your help." The stillness in Lupin's face resolved into something that Harry recognized because he'd seen it on Dumbledore, on the first morning in the Privet Drive living room, the shift of someone discovering that the child in front of them had arrived at a conclusion they'd been circling for years and had gotten there faster. "You've known," Harry said. "I've suspected," Lupin said. "For years. I couldn't prove it. And after Azkaban, Sirius," he stopped. Started again. "I didn't know if Sirius was still who I knew. Azkaban does things to people. Then we find out," Harry said. "Together. This year." Lupin looked at him with an expression that contained grief and hope in proportions that were probably difficult to maintain simultaneously, and said, "Yes. All right. Yes." Peter Pettigrew was in the Shrieking Shack on a March night when the moon was 3 days short of full and Sirius Black appeared from the castle grounds like a shadow that had made a decision. Harry had known it was coming for 2 weeks. Crookshanks, Hermione's cat, had been tracking something through the castle with the purposeful intelligence of an animal who is better at locating specific magical signatures than most wizards with instruments. Ron's rat had been increasingly frantic in the specific way of a creature whose hiding place is shrinking. Harry had watched and waited and told Hermione and given Ron the abbreviated version that Ron needed to understand the situation without the full weight of what was about to happen to his pet landing on him before it needed to. When Scabbers bolted and Crookshanks gave chase and Ron ran after them toward the Whomping Willow, Harry and Hermione followed, and Sirius came out of the dark like something that had been waiting for exactly this. He looked terrible. 12 years of Azkaban had left him with the hollowed-out quality of someone who has been reduced to the minimum necessary for continued existence, the face too thin and the eyes too bright in a way that meant either madness or a furious intensity that had survived things designed to eliminate it. Those eyes found Harry. Harry met them steadily. "You look like James," Sirius said, hoarse, and then caught himself, and the emotion that moved through his face was enormous and immediately suppressed with the practiced efficiency of a man who had spent 12 years not having access to anything that made suppression unnecessary. "You know about me." "I know you didn't do it," Harry said. Sirius stared. "Pettigrew faked his death. He's been hiding as Ron's rat for 12 years. Harry watched Sirius's face while he said this, watching for madness, for the specific breakage that Azkaban sometimes produced, for a response that suggested the person inside the Azkaban survivor was not the person Lupin had described. What he found was coherence. Thin, battered, burning coherence, but genuine. Lupin's inside with Ron and Hermione. He knows. We need to get Pettigrew contained before he runs. Sirius blinked. Once. You worked it all out. Most of it. Dumbledore filled in some gaps. Harry paused. Are you all right? Actually. Something in Sirius's expression cracked, briefly, at the directness of the question, at being asked rather than assessed from a distance. I've been better, he said. I'll manage. He looked at Harry with the eyes of a man who has stored 12 years of something up and is only now beginning to understand he might be allowed to put it down. He's in the shack. He'll try to transform and run when he knows it's over, Harry said. I need you at the door. I'll take the inside. They went in. The Shrieking Shack had the particular atmosphere of a place that has a reputation and is quietly relieved to be used for something real. Lupin was there, and Ron, white-faced with his broken wand replaced by the new one Dumbledore had arranged at the start of term, and Hermione, who had catalogued the whole space in the first 30 seconds and was positioned with her back to the wall in the place that gave her the most sightlines. Scabbers was cornered in the corner. Pettigrew revealed himself slowly, the transformation back to human form a nauseating thing to watch, not the clean animagus transformation that the texts described but something that had been done so many times over so many years that the seams showed, the rat becoming a man who looked like the rat had looked, small-eyed, gray, twitchy with the specific anxiety of someone who has been hiding for so long that being seen is physical shock. He looked at Harry and then at Sirius and then at Lupin, and his eyes moved with the rapid calculation of someone who has spent 12 years thinking about exactly this scenario and had several prepared exits. Harry, Pettigrew said, and his voice was wet with immediate, preemptive tears. Harry, you must understand what happened. He would have killed me if I hadn't. I know what happened, Harry said. Pettigrew's prepared speech stopped. You can't, I know Sirius was the decoy. I know you were the actual secret keeper. I know you went to Voldemort and I know what happened in the street afterward. Harry looked at him with the total clarity that came from weeks of turning over evidence and arriving at something solid. I'm not interested in your explanation. I'm interested in what happens next, which is that you come with us and submit to questioning under Veritaserum, and the truth comes out, and Sirius gets a trial, and the Ministry has to deal with what they did. He paused. The only question is whether you do that willingly or not. Pettigrew's eyes moved to the door, to the windows, to the rat-sized gap under the skirting board. Don't, Harry said quietly. The warmth in his voice was not theatrical. Not threat. Simply the quality of something that has placed itself between you and every exit and is not doing so with any particular anger, just with complete certainty. Pettigrew tried anyway. He transformed mid-lunge, the rat appearing in the space where the man had been, scrabbling for the skirting board, and Harry reached down and picked him up by the scruff with one hand, the warmth in his palm registering the magical signature of the animagus transformation and simply refusing to let it continue, the same way the Dementor on the train had found something it couldn't consume. Pettigrew tried to transform back. The warmth made this impossible. He scratched at Harry's wrist with rat claws and Harry did not particularly react to this because rat claws are not deeply alarming. I think we should take him to Dumbledore, Harry said, to the room. There was a beat of absolute silence. Then Ron said, in a voice of genuine wondering disbelief, you caught him with your hand. He's a rat, Harry said. Yeah. All right. Ron sat down on a dusty chair. My rat's been Peter Pettigrew for 12 years, he said, in the voice of a person encountering a fact they know to be true and still can't make sit flat. That's genuinely disgusting. I'm sorry about Scabbers, Harry said. Don't apologize for Scabbers. Scabbers was a person. A terrible person. Ron shook his head. Can we go? I'd like to go. They went. Lupin leading, Sirius walking beside Harry with the quality of a man who is learning to breathe again, Hermione ensuring Pettigrew's containment with several well-applied spells that worked around the warmth's interference with his animagus form, Ron following with the slightly dazed efficiency of someone whose body knows what to do even when his mind is still catching up. They took Pettigrew to Dumbledore, who received the situation with the particular quality of a man for whom the resolution of a 12-year injustice produces something more complex than simple satisfaction. The Ministry was difficult. The Ministry was obstinate. The Ministry had to be managed with the kind of patient, methodical application of irrefutable evidence that Fudge and his department did not enjoy receiving but could not, ultimately, dismiss entirely. Sirius Black was exonerated in June, at a hearing in which Harry gave testimony and Pettigrew confessed under Veritaserum and the Wisengamot faced the choice between the truth and the institutional humiliation of having imprisoned the wrong man. They chose the truth. Barely, and in a way that tried to minimize the humiliation at every turn, but they chose it. Sirius walked out of the Ministry building into summer sunlight with the specific expression of someone who has not stood in open air without Dementors for 12 years and is discovering that the air itself feels different when you are free in it. Harry was there. Sirius looked at him, in the sunlight, in the noisy ordinary world of people walking past, and said, "You didn't have to do all of this." "I know," Harry said. "Why did you?" Harry considered the question honestly. "Because you're the only connection I have to my parents that's still alive," he said. "And because an innocent man being in Azkaban is wrong regardless of his connection to me." He looked at Sirius steadily. "Both things are true at the same time." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Then he did something that Harry hadn't expected. He sat down on the Ministry steps, in his exoneration suit that Hermione had sourced from somewhere because the man had arrived with nothing to wear that wasn't 12 years old, and put his face in his hands and let himself feel it. Not performed. Not contained. Just the honest collapse of a person who has been holding something for 12 years and has just been given permission to put it down. Harry sat beside him and said nothing, because nothing was exactly the right thing, and the warmth from his chest moved outward in the particular way it moved when it was simply being present, not doing anything, just being there, which was sometimes the most significant thing available. The Triwizard Tournament arrived in fourth year with the energy of something that had been building in the corridors for months before it was formally announced. Rumors, excitement, the specific buzz of students who know something significant is coming and have been triangulating it from partial information. Dumbledore announced it at the start of year feast with the composed enthusiasm of someone who genuinely believed in the event's purpose and had equal reservations about several of its logistical details, which was consistent with Dumbledore's general relationship with most of the institutions he engaged with. The Goblet of Fire would select one champion from each school. Age restriction, 17 and above. Eternal glory. Significant prize. Harry was 14. He did not put his name in the goblet. The goblet selected him anyway. This happened in the way that Harry's relationship with institutions and their rules tended to happen, not through defiance but through the indifference of things older than the rules in question to the rules themselves. The Goblet of Fire was an ancient magical artifact with its own method of assessment, and when it scanned the magical signatures available to it and arrived at Harry's, it made a decision that had nothing to do with age lines or entered parchment. His name came out of the goblet on a jet of red flame, and the silence in the great hall was the silence of a room where the expected has been replaced by the unexpected at a moment of maximum public exposure. Dumbledore read the parchment. His blue eyes lifted and found Harry's face immediately, with the precision of a man who had already considered this possibility and was confirming a prediction. "Harry Potter," he said. Harry stood up and walked to the front of the hall, and the 1,000 eyes of the school tracked him across the room in the way eyes track something that they cannot quite categorize, and he felt none of the anxiety or embarrassment that the situation might be expected to produce and quite a lot of the particular alertness he felt when something interesting was happening. In the antechamber behind the hall, the other champions reacted to him with the predictable range, Cedric Diggory with the generous uncertainty of someone who doesn't want to be unkind about a situation that seems unfair to the person in front of him, Fleur Delacour with the precision of someone assessing a variable she hadn't accounted for, Victor Crumb with the direct, unembellished study of an athlete evaluating a competitor. Harry looked at all three of them and thought, capable people. Interesting. The official's argument about his eligibility consumed 20 minutes and ended with Dumbledore saying, in the tone of someone closing a conversation rather than winning an argument, "The goblet's choice is magically binding. I suggest we focus on ensuring that all 4 champions receive fair preparation for what is ahead." Ludo Bagman's expression throughout this was fascinating, the expression, Harry noted, of someone who had expected a different outcome and was working rapidly to understand why it hadn't materialized. Moody, the new defense teacher, watched Harry from across the room with the single-eyed intensity of an Auror who had spent a career reading rooms, and Harry felt the wrongness on him the same way he'd felt it on Quirrell, not the same signature, different in character, more recent and more layered, like something put over something rather than something that had always been there. He said nothing about this yet. He filed it with the accuracy and patience of someone who has learned that knowing something and acting on it are different decisions that benefit from different timing. The first task was dragons. Harry knew about the dragons in advance, not through any of the legitimate preparation channels but through the structural awareness the castle provided. The arrival of 4 large magical creatures on the grounds produced a significant response in the ward system, and Harry felt it from the Gryffindor common room at 2 in the morning and went to the window and knew. He went to see Hagrid that evening, because Hagrid was the one person on the Hogwarts staff whose delight in creatures superseded his caution about information, and because confirming the specific type of dragon he was facing mattered for the preparation. "Hungarian Horntail," Hagrid said, with the specific tone of someone describing something magnificent that everyone else has the wrong opinion about. "Nastiest of the 4, if you ask people who don't know them properly. Smart, though. Very smart." "Smart how?" Harry asked. "Tracks movement. Visual and thermal. She's got hatchlings with her, which is, well, that's the situation." Hagrid looked at him with the direct, uncomplicated worry of someone who genuinely cares and doesn't know how to contain it. I know you're Harry, and I know you can, I've seen what you can do, more or less, but she's a dragon, Harry. I know. Harry paused. How much does she weigh? Oh, 4.5 tons. That size. And the eggs? 8. Beautiful clutch. Harry thought about the basilisk moving through the dark of the chamber, about the conversation that had been possible because one ancient creature had encountered something it recognized in a way that superseded the commands it had been operating under. He thought about what Aldrich had observed in the deep mindscape, months ago: serpents and dragons share a root. The old languages of both run along similar channels. It is not translation, exactly. More like related dialects. He had not tried Draconic with a living dragon before. He had an opportunity now. The arena on the morning of the first task held 10,000 people and a Hungarian horntail that was, if anything, even more impressive than Hagrid's description. The crowd noise hit him before the dragon did, the roar of that many people creating a physical pressure, and Harry walked into the arena with the particular quality of attention that came forward when the situation required all of it. The horntail saw him immediately. She raised her head off the clutch and spread her wings in the warning display that said, "This space is mine and I will end whatever questions you have about that," and she was spectacular in the way that genuine power is spectacular, not performing, simply being exactly what she was. Harry stopped 20 feet from her and stood still. This was not the tactic anyone was expecting. The crowd noise dipped slightly as nothing immediately dangerous happened. The horntail held her display, watching him. Harry spoke. Not Parseltongue, serpent language and dragon language were related dialects, not the same language, and he'd been working on the distinction in the mindscape visits since he'd worked out the connection. What he spoke was something closer to Old Draconic than either, the root language, the one the Proto-Draconic text had been his entry point into, the one that tasted like the warmth and came from the same place the warmth came from. It was not eloquent. He had perhaps 40 reliable words and a grammatical structure he was still assembling from first principles. What he said, approximately, was, "I know the eggs are yours. I'm not here for the eggs. I need the gold thing near the clutch. I'm asking, not taking." The horntail's display faltered. Her head tilted, the same tilting gesture the basilisk had made. The universal draconic expression of "this is not what I was expecting and I am reassessing." A ripple through the crowd. People leaning forward. The horntail rumbled, a sound at the low end of the audible range that Harry felt more than heard, a rolling bass note that he translated, with the approximate grammar he had, as something like, "You speak badly. Why do you know these words?" "I am old blood," Harry said, the specific phrase Aldrich had taught him for exactly this kind of situation, the identification that the dragonkin used. "Very old. The fire is in me too." Another long pause. The horntail spread her wings again, not the warning display, something different, a slower and more deliberate extension, and then, with the measured gravity of a creature that has made a decision and is informing the world of it, she stepped aside. Not far. Enough. Harry walked to the clutch and found the golden egg nestled among the dragon eggs, and picked it up, and stepped back, and bowed to the horntail, not a deep bow, not an obeisance, the specific angle of acknowledgement between equals, and she lowered her head in the same angle and it was entirely, genuinely mutual. He walked back across the arena with the golden egg under his arm and 10,000 people absolutely silent around him, and the silence had a quality that he'd begun to recognize, the specific silence of people who have just watched something that their existing framework for the world doesn't have a category for, and are in the process of building a new one. He reached the exit and the silence broke into noise so large it was almost structural. In the judge's box, all 5 scores went to 10. Bagman's face was doing something extremely complex. Dumbledore's face was doing something that was mostly just warmth, undisguised and direct, which was, Harry thought, about the nicest thing anyone had managed all day. The Yule Ball was Hermione's idea for Harry to attend with someone he could actually talk to, which resulted in a conversation where Harry said he'd like to go with her and Hermione said she was already going with someone, and for a moment there was a particular quality of the conversation that was new, not unpleasant, just different from their standard register, and Harry thought, we'll deal with that at some point. The what this is, and Hermione seemed to arrive at approximately the same conclusion from her side, and they agreed that Harry would go with Parvati and Hermione would go with Viktor Krum and they would absolutely spend significant portions of the evening talking to each other anyway. This is what happened. Viktor Krum, over 2 hours of the ball including a period where Hermione introduced him to Harry and left them briefly to deal with something Ron-related, turned out to be a genuinely interesting person, direct, observant, with none of the public persona's heaviness. He looked at Harry the way he'd looked at him in the antechamber, as an athlete assessing another athlete. The dragon, Krum said. You spoke to it. Yes. How? Old language. Dragon speech, approximately. I've been studying it. Harry looked at him. Your approach with the conjunctivitis curse was elegant. You took her vision without removing your ability to maneuver. Krum blinked, apparently not expecting to have his tactical thinking analyzed as casually as Harry was analyzing it. Then he settled, you noticed the timing. The entry angle gave it away. You kept your approach vector shorter than you needed to, which meant you were compensating for something, and the curse timing after the compensation is the obvious answer. Harry paused. It's a good solution. The Horntail's thermal tracking would have been a problem for that approach, but your dragon was different. Krum studied him. You are strange, he said, with the directness of someone for whom English's bluntness was a second language feature rather than a cultural failure. Good strange. But strange. I get that a lot, Harry said. The graveyard at Little Hangleton was on a June night that smelled of old grass and cold stone, and Harry arrived via Portkey with Cedric Diggory at one hand and the knowledge, sudden and complete, the warmth blazing a signal that was unmistakable, that this was wrong before his feet touched the ground. Cedric, who was brave and decent and had no context for what the warmth was registering, said, Where are we? And then a voice from the dark said kill the spare and Harry moved. Not fast enough to save Cedric completely, the killing curse was already traveling when Harry's hand found Cedric's shoulder and shoved, hard, and the curse caught Cedric's arm rather than his chest and he went down, unconscious, alive. The Death Eater who had cast it said, in a voice of complete shock, he moved. Yes, Harry said, turning to face the dark. Pettigrew was there, silver hand gleaming, having served his purpose in the ritual, and whatever was in the cauldron at the center of the clearing was becoming, the dark liquid boiling and then the figure rising from it, and Harry felt the signature of this the way he'd felt the wraith in the cupboard at age 7, felt it at greater strength than any previous encounter. Felt the soul pulling itself into coherence with the relentless, terrible will of something that had refused to stop for 40 years. Voldemort stepped out of the cauldron. He was, a body. An actual body, not a shade or a fragment or a wraith. Tall, pale, with the serpentine quality of someone who had made himself into something other than human at every possible junction, who had pursued power so completely that the original architecture of the person had been substantially replaced. The red eyes found Harry immediately, with the specific recognition of something that has been trying to end another thing for 13 years and has finally arrived at circumstances it believed were controlled. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, and the voice was full, the complete voice, not forced through borrowed instruments, and it was a genuinely extraordinary voice, the kind that understood how to use every register. We meet at last. Properly. We've met, Harry said. Twice. You were smaller both times. Several Death Eaters, arranged in the darkness in a ring, shifted. Nobody spoke to the Dark Lord this way. The speech patterns of the gathering expected fear, expected pleading, expected at minimum a certain quality of awe. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You are very confident for someone standing in a graveyard surrounded by my followers and holding no wand. I have a wand, Harry said, and it was in his hand, the vine and phoenix feather, the gold warmth of it steady in his palm. And you believe that, the warmth expanded. Full expression. No management, no shape choice, because Voldemort at full resurrection in a graveyard surrounded by Death Eaters was the situation for full expression, and Harry was done calibrating. The gold came off his skin the way it had come off at age 7 in the cupboard, but with 4 years of conscious development behind it, 4 years of mindscape work and Aldritha's instruction and deliberate practice, which meant it was not raw and directionless but deep and specific, a tide going out with absolute certainty of where the shore was. The Death Eaters in the ring went down. Not all at once. In a wave, outward from Harry, each one encountering the Imperium and the Imperium establishing, without argument, the simple truth of the hierarchy: there is something here that is older than your power, larger than your lord, fundamental in a way that borrowed magic and dark ritual cannot approach, and your bodies know this even if your minds refuse it. They went to their knees. Lucius Malfoy, first in the ring. Harry recognized the posture. Bellatrix Lestrange, near the cauldron, fighting it with the furious desperation of someone whose entire identity is organized around a different hierarchy entirely, and still going down. All of them, one by one, in the gold light, kneeling without being asked because the Imperium didn't ask. Voldemort stood. He was the strongest of them, the strongest human magical power alive, anchored by the Horcruxes that still existed, fueled by 40 years of obsessive will and dark ritual. He stood against the Imperium the way a significant wind stands against a larger wind, noticeably, measurably, for longer than anything else in the clearing managed. Harry looked at him across the graveyard and felt the warmth move with the particular quality it brought to a genuine test rather than a one-sided encounter. "You feel it," Harry said. "I feel nothing," Voldemort said, and the lie was audible in the way the voice worked around it, the specific effort of someone who is feeling something enormous and has decided that naming it would be the same as surrendering to it. "You're afraid," Harry said. Not tauntingly. Factually. "You've been afraid since my cupboard when I was 7 years old. Not of me, specifically. Of what I am." He walked forward, slowly, through the kneeling Death Eaters. "Because you spent 40 years making yourself into something death couldn't touch, and then you encountered something that exists at a level where your arrangement with death doesn't matter. Doesn't even register." Voldemort raised his wand. The curse that came from it was the green of a killing curse, and it was aimed with perfect precision, and it hit the warmth and went out. Not reflected, not redirected. Simply gone, the energy consumed, the way every spell Harry had ever faced went out eventually, because the warmth was not a shield. It was a more fundamental state of being, and Avada Kedavra was, at its core, just structured magic applied at lethal intensity, and structured magic has a level below which it cannot operate. The warmth was below that level. Harry stopped 10 feet from Voldemort and looked at him. The red eyes were doing something he'd never seen in any of the previous encounters. Not rage, though there was rage present. Not contempt, though there was that too, residual and fading. Something underneath both of those. The thing that Tom Riddle had been running from since he was 11 years old in an orphanage, the thing he had built all the Horcruxes and all the dark rituals and all the followers and all the power to outrun, the thing that the Imperium's establishment of honest hierarchy brought forward and made impossible to look away from, the understanding that he was not what he had told himself he was. "I'm not going to kill you tonight," Harry said. The red eyes sharpened. "You cannot, I can. That's the point." Harry held his gaze steadily. "If I wanted you dead tonight, you'd be dead. We both know that now." He paused. "I'm going to take Cedric and go. And you're going to spend whatever time you have before I find the rest of your Horcruxes thinking about what just happened here." Another pause. "There are other options, Tom. There always have been. You've just been too afraid to consider them." Voldemort's face did something complicated and finally resolved into the expression of a man who has encountered a genuinely new experience and is choosing, for this moment, to classify it as a tactical retreat rather than a defeat. "This is not over," he said. "No," Harry agreed. "It isn't." He turned to Cedric, who was conscious now, leaning on one arm, the spellburned shoulder livid but manageable, watching the scene with the expression of someone who had come to a tournament task and ended up somewhere categorically different. Can you stand? Yes, Cedric said, and stood, because Cedric Diggory was the kind of person who said yes to that question regardless of the evidence. Harry gripped the portkey, the cup which had been bewitched by Moody who was not Moody, and this was a separate problem for a separate hour, and activated it, and the graveyard vanished in a pull behind the navel, and they landed on the Hogwarts grass in the noise of the crowd and the light of the arena, and Harry held Cedric upright and looked at the school and felt the castle's ancient warmth coming up through the ground to meet the warmth in his chest like a greeting. He was 14 years old, and Voldemort had a body again, and the Death Eaters in the graveyard were still on their knees. He had work to do. But tonight, for this moment, he stood on the Hogwarts grass in the June dark and let the warmth simply be warm, and thought about a graveyard and a man who had run from death for 40 years and had still, in the end, found himself kneeling. Chapter 7, The Dragon Remembers His Name. The war came in pieces before it came all at once. It came in the way the Ministry spent the entire year after the graveyard insisting that nothing had happened. It came in Fudge's face at the hearing they tried to hold against Harry for underage magic use, until Dumbledore walked in and the charges evaporated like morning frost, and Fudge's face did the thing of a man who has picked a fight with something he cannot afford to acknowledge is larger than him and is trying to back away without appearing to back away. It came in Dolores Umbridge, who arrived at Hogwarts in September of 5th year with the pleasant smiling energy of a surgical instrument and proceeded to do more damage to Hogwarts in 8 months than Voldemort had managed in 13 years, because Voldemort's damage had always been external and Umbridge's was structural, targeting the thing itself, the teaching, the community, the idea that Hogwarts was a place where the truth was what it was regardless of what the Ministry decided it should be. Harry watched her arrive at the staff table and felt the warmth register something it had not registered before from a human being. Not the wrongness of possession, not the cold of a Horcrux. Something more ordinary and more troubling, the specific magical signature of someone who believed completely in what they were doing, whose cruelty was not pathological but institutional, organized and self-righteous and therefore deeply, structurally difficult to address because it had paperwork behind it. He wrote to Dumbledore that night, "She is more dangerous than she looks. Not magically. Politically. She's going to try to remove your authority from the school and replace it with Ministry control, and she has the legal tools to do it. What do you want me to do?" Dumbledore's response, "I want you to be careful. She will target you specifically because you represent the narrative the Ministry is trying to suppress. She is looking for a reason to remove you from Hogwarts." Harry read this and thought about the difference between careful and diminished, because Dumbledore's idea of careful had historically trended toward the latter. He wrote back, "I'll be careful. I won't be quiet." Umbridge's first class established everything necessary about her. She sat at the front of the defense classroom in her pink cardigan and her smile and explained, in the perfectly modulated tone of institutional authority, that they would be learning theory this year. Defensive spells. The knowledge of them. Not the application. "There is nothing currently threatening Hogwarts students that would require," she began. "The Triwizard Tournament was last year," Harry said, from the third row. "One of the champions was transported to a graveyard by a bewitched portkey and attacked by Death Eaters acting under Voldemort's direct command." The classroom went completely quiet. Umbridge's smile did not change. But something behind it did. "That is," she said, in the voice of someone reading from a script titled How to Correct a Dangerous Misstatement, "a very serious allegation that has not been." "I was there," Harry said. "Cedric Diggory was there. We both came back with physical injuries that Madame Pomfrey documented. The documentation is available in the Hogwarts medical records." He paused. "What specifically in that chain of evidence does the Ministry contest?" Another silence. The kind where students collectively decide whether to breathe. "The Ministry," Umbridge said, with the patience of someone who has decided that engaging with the content is less important than managing the room, "has a considered position on the events of last June which I would encourage you to review in the materials I've provided." "The considered position," Harry said, "is that Voldemort has not returned." But the Death Eaters who were present at the graveyard included Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, and at least a dozen other individuals currently listed as having been acting under the Imperius Curse during the original war. If Voldemort hasn't returned, what were they doing in a graveyard performing a dark ritual? He tilted his head. I'm asking genuinely. I'd like to understand the Ministry's explanation for that specific detail. The smile was very fixed now. Mr. Potter, I would caution you against. I'm not cautioning myself, Harry said pleasantly. I'm asking a factual question in a defense class. If the answer is that the Ministry doesn't have a good explanation, that's also useful information. Someone in the back of the class made a sound that was very carefully not a laugh. Umbridge wrote him a detention. Harry went. The blood quill was designed to intimidate through pain, and it was effective at this in the way that most tools designed to intimidate through pain are effective, which was to say, with people for whom pain was a sufficient deterrent. The warmth made physical pain, the ordinary physical pain of a magical implement cutting words into skin, somewhat theoretical. Harry felt it the way you feel the cold of a swimming pool when you already know it's cold, fully present, accurately registered, and not particularly concerning. He sat in her office and wrote with the quill and thought about the work he had left to do this year, which was considerable. Umbridge watched his face with the careful attention of someone looking for the expected reaction and finding instead the mild focused attention of a person completing a task. Her smile developed a quality of uncertainty that she covered with additional layers of pleasant authority. Does it hurt, Mr. Potter? She asked, after 20 minutes. Yes, Harry said, honestly. Not enough to be interesting. She sent him away after an hour with the words I must not tell lies raised on the back of his hand in thin red script, and Harry looked at them in the corridor outside her office and thought, this woman has made a significant tactical error, and then went to find Ron and Hermione and tell them about the blood quill, because they needed to know and because deciding what to do about it required more than one perspective. Dumbledore's army was Hermione's idea and Harry's execution. Not the name, that was Ginny, offering it with the dry confidence she'd developed since second year, the confidence of someone who had been to the bottom of something terrible and come back up and decided that the appropriate response to surviving was taking up more space, not less. The DA's name was Ginny's. The structure was Hermione's. The teaching was Harry's. They met in the room of requirement, which opened for them on the second attempt and which Harry found immediately interesting. The castle offering space that adapted to need was consistent with the structural consciousness he'd been aware of since first year, the school's ancient ward awareness expressing itself in a more practical mode. He stood at the front of the first meeting and looked at the assembled students, 27 of them, from 4 houses, drawn by the combination of anger at Umbridge and trust in whatever Harry was, and he thought about Lupin's class and what defense was actually about. We're not going to do what Umbridge does, he said. Which means we're also not going to do what most defense teachers do, which is teach you spells without teaching you the things spells are trying to express. He looked around the room. What are you afraid of? A pause. The specific discomfort of a question that isn't rhetorical. Death Eaters, someone said. Lavender Brown, from the back, with the specific bravery of someone who says the honest thing before they've finished deciding to say it. Yes, Harry said. Specifically, what about Death Eaters? They're trained. Experienced. We're students. That's a resource gap, Harry said. Resource gaps can be addressed. What else? The unforgivables, said Neville. His voice was level, which it had earned the right to be. Harry looked at him. Neville looked back, and they shared the specific understanding of people who have a similar relationship to the worst of what Voldemort's world had produced, Neville's parents in St. Mungo's, Harry's parents in a graveyard in Godric's Hollow, the same hands responsible for both. Yes, Harry said. The unforgivables are one of the things we'll work on. Not theoretically. Practically. He paused. The Cruciatus requires you to mean the pain you're inflicting. The Imperius requires overwhelming another person's will. The killing curse is, what it is. He looked at the room. None of those are things most of you will ever cast. But knowing how they work, what they feel like when they're incoming, how they move and what they require from the caster, that's defensive knowledge. Understanding an attack is the first step to surviving it. Have you been hit with any of them? Asked a Hufflepuff Harry didn't know the name of yet. The Imperius. I threw it off. He said this without drama because it wasn't drama, it was information. The killing curse has hit the warmth I carry. It doesn't do what it's designed to do in that context. He paused. That's not a general protection. Don't plan for it. He taught them. Properly, the way Lupin had taught, not spells as vocabulary but spells as expression of understanding, the defensive posture as a way of thinking rather than a list of incantations. He taught patron uses, which most of them were too young to have managed in formal instruction, and discovered that Patronus teaching was one of the more interesting exercises available because a Patronus required the caster to find something real, not performed, not hoped for, but actually present in their experience, and different people's relationships to joy were as varied and specific as their faces. Neville's Patronus, when it finally came, after 6 attempts and 30 minutes of Harry working with him one-on-one in the corner of the room while the others practiced stunning, was a small bear that materialized with a silver solidity that suggested it was going to be considerably larger when Neville grew into his full magical strength. Neville looked at it with the expression of a boy who had just been handed evidence about himself that he hadn't expected and didn't quite know what to do with. That's going to be very large, Harry said. It's a bear, Neville said. Yes. I didn't know I was, he stopped. Is it good? It's yours, Harry said. That makes it good. Neville looked at the bear a moment longer. Then he straightened, the specific straightening of someone adding something to their understanding of themselves, and went back to the main group with the quality of a person who has just become slightly different from who they were when they walked in. This was the thing about the DA that Harry hadn't predicted and found himself paying careful attention to. The teaching was changing people. Not through him, specifically, through the work itself, through the experience of discovering they could do things they hadn't believed they could do, through the room and the space and the fact that someone who could clearly do everything they were attempting had thought it worthwhile to show them how. Sirius at Grimmauld Place was a difficult thing. Not difficult in any way Harry hadn't anticipated. He'd understood since the ministry steps in third year that freedom after 12 years of Azkaban was not a simple state to inhabit, and that Sirius's particular relationship with freedom was further complicated by being confined again, to a house he hated, for reasons that were legitimate and therefore doubly frustrating. Harry visited during Christmas break and they played chess, Sirius winning 3 games because Ron's patient instruction had given Harry the technical vocabulary but not yet the patience for the long game, and talked in the way they'd been slowly building toward since the ministry steps, which was the specific talk of 2 people working out what they were to each other. Your father would have been unbearable about the tournament, Sirius said, resetting the pieces for the 4th game with the ease of someone who has spent 12 years playing against himself in his head. He'd have been insufferable. Convinced he'd have done it better. Would he have? Sirius thought about it genuinely, which was one of the things Harry had come to appreciate about him, the willingness to actually assess rather than perform loyalty. The egg puzzle? Maybe. The maze? Probably not. He was better at showy than methodical. He paused. The dragon, James would have tried to be clever and then the dragon would have nearly killed him and he'd have gotten out by about this much. He held thumb and finger a centimeter apart. And then he'd have told the story for 30 years and made it sound like it was all planned. That sounds like it would have been very entertaining, Harry said. Absolutely maddening, Sirius agreed, with the specific warmth of someone missing a person in a way that has become, after many years, something you can hold rather than something that holds you. They were quiet for a moment, the chess pieces shifting. I want to ask you something, Harry said. Go ahead. When you were in Azkaban, what kept you together? Sirius was still for a moment. Then, knowing I was innocent. The memory of it. The Dementors take the good things, but they can't take the true things, not entirely. And it was true that I hadn't done it. I held on to that. He looked at the board rather than at Harry. And I thought about you. Not often, because thinking about you was, the thing with the Dementors is they find what matters and use it. So I tried not to think about you often. A pause. Didn't always manage. Harry looked at him. I'm glad you got out. Yeah. Sirius's voice was dry in the way that contained everything it was declining to be sentimental about. Me too, oddly enough. I'm going to end this properly, Harry said. This year or next. The Horcruxes, I've got a complete list from Dumbledore now. 5 remaining, including the snake. Once they're gone, Voldemort is mortal again. Then it's a different kind of problem. Sirius looked at him steadily. 5. The cup, we know where it is. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The locket is in a cave on the coast, in a Horcrux basin. Dumbledore is going after that one with me when the timing is right. The diadem is in Hogwarts itself, in a place called the Room of Hidden Things. The snake is with Voldemort directly. He paused. And there's a ring. Peverell family ring. It was Voldemort's grandfather's, the Gaunts. It's in a shack in Little Hangleton, but it's cursed. Dumbledore believes the curse is designed to kill anyone who puts it on. And you're going to get all of them. Yes. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. You're 14. 15, Harry said. As of last July. Right. Sirius pushed a pawn forward without much strategic intent. I sometimes forget he stopped. You don't feel 14. I know. Harry moved a knight. I feel like what I am. Age is a separate variable. Sirius stared at the board. Then, when James and I were 15 we were mostly focused on making each other's lives as interesting as possible through creative application of the rules. That sounds useful, Harry said. For morale. It was excellent for morale and catastrophic for several classrooms and one incident with the astronomy tower that we agreed never to discuss. He looked up. I'm just saying, it's all right to be 15 sometimes. Harry thought about the DA, and the chess, and the conversation with Sirius about James, and the walk that morning in the overgrown garden of Grimmauld Place in the cold with Buckbeak watching them from the upper window with regal patience. He thought about the warmth and the mindscape and Aldrich, and the distinction Aldrich had drawn back at the very beginning between what you are and what you choose to do. I am 15 sometimes, he said. I'm 15 right now, actually. Sirius looked at him and the warmth in his face, the specific warmth that was not the bloodline warmth but the ordinary human warmth of a man who has claimed a kind of family late and is learning to be easy in it, was direct and uncontained. Good, he said. Your move. The Department of Mysteries was Voldemort's trap and Harry knew it before they arrived. He'd known since March, when the visions started, not the visions the Scar had been producing all year, those were Voldemort's deliberate use of the remaining connection. Harry had understood that and been managing it, the shield work with Snape a separate ongoing difficult exercise in two very different people tolerating each other for a purpose they both understood was larger than their preferences. The vision of Sirius was different. Staged differently, structured differently, too clean, too specific, too clearly designed to produce a specific emotional response and therefore a specific behavioral outcome. He told Hermione first, because she was the person he told first, always, and her response was the response of someone who had been waiting for exactly this information and had prepared for it. He wants you at the Department of Mysteries, she said. Yes. There's a prophecy there, about me and Voldemort. He can't retrieve it himself, but I can. Harry looked at her. He thinks I'll go if he convinces me Sirius is in danger. Is Sirius in danger? Right now? No. I checked through the Order's communication channel, Sirius is at Grimmauld Place. He paused. But Voldemort will have a contingency for when I don't respond to the vision. He always has contingencies. Hermione's eyes sharpened. He'll make it real. Yes. A pause. The fire in the common room. Most of the DA had gone to bed. They were alone. We should go before it becomes real, she said. Yes. Harry looked at her steadily. I'm not going to ask you, don't, she said simply. Hermione, Harry. She met his eyes. Don't ask me not to come. Work out a plan that includes me coming. Those are the two options. He looked at her for a moment, the practical precision and the absolute loyalty of it, the way she had never once in 4 years treated his nature as something that made her assistance unnecessary, had always located the thing she could contribute and contributed it fully without waiting to be asked or asked twice. All right, he said. I need Ron, Neville, Ginny, and Luna. And you. Luna Lovegood? She's more perceptive than people account for, she's calm under pressure in the specific way that isn't numbness but actual orientation, and she's been coming to DA meetings since October without anyone noticing because she blends into corners. Harry paused. I notice. Hermione processed this. Fine. Luna. When? Tonight. They went through the Ministry of Magic the way people who have prepared for something go through it, not perfectly, because preparation is not prediction, but with the specific adaptability of people who have been trained to respond to what is actually in front of them rather than what they planned for. The Department of Mysteries was blue-black and labyrinthine and full of rooms that did things Harry found genuinely interesting despite the circumstances, the time room with the bell jar of reversed growth, the death room with the archway and the veil that moved in no wind, the space room with the miniaturized galaxies suspended at eye level. The Hall of Prophecy was vast and cool and full of dusty glass orbs, and Harry found his without difficulty because the warmth oriented him to it the way the compass oriented him to significant magical concentrations. He picked it up and the prophecy did not play, Sybil Trelawney's voice remained sealed in glass, because he had no interest in hearing it here, in this place, in these circumstances. The Death Eaters came from the dark between the shelves. There were 12 of them, and they had the professional energy of people who have been waiting and are confident in their numbers. Lucius Malfoy led them, which was consistent with his seniority and consistent with the expression Harry had seen on his face in the graveyard, the expression of a man who had already been on his knees in front of Harry once and was here tonight partly for the prophecy and partly because his pride required a counter-narrative. Harry Potter, Malfoy said. Hand over the prophecy and I will consider allowing your friends. No, Harry said. A pause. You have 6 children with you. I'm aware. Harry looked around the ring of Death Eaters, 12 of them, professional, organized, vastly more experienced. He felt the warmth and felt his friends behind him and thought, not about the odds, but about the room. The Hall of Prophecy was vast. The shelves were high. The orbs were everywhere. Hermione, he said. Ready, she said immediately, from behind him. Take the 4th aisle to the left. There's an emergency exit to the time room. Get the others out that way, go through the time room and straight to the space room, which connects to the main atrium via the north stairwell. What about you? This was Neville, to his right, voice level in the specific way it had become over a year of DA meetings. I'll follow. Harry looked at Malfoy. The prophecy doesn't belong to you. It doesn't belong to Voldemort. It barely belongs to me. He raised his wand and felt the vine and phoenix feather warmth steady in his palm. Tell your people to stand aside. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. 12 against 1, Mr. Potter. I know. Harry looked at each Death Eater in turn, the way he'd looked at the Horntail in the arena, the way he'd looked at the Wraith in the cupboard, the way he'd looked at Voldemort in the graveyard. Not sizing them up. Establishing the truth of what they were looking at. I'd rather not do this the hard way. But I will. Malfoy's wand came up and 6 others came up with it, because 12 experienced Death Eaters against one 15-year-old was the kind of mathematics that looked conclusive from the outside. Harry breathed out. The Imperium came forward and it had none of the slowness or the management of the graveyard. This was not a situation for diplomacy. It was a situation for truth, delivered quickly and without ceremony, and the truth was, 12 Death Eaters were in a room with something their power structure had no framework for handling, and the moment the warmth reached them they understood this in the way the body understands things before the mind has finished arguing. 6 went down immediately. 3 more within seconds. The remaining 3, Bellatrix, Malfoy, and a masked Death Eater Harry couldn't identify, held for longer, Bellatrix through sheer furious refusal, Malfoy through the specific stubbornness of a man whose entire sense of self is organized around not yielding, the masked one through something that Harry realized, after a moment, was genuine magical strength rather than stubbornness. Bellatrix broke first, not to the Imperium but around it. She'd accepted the kneeling and used the moment of physical contact with the floor to send a cutting curse along the stone surface rather than through the air. Harry stepped aside without hurrying and the curse took out 3 shelves of prophecy orbs, which exploded in a chain of voices all speaking at once, a cacophony of futures that had never been, echoing through the hall in whispered fragments. "Neville," Harry said, at a volume that carried without raising. "Go. Now." Neville went. Took the others with him. Harry heard their footsteps retreating through the noise of the exploding orbs. Malfoy, still on one knee, raised his wand again with the expression of a man who has decided that his dignity requires one more attempt regardless of the outcome. Harry disarmed him with a flick that was almost casual, caught the wand, and set it on a shelf 2 aisles away. "Not breaking it. Just removing it." "You've lost," Harry said to him. Quietly. Honestly. "Not tonight specifically, this particular night is simply what it is. But in the larger sense. You've committed yourself to a man whose power cannot match what you've encountered twice now. The graveyard and tonight." He paused. "When this ends, and it will end, on a specific timeline I'm working through, there's going to be a reckoning. How it goes for you and your family will depend significantly on choices made between now and then." Malfoy looked up at him with eyes that were doing something extremely complicated. Lucius Malfoy had spent his entire adult life being the most strategically significant person in any room he entered. He was, genuinely, a highly intelligent man with excellent political instincts, which was why the experience of being this consistently outmatched was having an effect that his pride was working very hard to suppress. "My son," he said, after a moment. Harry had not expected this. He waited. "He is, this year has been," Malfoy stopped. Something moved through his face that was not the politician or the Death Eater or the pureblood supremacist. Something considerably more human and considerably less comfortable. "He doesn't know yet. What you are." "He knows something, but not, he knows enough," Harry said. "We've been in the same building for 4 years. He's perceptive." He paused. "He's also not his father. Whatever choices you've made, he's still making his." Malfoy looked at him for a long moment. Then, with the specific dignity of a man choosing between his pride and something more important than his pride, he looked away. Harry left him there and went through the shelves toward his friends. Bellatrix followed, because Bellatrix was categorically incapable of letting things go, and their running engagement through the Department of Mysteries involved 3 near misses for Harry and 2 for her and the successful destruction of the time room bell jar, which Harry had not intended but which set a temporary barrier between them that bought enough time to reach the atrium. Where Voldemort was waiting. He'd come himself. No wraith, no possessing of hosts, he was there in the atrium in the body he'd remade in the graveyard, standing with the quality of someone who has had enough of delegation. The Order of the Phoenix arrived 30 seconds later, which was 30 seconds that Harry used to stand in the atrium and look at Voldemort without doing anything except establishing that he was here and was not afraid, which was the same thing he'd done every time and which was never a performance. Dumbledore came through the ministry entrance with the specific energy of a man who has moved urgently and is containing that urgency behind professional calm, and the duel that followed between him and Voldemort was extraordinary. Harry had seen and participated in magical combat for 4 years and this was different, the level of it, the sheer scope of what 2 of the most powerful wizards alive could do in a space designed for ordinary government administration. The atrium was not designed for this. The fountain of magical brethren exploded. The ceiling did something structural. 3 fireplaces ceased to be fireplaces in any meaningful sense. Harry watched and located Sirius. Sirius had come, the Order had brought him, and he was there in the corner of the atrium engaged with Bellatrix in the brutal pragmatic way of someone who had not dueled for 12 years and was discovering that some things did not go away, and he watched Sirius and felt the moment before it happened the way you feel weather changing. Felt Bellatrix's aim shift and the angle wrong and the curse traveling. He moved. Not to intercept, he was too far, it was physics, even the warmth couldn't change what physics was. But he redirected, a silent wave of the bloodline force aimed not at Bellatrix but at the curse itself, the way you redirect a river rather than stop it, changing the trajectory by inserting a presence in the path. The curse hit the stone wall 8 inches from Sirius's head. Sirius looked at the scorch mark and then at Harry across the atrium, and his expression cycled through 3 things very quickly: shock, understanding, gratitude that he didn't have the language for and wasn't going to produce the language for in the middle of a battle, and then he turned back to Bellatrix with the focused fury of someone who has just been given a very clear reason to focus. Voldemort tried to possess Harry in the atrium when the duel with Dumbledore reached a stalemate. This was, Harry reflected afterward, the most desperate move available to him, and therefore the clearest indicator that Voldemort was out of better options. The possession was not subtle, it came through the scar connection that barely existed anymore, the dissolved channel, and Voldemort pushed through it the way you might push through a door that's almost closed, forcing. What he found was Aldrich. Not the full expression of the celestial consciousness, not the vast dragon form of the mindscape, not 3,000 years of accumulated presence. Just the edge of it, the part that was always available, warm and awake and completely unmoved, like a fire discovering that someone has tried to pour water into it and rerouting the water through itself until it becomes steam. The possession lasted approximately 4 seconds. What Voldemort experienced in those 4 seconds Harry could not entirely describe to anyone afterward because the interior language for it didn't exist in English or in any other language he'd been taught, except possibly the Old Draconic, and even that was approximate. What he knew was this: in those 4 seconds, Tom Riddle had stood inside the warmth completely. Had seen everything it was. Had felt what it felt like to be something that the void didn't touch. And Tom Riddle had not been able to sustain the rage and the contempt and the fear that were the whole architecture of everything he'd built himself into, because those things required a certain kind of cold to function in and the warmth didn't provide it. When the possession broke, Voldemort stumbled back from Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on him before and would not easily forget, the expression of someone who has glimpsed something they wanted once, a very long time ago, before they decided they wanted power instead, and have just been shown what they chose against. It was not a simple expression. It contained rage and loss and the specific grief of someone who cannot allow themselves to feel grief because feeling it would require admitting that something was worth feeling it for. Voldemort looked at Harry, and then the Ministry employees began to arrive through the fireplaces, drawn by the noise and the magic, and Fudge was among them with his lime-green bowler hat and his face going through a rapid, catastrophic sequence of expressions as he looked at the Dark Lord standing in the Ministry atrium and found that there was simply no framework left in which to maintain the position that nothing had happened. Voldemort vanished. A cold displacement of air where he'd been. The atrium was very loud and then, in the specific way of institutional spaces suddenly confronted with things they cannot organize, very quiet. Fudge stood in the middle of the room and Dumbledore stood beside Harry and the Fountain of Magical Brethren was in pieces on the floor and 500 Ministry employees were watching through every available door and window, and the truth of the last year, that Voldemort had returned, that Harry had been saying so, that the Ministry had spent that year calling him a liar, was standing in the room like a guest that had arrived without being invited and was declining to leave. Well, Fudge said, to no one in particular. Yes, Dumbledore agreed, pleasantly. Shall we discuss the Ministry's upcoming policy adjustments? The war came all at once after that. The Ministry reversed its position, publicly, painfully, with the specific institutional grace of a bureaucracy trying to rebrand suppression as caution. Umbridge departed Hogwarts on a Tuesday with no official statement and the particular quality of someone who has understood that the political wind has changed direction and has decided that presence is worse than absence. Harry watched her leave from the Gryffindor Tower window and felt nothing specific about it, which was fine. Not everything required feeling. The Order of the Phoenix moved into open operation. Voldemort moved his forces more openly too, because the value of secrecy had depreciated once the Ministry had confirmed what everyone who'd been paying attention already knew. The war wasn't hidden anymore. It was the thing the world was organized around. 6th year was Horcrux year. Dumbledore had spent the year that followed the Department of Mysteries doing what he was extraordinary at, gathering intelligence through channels most people didn't know existed. By September of Harry's 6th year, they had a complete, confirmed list and a confirmed destruction sequence. The ring had been found in the Gaunt Shack, and Dumbledore had retrieved it and nearly died putting it on. The curse in the stone was a curse Harry did not have the complete language for, an ancient dark working that had been embedded in the resurrection stone set in the ring, and when Dumbledore had touched it the curse had moved through his wand hand and begun working outward. Harry had reversed it, not completely, not without cost. The curse had taken something from Dumbledore's hand that wasn't coming back, but the ring was destroyed and the stone was separate from the Horcrux now, the soul fragment gone. That was number 3. The diary and the scar were before. The ring made 3. The locket was in a cave on the coast and the cave was designed to destroy whoever entered it through accumulated environmental dark magic. Harry and Dumbledore went together on a September night, and Dumbledore's weakened hand was a problem for the physical requirements of the cave's access protocol, but Harry's warmth lit the dark water and established enough presence in the cave's ward structure to modify the access protocol before it could fully trigger. The locket contained a piece of Voldemort's soul that was older and more settled than the diary fragment. It had been in that cave for 20 years, saturated with dark water and the magic of the cave's protections, and it was dense and organized and it pushed back when Harry's warmth touched it through the locket's metal. He held the locket in both hands in the cave by the lake and worked through the draconic approach Aldrich had refined over 5 years of sessions, and the soul fragment in the locket broke apart in the specific way they broke apart now, not with the violence of a basilisk fang or fiend fire, but cleanly, the warmth establishing the incompatibility of dark fragment and celestial presence in a way that left the locket as an object. Just an object, no longer containing anything that had ever been alive. 4, Harry said. 4, Dumbledore agreed, from the cave mouth behind him, with the quiet satisfaction of someone watching a very long project move toward completion. The cup was in Bellatrix's vault. Gringotts required more creativity than the cave. Not because Harry couldn't access the vault. The goblin relationship established in first year had been maintained and built upon across 5 years of treating the bank with the respect of an institution whose autonomy was real rather than nominal, and Ragnarok had developed a professional regard for Harry that was as close to personal as goblins allowed themselves with wizarding clientele. But Bellatrix's vault had been designed by Bellatrix, which meant it had defensive enchantments that reflected her specific personality, violent, layered, and deeply personal in their cruelty. The cup was on a high shelf behind a colony of Gemino objects, everything you touched duplicated endlessly, and a flagranti curse that burned with contact. Harry walked through both of these with the warmth acting as a field that the flagranti couldn't find traction in, because flagranti required the target to register pain as damage and the warmth processed pain as information instead. He retrieved the cup and destroyed the Horcrux in Ragnarok's office, which Ragnarok observed with the specific goblin expression of witnessing something unusual and deciding it was bankable. 5, Harry said. The diadem was in Hogwarts. Harry had known since the Room of Requirement lesson, when the room had shown him the Room of Hidden Things, the alternative form it took when asked to hide rather than provide, and the diadem had been on a bust in there for who knew how long, surrounded by centuries of accumulated hidden objects. He'd retrieved it in April of 6th year and destroyed it in the room itself, the warmth filling the cluttered space and the soul fragment offering the same furious, young old resistance they all offered in the end before the incompatibility resolved them. 6, Harry said, to the empty room. The snake was the last. Nagini traveled with Voldemort. She had been a Horcrux for 20 years, long enough that the soul fragment had changed her, made her larger, longer-lived, more aware than an ordinary serpent had any right to be. Harry felt her from a distance whenever Voldemort was within range, the basilisk cousin signature of an old serpent carrying something foreign in its magical structure. She had to be the last, and Voldemort had to be there when it happened. The Battle of Hogwarts began on a May night when the castle was still warm from the day and the great beech tree by the lake had gone fully green and the grounds had the specific beauty of somewhere that knows something is about to happen to it. Voldemort's forces came from the edge of the ward boundary, Death Eaters, giants, dementors, creatures drawn by the promise of the Dark Lord's victory, and Hogwarts responded before Harry did. The castle's defensive wards activated in sequence, and Harry felt each one like a heartbeat through his feet, the ancient ward consciousness expressing itself in full at last, and it was extraordinary, centuries of accumulated protective magic finding its voice all at once. He stood on the front steps of the castle with Dumbledore to his left and McGonagall to his right and Neville and Ron and Hermione behind him, and the DA spread out along the battlements and the corridors, and the Order of the Phoenix taking positions at the gate, and Sirius, not supposed to be here, absolutely here anyway, standing near the stone steps with the expression of someone who has decided that absence is not an option they're prepared to live with. "This is foolhardy," Harry told him. "Completely," Sirius agreed. "You're going to stay close to Kingsley and not do anything that, I'm 41 years old, Sirius said, with the specifically unimpressed tone of someone who has been presented with safety advice they're going to ignore. "Stop parenting me." "Someone has to," Harry said. Sirius looked at him, and the warmth in his face was the specific warmth of someone discovering that being cared for by a 15-year-old is simultaneously dignifying and ridiculous, and deciding that both are all right. "Go," Sirius said. "We've got this side." Harry went. The battle was loud and immediate and required everything, not the warmth specifically, not the Imperium, but the years of everything. Every DA lesson and every Mindscape conversation and every Saturday with Dumbledore and every book and every conversation with Ron about tactical instinct and every conversation with Hermione about theory underlying practice. The warmth was present and active, orienting him through the chaos of a castle-wide battle the way the castle's own consciousness oriented him, and together they moved through the corridors and the courtyards and the great hall and the grounds with the specific coherence of something that knows where it is and where it needs to be. He sent people to places. The right people to the right places, Neville to the courtyard bridge, which required exactly the kind of stubborn physical courage that Neville had been building since second year, Ron and Hermione to the Chamber of Secrets exit tunnels, because there was a structural vulnerability in the ward boundary there that needed covering, and Ron's spatial instincts and Hermione's ward knowledge were the right combination for it. Luna to the astronomy tower with a sightline on the gate. Ginny to the hospital wing, which she accepted not because she was incapable but because the hospital wing needed someone who was both capable and calm enough to function during a battle rather than in it. He fought through the castle. He was not reckless about it, he was never reckless, because recklessness was the luxury of people who hadn't thought carefully about what they had to do, but he was present for the things that needed his presence. Death Eaters who were too powerful for the students handling them. Structural damage to the wards that needed active reinforcement from the bloodline warmth. The giant that came through the entrance hall gates and required Harry to establish dominance in the straightforward Imperium sense that established it with the troll on Halloween of first year, quick, definitive, pointed in the right direction. The castle held. Nagini was with Voldemort in the entrance hall when Harry found them there, near midnight. Most of the Death Eaters were down or fled. The Order had the perimeter. The DA was holding the castle interior. The battle had compressed itself to this, as battles often did, he'd read enough history to know, to a single point of contact that contained the full weight of the thing. Voldemort was waiting. He looked different from the graveyard and from the Ministry atrium. Not physically, still the same reconstructed body, tall and pale and serpentine, still the red eyes, still the extraordinary self-made quality of someone who had remade themselves from the ground up through sheer determination. But there was something in his bearing that had changed, and Harry recognized it because he'd felt the beginning of it in the atrium when the possession had broken. Voldemort had been thinking. "You've been destroying them," he said. Not accusation. Statement. He knew. Of course he knew. Every Horcrux destruction would have registered through whatever connection Voldemort maintained with the pieces of himself, like losing a finger one at a time. All of them. Yes, Harry said. Nagini is the last, Voldemort said. He looked at the snake, vast and heavy-bodied and coiled at his feet. "You'll have to go through me." "No," Harry said. "I won't." Voldemort tilted his head. "You think you can take Nagini without, I'm not talking about Nagini yet." Harry looked at him directly, with the full quality of attention he'd been bringing to Voldemort since the cupboard at age 7. "I'm talking about the other option." A pause. "There is no other option." "There's always another option. You know this, you've been intelligent enough your whole life to know this. It's why you made the Horcruxes in the first place. Because there was always another option to dying, you just had to find it." Harry paused. Tom. The name landed differently when used directly. It always did. Voldemort's face moved through something rapid and then went still. "The thing that I felt in you," Harry continued, steady, unhurried, "when you tried to possess me in the atrium. The thing underneath everything you built. I know what it was." He held Voldemort's gaze. "You were 11 years old and you were afraid of dying and nobody told you there was a way through it that didn't require destroying yourself to survive it." He paused. "I'm telling you now." "Sentiment," Voldemort said. "A child's sentiment." "A choice," Harry said. "Specific, real, available. The Horcruxes are gone, all the ones you knew about. You're mortal. You've been mortal for a while tonight and you already know it, you can feel it, and you're here fighting a battle that's already lost because the alternative is," he paused. "What?" "Feeling what it's like to be mortal. To be Tom Riddle who was afraid." The red eyes were doing the complicated thing again, the thing that had been growing since the possession in the atrium. Voldemort had been thinking for a year. The thinking had changed something, not in any simple way, not in the way of a villain having a convenient redemption, but in the way of a very intelligent man who has encountered something he cannot argue himself out of and has spent a year sitting with the argument anyway. "If I surrender," Voldemort said, and the word itself, spoken, seemed to cost him something physical, the specific cost of a man using a word his whole identity was organized against. The Ministry will want to execute you," Harry said honestly. "Yes. That's their position. It's a legitimate position given everything you've done." He paused. "I'm not offering you the Ministry's grace. I'm offering you mine." He let this settle. Live. Submit to the Wisengamot fully, with complete Veritasrum testimony, everything, all of it. Take the consequences that come. There will be significant consequences. But you'll be alive to face them, which means you'll be alive, which means the door you've been running from for 40 years is not in front of you tonight." Voldemort was still for a very long moment. "Why?" he said, and it was the question under all the other questions, the one that had been building since the cupboard, since the graveyard, since the atrium. "Why would you offer me this?" "Because it's possible," Harry said simply. "And because the world where you live and face consequences is more honest than the world where you die tonight and become only the story of your worst choices." He paused. "And because you were 11 years old once and nobody offered you something real." Nagini raised her head. The soul fragment in her was registering the conversation the way all the Horcrux fragments registered Harry's presence, with the inward pulling awareness of something that knew what it was in the presence of. The snake looked at Harry with golden-slit eyes, and Harry looked back, and in the language of old serpents he said, "You are not what keeps him here. You are what he used to keep himself here. The difference matters." Nagini's great head turned toward Voldemort. Voldemort looked at the snake. At Harry. At the castle around them, the battle that had ended, the people at the edges of the entrance hall, Order members, DA members, McGonagall with her wand still drawn, Sirius with blood on his face and a look of intense focused attention, Neville at the stairs still holding his wand, Ron and Hermione in the doorway from the courtyard. Hermione's eyes moving rapidly and Ron absolutely still the way he went still when something important was happening and he wanted to be present for every second of it. Voldemort lowered his wand. Not dropped it, lowered it, the precise difference between submission and surrender, the way a man who has been standing at his full height for 40 years comes down not by falling but by choosing to stand at a different level. Nagini uncoiled from around his feet and moved toward the corner of the hall, away from the cluster of humans, and Harry knelt beside her and placed his hand on her great scaled head, and the Horcrux fragment in her came apart the way they all came apart, cleanly, completely, the warm absence of something that had never belonged there. He stood up. 7, he said quietly. Voldemort looked at him with the red eyes, and what was in them now was not the complicated mixture of before, not rage managing grief managing fear. Just something very old and very tired and, under everything, somewhere deep and barely accessible, something that might have been, in a different life, relief. "All right," Tom Riddle said. The wand hit the stone floor of the entrance hall and it was the loudest quiet sound Harry had ever heard. The aftermath was long and difficult and important and ongoing. The ministry was difficult, because the ministry was always difficult about the things that mattered most, and the question of Tom Riddle's disposition generated the kind of political complexity that required Dumbledore's particular combination of patience and immovable principle and Harry's presence in 17 separate meetings over the following 8 months. Veritaserum testimony produced a record that the Wisengamot could not ignore and could not simplify. Life imprisonment, without the soul destruction of the Dementor's kiss, which was the specific point Harry argued and won in the session that mattered most, that the point of justice was not to create another horror, and that a man reduced to nothing by a kiss was not answering for anything. Sirius was at every meeting. He had opinions about Tom Riddle's disposition that were visceral and legitimate and which he aired fully in private and contained in public, which was the specific arrangement Harry had asked for and which Sirius maintained because Harry had asked for it. That was what it was, not agreement, but loyalty operating through trust, which was, Harry thought, the best form of either. Hermione wrote the definitive account of the Horcrux research and the destruction sequence, which Dumbledore arranged to be published in the restricted academic journals and which would, within 10 years, become the foundational text for a new field of dark objects study. Harry read the draft and made 3 annotations and told her it was excellent and meant it in the specific way. Ron was offered an Auror position immediately and accepted it with the enthusiasm of someone who had known what they wanted to do since age 7 but had been politely waiting until the relevant qualifications were available. He started training in September and came to dinner at Grimmauld Place every Sunday and argued with Sirius about Quidditch with the comfortable passion of 2 people who disagree about something neither of them considers important enough to actually fight about. Neville went back to Hogwarts to finish his 7th year and graduated with the highest herbology marks in 50 years and a general quality about him that his grandmother commented on at the graduation with the combination of pride and pretended surprise that is specific to people who expected this but had protected themselves against disappointment by not saying so. Draco Malfoy came to Harry in October of the year the war ended. Not to the Auror office, not to the ministry. To the Hogwarts gate, because Harry was still a student technically and Hogwarts was where he was. He stood at the gate with the specific quality he'd had since the Madame Malkin fitting in first year, the careful social surface over something more genuine and more uncertain underneath, and said, "I want to understand what you are. Properly. Not the rumors. What's actually true?" Harry looked at him. "Why?" "Because my father," Draco said, and stopped, and started again. "He told me something. In a letter. After the ministry hearing." His jaw tightened. "He said he'd been on his knees twice. And that the second time, he stopped again. He said something about it that I've been thinking about for a year." "What did he say?" Draco met his eyes. The gray eyes were doing the honest math, the calculation that had been available in them since first year but had always been managed. He said, "There are things in this world that are more important than the things I taught you were important. He said I should find out what those things are." A pause. "From the source." Harry looked at him for a long moment, at the boy who had been calibrating him since a fitting room in Diagon Alley, at the carefully maintained surface and the genuine intelligence underneath it and the specific, difficult work of being the son of a man who had made catastrophic choices and choosing differently. "Come in," Harry said. "I'll make tea." Draco blinked. Apparently expected more ceremony. "That's, You're just going to, we have a great deal to talk about, Harry said. It'll take more than one visit. You might as well start with tea. Draco looked at the gate, at the castle, at Harry. Something in his expression did the shift, the one Harry had watched coming for 4 years, the final version of the recalibration that had been ongoing since your whole family's been in Slytherin and perhaps I'll see you on the train. He walked through the gate. Harry sat in the room of requirement on a quiet November evening, 3 months after the end of the war, in the configuration the room took when asked simply to be a comfortable place. Fire. 2 chairs. The rain against the windows. He went to the mindscape, not from necessity but from habit, from the want of the conversation. The stone plane was warm. The stars were close. Aldrich was coiled in the same place Harry had first found him, the vast scale shift of colors breathing slowly through the color spectrum, the great head turned to bring the gold eye toward him. It is done, Aldrich said. Yes, Harry said. He sat on the warm stone. Though done is a strong word for something that's going to keep having consequences for a long time. The best things usually do. The scales breathed their colors. How do you feel? Harry thought about the question honestly. About Hermione's book and Ron's training and Neville's grades and Sirius learning to be someone with an actual future and Draco sitting in the Great Hall over tea asking careful questions about the old bloodlines with an expression that combined intellectual interest and something more personal. About Tom Riddle in a ministry holding cell writing testimony that would take 6 months to fully process. About the castle, which had been partially damaged and was rebuilding with the unhurried confidence of something that has survived worse and knows it. Like there's more to do, Harry said. But differently. The kind of more that you choose rather than the kind that chooses you. Yes, Aldrich said. That is the better kind. The war was always going to end. I knew that. Harry looked at the impossible sky. What I didn't know was what I'd feel like when it did. Whether I'd feel like Harry or feel like, he gestured at the vast coiled form across the plain. You feel like both, Aldrich said, with the certainty of the oldest identification. You always have. That was never a conflict to be resolved. It was the specific thing you are. I know, Harry said. I know now. He looked at the gold eye across the stone plain and felt the warmth, the original warmth, the one that had been there from before he could remember clearly, the warmth he'd measured his cupboard with and heated the stone with and kept through the winters and breathed out at the dark in a 31-inch space at 2 in the morning when he was 7 years old and something had come through his door looking for something smaller than it found. Thank you, he said. You are welcome, Aldrich said. Though the gratitude is somewhat mutual. It has been a long time since I was young enough to sit on this stone and look up. Harry looked up at the stars, the impossible density of them, the ones that existed here and nowhere else, the ones that existed here specifically because this was the place where the oldest and the youngest part of what Harry was met and spoke. I'm going to keep asking questions, he said. I know, Aldrich said, and it was warm and enormous and completely unsurprised. Ask away. The fire burned in the room of requirement and the rain came down on the rebuilt castle and somewhere in the great deep of the Scottish loch, an old serpent moved through the dark water freely, and Harry sat on the warm stone of the mindscape under impossible stars and felt the warmth and was, completely and specifically, himself. Both of him. All of him.